Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
我觉得我们已经达到了自己的目标，但是如果再更进一步的话，我觉得就会更加好了。但是目标已经完成了，我是觉得我们现在对自己非常自信，然后自己的打的状态非常好。我觉得这个游戏肯定是需要有一些就是经验丰富的选手在，能帮助新人更加好的成长嘛。因为新人可能大赛经验比较少，但是你如果有一个老将，有一个经验足的选手在的话，我觉得会好很多，对团队帮助也很大。我觉得现在年纪大可能没有那么重要，可能占个30%吧。其实70%还是要归根结底于那个人的精力啊、专注度啊，会不会在这游戏上面，会不会其他方面会影响他对这个游戏的专注度？如果没有，我觉得这个没有太多大的影响。
I want them to know that we are a team from Thailand and see how we can do in a LAN tournament in China. I think the team is kind of like tough, but our goal is at least to go playoff and maybe can do like better. But at least we have to like get out of group stage and be in playoff. Actually, we're not a team that always in the boot camp, but we went to boot camp only for this tournament. Before we fly, we prepare for like 5 days and in boot camp and like try hard before we like fly to China for this tournament. We actually scrim with like most of the Asian team. We actually scrim with Mongolia and China. Sometimes we win them, but mostly we lose them. But at least we learn something from them because they are so good. I can tell you that. Like Mongolia team and China team are the best team in Asia. I think we will be like nervous because we haven't like competed in foreign crowd like long ago, especially in overseas or in China. Of course, we will be nervous, but we, like I said, I'll try our best.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
best players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Coming to you live from Shanghai, 大家好, and welcome to the eXTREMESLAND CS Asia Open 2024 Finals. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me I've got Baseline J. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
观众朋友们，大家好，这里是2024极限之地 CS 亚洲公开赛上海总决赛淘汰赛的现场，我是小萌哥。
Now, it's been another epic year of eXTREMESLAND. We started with over 1,500 teams from across the region. We whittled it down to 18 teams flown here into Shanghai to compete on this stage. And now we are down to the final top 8. But first, we need to thank our sponsors. Of course, without them, this event would not be possible. Give a round of applause for Zowie, our supporting partner of this event.
好，掌声送给卓威，我们的赞助商。
In addition to Zowie, also we have a stellar lineup of sponsors including Fire Open, Ducky, AMD, Keychron, Asus, Predator, Cooler Master, and Wu Ting. Thank you all for your incredible support, and for those of you who want to watch online, we have the English broadcast on YouTube and Twitch.
感谢卓威对极限之地一如既往的支持，也同样感谢本届比赛强大的赞助商阵容，感谢 Fire Open、迪瑞克斯、AMD、加达龙、华硕、掠夺者、酷冷至尊、乌汀的大力支持。大家可以在虎牙、哔哩哔哩、斗鱼、抖音这4个平台收看本次赛事的直播。
Now, after 4 days of immense competition, you guys witnessed it yourself. In the group stage, 8 teams punched their tickets to today's knockout stage.
经过了3天小组赛的激烈角逐，8支战队取得了通往淘汰赛的门票，他们分别是
The 8 quarterfinalists are Tyloo, IHE Esports, Gghow Esports, Atox Esports,
Chinggis Warriors, Real Original Gaming, 集结号 Rare Atom.
Now, these teams have qualified to the final 2 days of this tournament. And what's really cool is that we have reps from every region: China, Mongolia, MENA, and Southeast Asia. And very soon, we're gonna find out who is gonna be your eXTREMESLAND Asia champion.
极限之地欢迎每一位热爱 CS 的玩家来到现场，为亚洲 CS 加油，共同见证亚洲冠军的诞生。
And now, it's time. Shanghai, are you ready for some eXTREMESLAND Counter-Strike?
上海，你们准备好了吧？
Let's hear it. Without further ado, let's introduce the first matchup of today. Let's welcome the real OGs of Thailand CS, Real Original Gaming.
好，我们首先欢迎来自泰国的 ROG 战队。
Real Original Gaming.
掌声送给来自泰国的 ROG 战队。
Thank you, Cup. You may take your seats. And now, let's welcome their opponents, the undefeated Rare Atom.
好，接下来欢迎来自中国的 RA 战队。
And Give it up for RA Esports.
掌声送给 RA。
Rare Adam, you may take your seats.
好，请队员们就座。
And now we are officially kicking off the eXTREMESLAND quarterfinals. We're going to be handing over to your casters, the Aussies from Down Under, MacMate and Conky.
好的，我们1/4决赛的揭幕战马上开始，让我们把时间交给李文哲和瑟夫老师。
Let's go!
Ah, it's a beautiful day for playoffs, isn't it? I'm Mac, this is Conky, and we're going to be taking you through the first quarterfinal of the day. It has been so many good games of Counter-Strike up until this point. We finally managed to cut the players in half, or at least the teams in half, and you know, maybe we can cut them in half later on. But of course, before we get into the action, we have to thank our wonderful, our beautiful sponsors, Zowie. They're bringing in the best tech for all esports. Look, your monitors, your mice, your mouse pads, whatever you need, they've got it, and you need to get it as well because they are putting on big events like this, and without that kind of support, esports really wouldn't exist in our region.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, if you're down here at Gghow Studio, of course, you can check it out. The Zowie booth is out the front. Going to get my hands on that cheeky little mouse pad as well, and hopefully another monitor in due course. But Mac, Zowie eXTREMESLAND is obviously moving into the playoffs now, and as I said, 8 teams remaining, and I think it's mostly sort of ended up where we're expecting.
Yeah, I think so as well. Look, let's have a quick look at where everyone did end up standing after their groups. Of course, it was the Swiss bracket, the GSL bracket rather, and you can see that RA, you know, managed to beat. Oh wait, no, this is the standings for the finals. My bad.
Correct.
I thought we were going through the groups. No, we are looking at exactly where everyone currently is. Of course, RA going to be going up ROG first, Gghow and Chingus Warriors going toe-to-toe. Then later on today, we will have Tyloo and Atox going head-to-head with Seify and Gghow, rounding out the day. All of those games look so much fun to be a part of, and I can't wait to see who ends up at least making it to the semis.
Pretty much, like that second half of the day is sort of a really big question mark for me, right? You know, at the end, Atox actually got pretty rolled by Gghow in the end, which means that that bracket sort of flips the way we're expected.
Yeah.
Because we're talking like for Seify, like who is going to be the harder opponent, you know, Atox or JJH? I don't think any of that is any more challenging from what we've seen so far. That's going to be spicy, but of course at the very beginning, RA versus ROG, I think that's a pretty exciting one, but also the second game, you know, Gghow, they were the ones that have sort of been this unknown quantity. Are they just best of 1 merchants, or are they really, really bloody good?
And who knows if they're even going to get tested today.
Yeah.
I feel like from what we've seen, they still look that much better than what we saw from Chingus Warriors overall in terms of quality. And if they make it to the semis, they're arguably probably going to be playing RA, which is where they're really going to be tested.
Yeah, absolutely. RA, obviously there's a massive turnout for the Chinese side here, which we aren't really surprised on. And I think, look, for the Thai side, they're just sort of happy to be here, right? You know, there's been a bit of a resurgence of Counter-Strike back in Thailand for a little bit. You know, we think about the old days where we had teams, obviously, like D13 and bloody, you know, no, it's not that far back. I'm talking like Alpha Red and Lucid Dream, you know, sort of that 2018, 2019 era. So many returning faces as well. So I think they've got a pretty rich history. But again, when you've got RA, who not only did well at the major, they've come back, they've won XPL this year already. They're looking pretty hot, and I think they're a potential grand final candidate, and we've been talking about that since the start.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. And look, everyone else for the rest of the day as well, who knows how that Seify Gghow game's going to go. Seify starting to hit the ground running after Gghow, of course. I've only played 2 best of 1 so far to make it to this position. So, you know, there's anything can really happen today. It's going to be a bunch of fun, but I feel like we should turn the talking point back to this first game of the day, of course. Rare Adam up against Real Original Gaming, and Real Original Gaming, the heavy underdogs. You have to say, you know, even though Thai CS is back on the menu, and I love a bit of Thai on my menu, mate, that's up against RA, who made it to the major, who at least won a game at the major as well, which is pretty huge in front of the home crowd. Like, they know what it takes to be the top of the region, the best of the best in that position. And here, I feel like we haven't seen what they're capable of yet. I was talking to Jordan. He says, you know, they're going to take it more seriously in the playoffs because obviously this is where there's no second chances. And up against the likes of ROG, I feel like they just have every advantage in every part of the game.
Really doesn't even matter when it comes down to the veto. From a Rare Adam perspective, as I said, that doesn't mean that they're going to hard clear this match or anything along those lines, but it certainly does settle in a way. Real Original, I suppose, all I can really hope for them, you know, the fact that they've made this playoffs as exciting as it stands. I just want to see them show what they've got, because realistically, again, you know, we've harped on it a little bit about this Extremesland competition, Mac. Now that it's back, now that it's sort of a little bit back towards what we used to see through 2016, through 2019, you know, this time around, 16 teams, individual qualifiers from the minor regions. You know, we've had Dreamscape here, we've had teams like Miracle play, we've had 4 Chinese reps, 3 Mongolian reps, IHC only just narrowly missing out to a heater against Seify yesterday. So the representation piece, I think, is absolutely massive. So for Thai fans watching along at home, obviously Sawadee Cup already, but keep on keeping on, right? You know, keep an eye on what this series looks like, and you know, hopefully we'll see some more of you at the next competition. But a little wave from Child King there as we move into the veto. Mirage, Inferno, the middle of the map pool so far.
Okay, we're
but
going.
Dust2's gone.
Ooh, not quite. The middleist. Anubis gone as well, so we are going to see Ancient. We've seen a... Wait. Hang on. we're going to need to double check on that one.
We'll double check. We'll double check. But look,
they pulled the fake out. No, it is Ancient, of course. We do have up behind us the confirmation on the other screen that is Ancient that was left over. So there is no confusion. They pulled the Uno reverse card for a moment, and I had no idea what was going on. But look, here we are. It is going to be Ancient for a third if we need it. But again, Mirage and Inferno. Very interesting map pool. You know, ROG, they've played those maps for years and years and years, even when they haven't been here. You know, there's been a couple of changes, but ROG as well, RA rather, there's a lot of R's today. RA going to be coming out swinging. You know that they love a bit of Mirage. You know that they love a bit of Inferno. So it's going to be a very difficult matchup for the Thai team.
Absolutely. Just a very, very well-rounded team, right? You know, RA, they had some question marks against them sort of towards the top end of the year. You know, at one point in time, Kaze was actually kicking around on Tyloo. The Chinese scene has had a few switch-ups, a few swap-arounds over the last little bit. So all you can hope for is that there's going to be a little bit more stability. You know, it's been another talking point whilst we've got the Mongols sitting at the tippy top, you know, getting onto that world stage, right? I think they sort of hit like 5th or 4th in the world off the back of a couple of wins. And then, you know, there was question marks whether or not they were just prize money merchants before they top 8'd at the major. And I think there was a lot of expectation for them to go even a little bit further than that, Max. So eyes on them, you know, and then as we move it down, it's the same for the Chinese scene. RA probably sitting pretty firmly at the top right now, but around the bend, you know, this Lin Vision project, what's that going to look like now that Starry's back? What's Tyloo going to look like now that Jam Young's back? Like, is he even back properly? Orman standing in, what's that roster going to look like? They seem pretty chipper though, I will admit, Tyloo. So that real big question mark is going to be on Atox and Tyloo later.
Yeah.
I do feel like the other side of the bracket pretty stacked, but there is signs and stars that potentially point towards a Chinese grand final, which would make a hell of a lot of sense here in Shanghai.
Yeah, look, they did end up on the opposite side of the bracket, so certainly a possibility, but they're going to have to play like crazy to get through, you know, the unknown. RA, you know, may have to get through EXO, who knows? We'll find out all those answers at the end of the day, but for now it is time to kick it off with game 1 of the day, RA against ROG. Let's see who's going to be coming out on top. RA on that CT side, postured already and expecting an A hit with 4 players waiting.
A fresh new HUD for a fresh new series. Max Summer ripping the head straight off of Genius, but Rolex has made a quick one back from now the A main position. He's looking to get a couple more good shots as well, but Li Hang able to find it back. Child King actually not needing to do a hell of a lot at this point in time. A couple of warning shots from Ray Rolls, but in the end it will be Child King with a very nice start to the round there. Yeah. Well done from him, and an opening here for RA on Mirage.
Very, very quick out of the gates. I'm keen to see where we end up towards the next. Oh, I'm loving this little overlay. Having a little bit of fun today. New UI, new overlays, a whole bit of fun to kick off the playoffs. Here you go. Summer, solid positioning. They got baited in by that pick, and just like that, ROG just couldn't quite get it done at range. Rare Adam, a much superior buy, moving into the second round, and ROG not bringing in too much at all, just a P250 and a banger.
All the way into Palace here, so they might actually be able to find a bomb plant. The Kaze is nice and close, going to get the flash over the top. Summer making quick work of 7, 8, 9, and this is just going to be a bloodbath, as you would expect. Somebody up in the high heavens able to drop him down. So a nice simple round from RA, and now it's very much the business end of this opening 3 rounds, where we expect the full buy to come out from ROG.
Lovely defenses, the boys all fighting together. And only what, that Famis lost, if that wasn't even upgraded to as ROG move into their first gun round. Lots of eyes heading over towards mid, towards B. We'll see where they end up going here. Not really making the most of that front spawn. Just trying to figure out where they want to go with a slower approach. Expecting mid-aggression from RA, which, look, they are doing. They are bringing to the party. Child King watching unders can pivot on the contact of Kaze. And that may just be what we're going to see. Good nade.
Stuffing the mid posturing already, Mac. You know, there is the late flash out. Genius. Oh, God, Child King lines them right up. That HE early up from Kaze was fantastic. Peppered them down enough. And now it's all left on to just Rolex solo in the window. Drops one, but Summer will be able to find him quickly. And, yeah, look, that M4 is in some happy hands. And all I can say is it was pretty miserable that we almost lost this guy to another title, hey?
Yeah.
Jam Young is a sort of once-in-a-generation prospect here inside China. It's given us many, many moments over the years.
Glad he's back. Glad they didn't want him, because we bloody do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Putting on shows like this. Let's have a look at ROG. Just going for more of a default this time. Ooh. Some at unders. Myrol's going to get the free upgrade. Little old 1B with the techie at that range. And Summer unable to go for a trade, but the aggression through apps. Lihang getting huge damage on those individuals. Another nice shot from Boone on the Deagle. And things getting a little awkward as Lihang finds both those B apps members.
I'm not going to call it a winnable round given Summer's positioning, but Lihang is low from that exchange earlier. And I do love that from big old Boone, Mac, you know, to be contesting Child King like that. Pretty confident. So they are going to be taking the bomb out Palace, which is actually the wrong decision given Summer's positioning right now. But if we do see a jump over stairs, maybe a swing on in, because they have pulled Lihang away, but I suppose the main concern is Summer has to really go digging here, has to try and find a little bit extra. Smoke Molly will go down, but he's actually made it out, dropping down. No, not quite. So easy pickings for Summer. As I said, his positional advantage made it a little bit hard to believe in Real Original Gaming there, but a nice attempt nonetheless.
Good defense to clear things up. Couple of multi-kills looking very easy for the RA individuals. And we'll see where we end up at the end of this round. 5 deep. And RA yet to drop one. Kaze going to be getting the big green going, as is Boone, who was not able to get the pick at mid. RA, again, realizing that they are doing pretty well with this mid control, not even sending anyone to A. And Boone is there, ready and waiting. Summer disrespecting the top mid smoke.
Not a care in the world for Boone. Certainly was one of the more consistent players that we were speaking of in the original games. From the Thai side, but Kaze gets shot between the legs there. And Boone will, in the end, find Lihang. So only the single missed shot from the man so far. Rolex now taking point. Child King's positioning pretty solid, but he has been spotted. Rolex. This is the thing, you know, you can tell from Real Original Gaming, they still do have the individual ability. It's just about how well their macro looks after such a small amount of time prepping for this event, given all the changes. Great flash as well, forcing Kaze off the line. And Rolex, what a shoulder. So there we go. Rare Adam basically have this round in the bag. There's no way somebody's going to be trying to bring this one back. He's just going to sit up in ladder and wait for the inevitable here.
Yeah, they really managed to sneak that one through. Somebody, if he can get this pick on the mid member, then maybe there's a world, but it looks like he's happy just to save. Not sure what the economy is, as I am still getting used to this new UI. But look,
I don't mind it. It looks pretty sharp.
Look, it's cool. There is cool things. But my color brain is missing information.
That's it.
It's all right.
Your colour's not missing today, though, Mac. You're looking bloody hot in that orange jacket,
yeah,
I tell you.
Maybe I'm a bit too vibrant, you know?
Yeah.
Is it orange? I thought it was like a reddy, like a...
Is the dress gold and white or blue and...
I don't know. I thought I was so right. I did colour science on the shit.
Nah, it's like a orangey red kind of hue, you know?
It's warm.
Something burnt.
It's warm.
It's beautiful.
Oh, let's have a look.
Great round from ROG though, Mac, I reckon. Still mostly going down to the individual plays from Boone, but I think the flashes in and the plays there from Rolex, you know, to catch Child King and then the force into CT to drop Kaze.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff. It's all, the pieces of the puzzle are there.
Boone with the CT smoke at the ready. ROG just going to keep it simple, stupid. Full old Exy. Well-timed smoke from Summer to fully deny the T-push. And they're not going to have enough to go for the re-Exy, so they will have to break this and try to go through Summer. Playing here at Apex. Such a nasty position. Will fall off after that molly is extinguished. Burns out over in the shadows.
Only got 2 smokes left on the roster at the moment, so it does look like they are still trying to go towards A, but only really going to block off maybe stairs or jungle. But overall, they are making their way out, needing to clear out Summer. They do have the Molotovs, but Kaze able to dive over the stairs, getting one. Summer also another. 789 will trade quickly. And now as they move on out towards the side, 789 dropping down, making it work from the sandwich. Man's eating good right now with 3. Li Hang. And a warning shot too. 789 knows exactly where he is. He's looking for a 4th here. And he's not even overextending either. It's going to have to be somebody to try and creep on in. Rolex gets him. And 789. Why was 7? The 6 said a Skevin. 6? Oh, God. I'm still waking up, Mac. You took my coffee this morning, so.
Why was 6 scared of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
Because his dad was mean to him.
The root of all the problems, of course. Well, at least his daddy was there, you know. ROG able to double up those rounds with another win. And they are hunting for a 3rd. Should, on paper, be a bit easier with the buy that RA are bringing in here. Couple of Eagles and a Dream. No Kevlar, some Kevlar. A Genius, good thorough clearance. Catching Child King, lurking deep towards the kitchen. Just wanted to put his feet up on the sofa. Genius said that's actually disrespectful in my Mirage. Get him off of there.
Oh.
Summer though, uh-oh, okay.
Turning for the flash. Somebody also getting a shot here. No, Boone missing another. Luckily, Rolex and Genius are able to find a couple of easy kills, so Li Hang won't get away with too much more, but Genius and Rolex were taken very low there, Max, so good little resurgence here in the last couple of rounds for ROG. As I said, you know, Thai CS, very rich history, even over in some other titles like Valorant, of course. They did have a couple of big moments early on. I think it was either 2021, I believe. They were over with Xersha up at the Valorant Champs.
Don't they have a pretty good, like, Apex team too?
Yeah, I think
Apex
they do, yeah.
Or PUBG or something like that. We need Jordan here to get the PUBG knowledge.
Well, that's it, yeah, exactly. Jordan's got his fingers in too many pies, mate. We're just basic.
Don't tell everyone. It's rude as.
Hey, he is single, all right?
Well, down mid they go. ROG looking to potentially posture for a bit of a B split. Smoke into ladder just to neutralize Li Hang and allow the push up short. I like that out of him. Somebody quite ready here is going to drop the preemptive smoke just to make sure there was no mollies forcing him out into the open. Will sprint wide in his stride, is looking to take as many numbers as possible. There's another Child King. Going to be able to do good work there coming out of market. Just at the right moment. Awkward for Boone, but he will be able to bring that one back. Child King looking to salvage the pieces, and this is looking like a solid hold. Last player, Rolex, spotted on short, and in the 1v4, this is looking quite hard. 3.
Only Child King would push that and get away with it, right, in the 1v3 there.
Yeah.
A little bit of a difference maker there. We were talking to the Seify boys yesterday about a couple of 1v3, 1v4 losses, and that's how it all starts. One member pushing too far, but in the end, it's a great couple of shots there. Child King always performing individually inside these matches. Definitely a hero inside the Chinese region, Asia-wide as well, but it's a good response there from R8. And now we're going to see the first of what I assume to be many tack pauses throughout the course of the day. ROG picking up that initial one. Remind you all just watching, joining us now. We're down here in Shanghai, China. First of the 4 quarterfinals ahead of us today. Very exciting sort of set of games. Very different in each as well.
Yeah.
Some teams were expecting, others maybe not. But it's a big day at Counter-Strike for us all here.
Faster one from Genius towards the B apps. We'll get mollied off straight away though. Rare Atom, great default utility. Just to make sure that there is no early aggression coming out of ROG. Rare Atom, a more passive approach this time. And ROG making sure that R8 aren't getting too aggressive towards mid. They've done that a few times now. And this will be a big round for ROG to win. You're looking at RA's economy. It is quite broke right now. And the next round won't be a very healthy one if they aren't able to convert round 9. Ooh, head spotted over towards the top of mid. Bit of damage. Kaze spotting the mans at lowers. ROG, the late mid control is good, but looking at the smokes that have been thrown, they kind of have to go up short or just push through these smokes. It gets really awkward. That time is ticking down, and it looks like it's going to be up con they'll try to go for. Kaze has the helping hand from somebody who's been boosted up on short, and there ain't no getting through con with Kaze there. Starting to thin the numbers. There is 20 seconds to pick a site and go.
789 making the first sort of effort towards it, but Summer will deny. They have to get their way up connector now. With that bomb dropped in mid, there's just no chance now, is there, Mac?
No.
789 heading over to beat. And really, you know, a sad sort of prospect of only bringing a Galil in towards the next round is a bit of a miserable one. This is kind of where Rare Atom really put their foot down now. As we move into the 10th round, they stand 6-3. And it is starting to lean towards the more expected side of results. But I can't say that we haven't seen much from ROG, because they certainly have had a couple of moments of brilliance there.
Like, I don't hate what they did. It's just the execution at about that sort of 40-second mark. They needed to pick somewhere and go faster. And they didn't, and they lost. It was a little bit awkward. They managed to slot someone in through window who was making their way to market. You could see that maybe they were going for that B-split attempt, but it was just too little too late. Like, there was so much util still on the belt of Rare Atom because they just didn't need to use those smokes. They didn't need to use it early round. ROG weren't making noise anywhere to force it. Anyway, new round and a faster approach. ROG, not the best economy, but they do have some decent space. Getting out to get right already. Lihan going to be able to chop them down, and the mollies are just too much. 789 going to be dying to his own flames, and Rolex not going to be getting too much done in the 1v5. Tucked away over on the sofa. Somebody will find him shortly. If Child King doesn't, then that'll be 7 for RA. Starting to really increase that lead. It looked close for a little while, but now it sort of doesn't.
Real chokehold round there too, right? You know, this is what RA can do when they're feeling confident. As I said, you know, they came a 2-hour flight over from XPL. They got there basically like the day before the competition started, having to do media on their opening day as well, pretty sure. So they haven't really had a hell of a lot of time to warm into this, but now with those best-of-1 wins, a couple of days off in between, they've certainly freshened themselves up, and they're feeling much, much better in the server today. Now it's really where maybe they need to try a little harder into the lengths of the competition if they want to try and take this one through, you know. It's the start of a potentially big year for them. Want to accumulate as many VRS points as they can to try and get themselves a nice little slot in the major. 5 for Asia this time round off the back of some success from the Mongols.
Mid-control much earlier this time. This is what you like to see. Rolex as well, lurking towards a main, but it's this pick on Summer that they need to find, and they're going to get it. 789 going for the swing just at the right time, and Kaze will pick off another. Boon fall in, quick flank from Child King, activates at the right moment, and the T's just get cut into pieces. Rolex is going to be difficult in the 1v4, and he's not going to be able to knock down that first hurdle. 8-3 with a potential of 9, given how well the momentum is swinging for the Chinese team.
I didn't even see where Child King came from. That's how quickly he was. I'm sure it was through unders or around through the apps, but he's top mid as quick as you like, and obviously the guy being as sharp as he is, he can just fire a couple of pot shots. That's Mac waking up this morning in the crowd. But as it stands, last round of the half. Real Original Gaming will want one more round if they can. They've only got Galils, and it is a bit of a weakened approach over towards A here, the single member of Summer. But will it be endless? We'll have to see. They're going to have to really try and break through this mold quickly. Lee Hang will join the fray in just a second. They're clearing out mid now. Once again, it's Child King going through unders. You know, he's going to be able to clear out apartments. They've already found that. It's only 20 seconds into the round. And that means he can send somebody back over with the rotation. The utility starts to come out. Hey, Mac, it's just going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire for ROG. But let's see if the Real Original Gaming are going to be able to get through Rare Adam this time. 1 for 1, but Kaze striking true and striking more than 2, going back for that third. Dancing around triple, somebody chiming in, and that is going to be a quick end to the half. 9-3, Rare Adam not allowing ROG back into the half. Pure defense. We are back with the second half here at eXTREMESLAND, the first of a few playoff games that we have today. Quarters means there's 4. And ROG, look, they are trying to get back into this game. They looked good for a moment, then ROG towards the end of the half just said nup, 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 and just kept on tearing them apart. But RA going to be running at the ties now. Let's see how ROG are going to be able to make this one work. It is mid-aggression to try and hunt for some early info. And if they find this pick, the bomb will go down. There's the first. Bomb spotted. It's really awkward now. Kaze needs his help from unders.
Well done.
But Rolex, all eyes on that spot.
Boots found the bomb.
Bomb's gone down. Playing it. Tap. Lovely shot out of him. And that could have just won him the round.
Man, big Booney. If you know, you know. Clearly an Australian icon here, but from the Thai scene, this time his twin. And Genius will be able to rip that head as well. So great proactivity there. You know, you see teams push mid, but having the window watched by Rolex there as well was a really, really nice turn of the tides. Because I was going to say, the initial half, it reminded me of sort of what we saw between Tyloo and Seify, right?
Yeah.
Like, after a few rounds, I think Tyloo just basically took the gloves off and was just running at them, right? And that's exactly what we saw Child King doing in that previous half. He was rotating in within 20 seconds odd. Just sort of really punishing that lack of space, that lack of control from Real Original Gaming. But at least with something, a pistol round, means that they can show us a few more rounds at the very least.
Ooh, couple of shots going through. Softening up RA somewhat. Looks like Rolex took that fight, but also took the mid control, even though Kaze is quite low. RA with the mixed bag off a bite. Greater Pistols can definitely start to put a stranglehold on ROG's economy if they can get these picks. And mid control has been worked for. Li Hang taking Boone out of the mix, and this man is so sharp with the Gghow when he wants to be. Genius just looking to hold onto the con control and try and find them down from triple. Kaze gets the bomb planted at default, and if they can get CT control, this is going to be troublesome for ROG.
Both teams look kind of a little bit low, right? You know, Genius isn't exactly that healthy. He does manage to drop Li Hang in the crosshaves. They spotted one at Firebox. But look at this flank again. It's Child King, Mac. He's all the way around. Big nade onto Kaze. Genius gets another, and then that defusal coming through. If they can stop it, maybe there's something. They're not going to be ready. Child King, he's coming on the flank. He's got one. But that's not enough time. They will be able to get that defusal, I am sure. Yes, they will. But Jesus Christ, again, it's Child King on the flank. He can find the space better than anyone right now, it feels.
Interesting one. Even still getting used to the new UI as well. That's a big diffusing bomb graphic.
It is indeed. They're keeping us guessing, Mac.
Yeah. We're learning at the same time. Well, into round 15. ROG with a clean start to the second are going to be tested here. Rare Adam with that bomb plant means there's going to be plenty of cash for a full ult buy. AKs for everyone. And a higher caliber round. Mid control going to be coming through here. Li Hang pushing down towards that CT smoke. And is looking to maybe make his way in at con. Some util at the ready. See if Summer pops him in. He's just going to smoke off window. And Rolex, I wouldn't say this is a great position. They're going to be going for a play, but Li Hang standing and they're ready. Going to be able to snatch 3 away.
My God. A fourth for the Troubles as well. Basically should be giving him the ace at this point. He doesn't get the full 5. But it was certainly full throttle there, Li Hang. 18 and 7, Mac. He's one of those players that we were talking about alongside Child King, coming from New Happy. That roster that was meant to make its way to ESL Challenger Melbourne last year, but in the end, didn't quite get along. I think there was some visa issues and then some roster issues, and all of a sudden, New Happy is no more. So I'm very, very glad that Li Hang found his footing in Rare Atom.
Yeah. Glad to see him in a top-tier roster coming around Asia. And with little plays like that, you can see the value of this individual. All right, finding 10. Need 3 more to close things out, but ROG are going to be able to get another fashioned by.
Warp for Boone.
It's not really good fashion.
There he is. Oh. At least one, but how quickly that they're making their way out towards this side of AMAC. Rolex does at least deny somebody. They just need to buy enough time for this rotate. No, Boone. Man, this guy's got the Draken. 30-degree window. Hitting some serious flicks, but missing a couple of sitters. He needs to take advantage of that AWP, but Summer's going to rip his head off. Now Myrolls picks it back up, but I think they're just going to contest. They're going to fight. Why not? 19 points of HP. Kaze on the flank. And that's a happy little AWP for him if he'll want to go and collect it as well. So 11 rounds here for Rare Atom. They are looking clean as anything right now. No stress, no sweat on the brow. They know that they are the superior team in this battle. Again, a good opening from Boone, but you've got to be hitting those shots consistently, right? The AWP in CS2 is not exactly the way of old on CSGO.
Legs 11 on the board for RA, and they're going to get mid-control for free. ROG, 5 USPs, get mollied into con. Now it's just going to be a couple of sitting ducks.
Oh, God.
He's just farming them. Why not, huh? 3 easy-peasy ones. Slapping them around. Eco fragging up a Storm, and RA one away from putting the first map in their back pocket.
Yeah, what do you even do there? Just a couple of warning shots through the smoke. Lihang getting 3 with the clear. I think, Mac, that'll excite you as much as anyone else with the spray changes.
I was going to bring it up, but I thought we've just seen so many.
Yeah.
Like RA's rifling core today are looking completely different to the other day. Maybe it is just a different in the quality of teams between these two. But yeah, RA's confidence is just allowing them to just empty those magazines.
Yeah, they're turning up the dial slightly, but it doesn't need to go up to 11 just yet, does it? Genius, at least able to drop somebody. Child King also falling, so a couple of big kills from Genius. Does have to get that smoke down to dissipate the Molotov. Some are swinging, but unfortunately, it's more like autumn at this point in time.
Yeah, swift rotation. Crossfire, not quite dealt with. And ROG are going to be happy with that.
Still smiling. I like that.
I don't know if I've ever seen Myrolls unhappy.
No, really haven't, hey. Such a chipper bunch of guys. As I said, you know, the Thai hospitality is always lovely, and the individuals themselves have always been super kind.
Yeah.
Every single event that I've met a bunch of them. Been lucky enough to do so these last few years. And now as we move into, again, the penultimate round, Rolex gets the opening. Kaze finding one back onto Genius, though, very, very quickly. That's a denial through the smoke. Quick work from the AWPer of Tyloo. And now we're at him. 789 getting it back, but Kaze continues to kick and scream. Bringing the team across the line. Mac, that'll be it. All she wrote. Rare Adam find a nice and simple opening. 13-6 on Mirage. I mean, look, expectations about met, right? You know, I think ROG there managed to put in some bit of effort. You know, there was a couple of opening T rounds there, but the second that the CTs kind of got the kind of understanding of what they were doing, they were able to really just take full control there. So not over yet. Do have Inferno around the bend, but
yeah, ROG did manage to snag a couple of rounds away, and I do want to point out, yes, you know, even though the replay guy thought that that game was done, he preloaded the wrong replays. He was like, nah, RA are winning. So we got production bias in the building. But ROG snatched one more just to let him know that Thai CS is looking to stand the test of time, but they need to stand the test of time on Ancient because Mirage has it gone fleeting this time. Good to see RA bringing in some playoffs quality gameplay, and lovely couple of highlights there for the second half. And look, I'd argue, I feel like we've only played a half of Counter-Strike. There was some very quick rounds in there.
Definitely was. You know, as I said, it seems that when you go back to it, everyone can play Mirage, right? But at what depth, what level? How much utility do you know? How much strategy do you really have? And it does seem like there were a fair few of those rounds, especially on the T side for ROG, that did just kind of go back to the simplicity of an A side hit, maybe a short split towards V, but we didn't see a level of complexity that is needed to really overwhelm a roster like Rare Atom. But again, I'm not overly disappointed with what I've seen. It's like when you go to a region that's, you know, barely been able to scrape the surface of kind of Counter-Strike 2 in general, right? Their prime time was back in the CSGO heyday, 2018, 2019. They managed to, you know, join in a couple of major qualifiers, things like that. So they were definitely a force that we were aware of back in the day, and all I can hope for is that some further longevity, some further investment, some further support may bring them a little bit more forward. But we still do have Inferno around the bend, Mac.
Yeah, I feel like Inferno is going to be a very similar ball game, except probably a bit slower, given it is Inferno. We'll see what ends up happening over there, but we know RA have for a very long time been a high-quality team on a map like Inferno, and we look. For ROG, it feels a little bit more untested. It feels like individually, it is really hard to go up against RA for them. And I want to sell you a story where Thailand CS is back and cause an incredible upset with a reverse sweep. But unfortunately, I just don't see it happening today. I love everyone on that team, but it is just, RA is just a better team overall. And look, having a quick look at the stats, you'll see that reflected here. You got Lihang, what, 22-9 in a 19-round game. Huge ADR, huge impact. Look, Child King didn't even need to do that much. It was crazy overall. Look, him and somebody only 12 kills apiece, and then on the other side of things, kills. There's like what, a 4-kill deviation from Myrolls to 789 and Boone, and it's good to see that everyone's on the same page. The problem is the pages are bigger and there's more words on them for RA.
Yeah, well, there's just more depth, right? You know, the amount of support that obviously RA's been investing into the Chinese scene for quite some time. China as a whole, absolutely love it. I went to a bar last night and the owner had a photo with Kenny S. You know, I don't even know how we ended up talking about Counter-Strike, but MVP on your screen. Lee Hang, no surprises.
To drink, I think.
No, I didn't, right? That's the main thing. You can save that for Sunday as per usual. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, I love the story. You know how it is about the hype, the upsets, all that kind of stuff. But I think for Rare Atom, they're the stronger looking team right now. And if they do get tested on Inferno, if anything, I'll just be more proud of ROG. But starting to question RA a little bit, right? Because if they don't decimate, what does the rest of their tenure look like?
Yeah, yep. That's it. It's good to see that RA are bringing in their high-quality standard of Counter-Strike, and they're going to be bringing it into Inferno. But to get there, we've got to go through a break. We'll see you just after this.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Alrighty, back in action once again for the second map now. Inferno coming at ya between Rare Atom and Real Original Gaming down here at Shanghai, Zowie, Asia, Extremesland. Mac, it's been a pleasure to be back. Your first time here, a return for a couple others, and it's been a pretty entertaining 16-team setup. But obviously in your screens right now, Rare Atom, they've had their break, and I think they're looking pretty comfy to move into this one. There's only really kind of mistakes on the side of RA that could potentially bring forward a victory here for ROG on Inferno.
Yeah, look, as I remember back in 2018, there was a Coach Conky up on the stage of the Oceanic Extremes qualifier, and I was watching in the crowd, having a great old time. What would Coach Conky have said to ROG to get the boys fired up?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I always seem to run on the idea of just getting excited, keeping the mental pretty fresh. Like, I'm not exactly a tactically deep coach, Mac, as you made aware of, you know, my listening skills in the server the other day. But very much a chair slapper, just keeping the guys motivated, and just don't doubt yourself, I guess, at the end of the day. Because here, you know, you've got to take solace in the fact that you're the underdog. There's no point coming in and saying that you guys are the hard, better team. In fact, if anything, you've got more demos to watch, to review, to really get a deep understanding of what they've been doing. But at the end of the day, just bloody enjoy the experience, because you've already made playoffs at 1. What does that mean, like, if another year of practice is behind you going into the next Extremesland?
Well, I feel fired up, so I'm sure they feel fired up too. And speaking of fire, the flames burn brightly on Inferno. Maybe not on the map, but in other kinds of Infernos. That being said, let's go. Map 2. Let's see if ROG Gghow their way into a semi, or if we are going to see RA close it out right now.
Certainly a sniff. Straight up mid, nice and quick here. Very passive over towards B here. Myrolls has got the molly and the smoke, the HE rather, to make it work. Somebody able to get a very quick kill onto Boone, but 789 gets swinging in. Great flash from Rolex. Really nice sort of counterplay there. Now they're making their way up towards the B position. Molotov's actually going to separate. No, they're going to go straight through that. So they have been tagged up a little bit. Kaze able to find that plant, but the rotation is now coming in quickly, Mac.
Yeah, Summer all the way into the church, praying for a nice little line, and he's going to have God on his side to get the CTs looking away. But the big flicks, nice trades, get it done for ROG, and they're going to find themselves another pistol and put them in the lead.
Is that 3 pistols? I think it is.
No. RA won the first one, right?
Okay. I thought for some reason that it was ROG that won the first as well.
Maybe they did.
Because they had a little resurgence in at the beginning, right? But then I think the force fly came back. I'll have to check the stats in a sec. But yeah, it seems like pistols are working out for the Thai side, but it's just the conversions.
Who was that guy in the picture?
I don't know.
He looked happy.
Just like us, mate. Happy to be here.
It's all happy.
That's it.
It's a whole new culture over here, like not just culturally outside of Australia, but in terms of content. The content game,
strong
from China CS.
Oh, mate, just
is
even
a little bit crazy.
Down on the bund and seeing all the people make their Douyin TikTok sort of equivalents.
Oh, really? They were
very entertaining, yeah.
There you go.
Various phone cameras to set up the lighting and tripods and everything. It was crazy.
There you go. It's a whole bloody ordeal, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Well, Short control going to be lost by ROG, forfeited even. Child King the only one to fall so far. Rolex dying, big shots out of RA, and they're going to be able to take the site. Boone snatches 2 away and makes it winnable for the rest of the team. But that bomb's going down at the mid-round.
Really a scary prospect to be retaking here. Mac Myrolls, though, able to find somebody, caught lacking, but it's sum up. And he's definitely a guy that can turn this one on a dime, swinging around. They've fired a couple of warning shots, but that's great from Myrolls. And another smile to come on through in just a second. He was certainly smiling as he took his quick break between games. And as I said, you know, one of the special things about an event like this is even if you're eliminated on day 2, you still get to be here. You still get to hang around. I saw the God's Reign guys yesterday. I saw the Oni Clan guys the day before. They're still having a great time. And they're going to be here probably in the crowd later on watching along it.
Yeah,
the whole way.
I saw the NKG guys. I think they were coming in to watch as well.
Yeah.
You know, the crowd is pretty much completely full, and you can only expect it to be the exact same thing tomorrow.
Yep.
Depending on which teams we get there in the semis, in the grand final. It's going to be a long day of games today, and a slightly less long day of games tomorrow. But back to the round. RA, of course, with that plant and big damage onto the CT economy. They're going to force back into this one, and they're going to force their way straight into B. There's no defenders left. Rolex scurrying in through Speedway to try to make it. But I dare say he's not going to beat them to the punch. MP9 at this range, not the best tool for the job. And you just want to save as ROG hit.
Oh, look, it was looking like a save even before we saw the rotation from Rolex, right? You know, Boone wanting to hold on to that AWP. I mean, 1,400, 1,200 with the bands of utility. It's worth forcing in. It's worth trying to make something happen there. But, yeah, it's definitely a pretty rough prospect to be looking into. And such is life on Inferno, you know. Like, we knew the CT economic woes back on CSGO. It's still prevalent, even more so on a map like this. And it's just so important to take that initial control, you know, fighting for banana, getting yourself down towards second mid, whatever it might look like. CT proactivity is no question in the current climate of the game.
RA on the board and are going to bring this into a huge financial swing. 4 alive, free upgraded weaponry, couple of M4s carried across now into round 4. But ROG, unfortunately, even with the save, I don't know what their buy is going to look like. Oh, what'd he say? I can't read those lips. Everyone had a giggle.
They did, a little chuckle. Also, I was lying. They didn't win the opening pistol, so it's 2 of 3
yeah,
for ROG.
That's what I thought. Oh, Boone. Getting tested.
He wants to fight it. Somebody up very close. They're not going to be ready for him at all inside Boiler. I mean, he was, but somebody able to rip off their heads, and poor 789 gives it a real solid crack there, but Child King finds the shot back. Mayrolls with a real big task here. I think he's set himself up quite well behind the car, but that utility's going on through. It's really just going to be the linchpin in somebody who's waltzed his way up into brackets, taking that control. They should know exactly where they are now, but I think it's going to be eyes onto Boone again. Rolex is not going to be able to help him, Max, so how's this opening shot going to go? One.
Pretty
Can
good.
he find a second as well? They do creep around the corner! Oh, that's nasty from Boone. The timing. Rolex joining the fray, and the shotgun orb up close. Big old Booney, he is sharp as anything, and somebody will meet the demise of Mayrolls as well. Fantastic stuff from the Thai Orpa.
Callum impressed. Great couple of flicks, very quick on the stick, and then also the no-scope to follow through. Boom. No one's getting up short today.
Not at all. It's nice to see the individual prowess, because that is certainly what has kind of been carrying the Thai side forward a little bit. You know, we've seen moments out of Genius. Rolex had a couple of really good series early on.
Okay, where to from here? Nice early progression utility from RA to try to get up banana. They're going to get full control, boost across the top. Ooh, Molly not spreading in favor of the RA squad, but they will be able to get the info before falling off the half wall. Retake utility. Actually not getting thrown. It was just a Molly. And RA looking to progress their way forward here. 4 players at the party. Only Lihang lurking in apartments. Myrolls, he's going to be able to draw first blood with the smoke spam.
Great shot there as well. Got to be happy with that. Giving themselves some respite on towards this B hold. It's definitely where I think the wheels potentially could fall off on a map like this. But man, all I can think about is, you know, if Real Original Gaming do manage to pull this one across, it would be a nice little event to have us end on Ancient. But we've got to get there first. Rotation around. Rolex still playing from the halls, now moving in towards Library. Boone holding onto that line, but he's checking the wrong side, and Summer is going to be able to capitalize on that. That's the only thing. Boone, he can hit some of these amazing shots, but he's got to be a little bit more consistent here because now they're going to get strangle-held. Rolex in towards the site now. Genius finding another. Do they continue to wrap? It looks like they will, Max, so Genius has to get that flash over. A second, a third, the big brain, call him Megamind.
Okay.
Kaze last standing, and Mayrolls will be there to close the door on another round. Real Original Gaming really putting some pace behind themselves now.
I reckon if we shaved that dome, he could look like Megamind. That's the movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big blue head.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon he could rock it. He could do the cosplay. Well, ROG showing some very good signs of life in the first half here on the CT side. RA struggling to find themselves a second, but it's good to see ROG locking the hell in. Yeah, fast up Banana, HE. Not going to get as much damage done as you'd think. But the rest of the early utility certainly slowing them down. Easy pickings for 789, and he's going to be able to get all three. Pulling out the secondary, looking for more.
The ace.
Ace just around the corner, but he won't be able to
That's twice now, the poor bugger. That final kill eluding him.
They tried to give it to him. They tried to let him have it.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think the good thing about rounds like that is how many times do you see just like a quick turn of the tides, a B-site rush, and, you know, weaker teams maybe sometimes will crumble to that, but the utility they had that time was fantastic. They went in early, they dunked a couple of HCs, they forced them through the Molotovs, and by the time Rare Atom were even up close, they just had no health to work with at all.
Round 7. Let's see if RA going to be able to do it with the improved weaponry. AKs, Galils, all in hand. And very light in the util department. Looks like we are going to see an attempt at this boost happen. They'll get there eventually. Lee Hank in Lightroom. Going to be looking for an open, just going in dry. Best way to do it sometimes. And the CTs, fortunately this time, were ready to stop that one from happening.
Man, great adaptation right now. You know, they seem to have a pretty good kind of shift up of their positions. Boone finding somebody as well, leaving it down to just the two members walking away from Banana, which is the only weakened site. 4 members of ROG up forward, really sort of close and personal. Again, you know, I feel like the benefit of Inferno having been around for so damn long, it was, you know, uninteresting for a little bit, but it's all back, and these guys certainly know how to play it right now, holding the crossfire. Kaze, Genius. Yeah, they get one, but they've got 2 more that they need to take down as a reply, and ROG have really kind of opened up a good case right now. They've got the documents, the paperwork, a good lawyer. They might just win this one at this time. But will there be T-sided woes? Always the question.
Yeah. Well, Bomb going to be making its way towards second mid this time for RA. Mid smoke, give them a decent amount of control. Sometimes, especially on low buys, you'll see that smoke just utilized to bust through with a couple of flashes, and you can pump either side of bracket without having to worry about the other seeing you. But it doesn't look like that's what we're getting this time. Although Lee Hank has made his way to Boiler real quick. Smoke starting to fade towards the top of mid. Good timing on the incent. Deep smoke at Arch. Looking like they are going to go for a short approach again. Genius ready with the AK, waiting, and open arms.
Hang on.
It takes a couple of them, but maybe not enough. Oh!
I was going to say, there's a moment there with Child King alive. He gets 2. He was taken down. But now they've given Kaze the AWP. Summer also with a rifle in hand. They do have 50 seconds to work with. 789, he's been great in this game so far. 121 points of ADR. But as Kaze moves in towards the apartment, Summer jump spotting, info gathered. Now he can creep around the bend. Great Molotov as well, but he's into the side. He's trying to clear. Gghow going for the Deagle shots as well. He might be able to find something, but unfortunately it looks like it's a little bit too much here. He's certainly done some damage, but again, it's just really, really tricky when Gghow is going to creep on through. Doesn't even need that AWP.
I thought with the amount of crazy stuff we've seen this game, I honestly thought Gghow was about to just hit him with a wall bang with that orb. Just take him out through the wall. But they get the job done, and RA do it in style with minimal weaponry brought in. Look, that's pretty much just as bad. The full strafe. First shot Deagle accuracy is sometimes a little bit OP, and that's going to be one of those. Gghow dropping the half-wall smoke to allow the lurk up banana. Get that control. Nasty molly as well. 789 going to be pushing right behind that. It's a big risk, but he had full faith that that molly was clearing out a lot of banana. Utility going to be dumped by RA, and they don't have a lot to really waste there.
Gotta love that change, you know, obviously since inception of CS2, the HEs to blow open the smoke obviously can make a real difference. They try to double swing Boone, but he does get the shot back. So an equalizer, some stability again. RA was sort of sitting there where I'm thinking maybe they're gonna start to use that previous round as a bit of a recovery mission, but at least the advantage held by ROG at this point in time. Bracket control has been secured, but they haven't yet cleared out Rolex from the cubby. Great push, but he's just trying to get himself out. Molotov in, Summer down. Good stuff again. Last two members trying to march on in. Well, actually, it's the third as well, and Gghow opening up, getting one, but looks like it might be a little bit too much here, and Lihang all on his lonesome, and he's dropped as well, so 4 alive for ROG. They continue the tear.
They'll get it done, and ROG really running away with the half now. 7-2. And a few more to play. But RA winning rounds few and far between. Just looking kind of lost this time on the attack. Rebuying up. Not a whole bunch of util again, just 3 sets. And then some. And Boone, he's been very impressive so far on the orb. 8-4 currently. And again, if you have a look at the kill deviation on ROG, everyone is fragging. Everyone is here, putting their body on the line for Thailand.
It's the only way they get it done. If we had anyone a little bit weakened, Rare Adam would surely capitalize. And with Boone boldly peeking down second mid, that's the level of confidence. You know, nobody aware of that from Rare Adam. It's the first time he's tried it. The smoke down to give the space, and someone who is absent right now on the side of RA is Child King. He got 2 of his first kills with the Deagle, only in that eco round, but they won a couple ago. Now as the utility does start to march up, Mac, it's going to be a bit of a rude awakening here for ROG. Another smoke. How well can they hold this? Oh, that's just brilliant, isn't it? He's definitely 6 in this round. 7-8-9 getting the round done for the team, and ROG just continue their streak. I am sort of a little bit stunned, to be honest. RA not a team unfamiliar with Inferno.
Yeah, look, I love that. I love that from 7-8-9. Very confident position. Sometimes you wouldn't really play there. That's kind of like a once-off strat, because now you better believe RA are just going to be sitting towards the bottom of banana, making sure that gets spammed a little bit to clear out that as a possibility. So I don't think ROG are going to be able to pull that setup off again, but it is a nice little setup to get 8, and Boone is nuts. Again, another opening for the round. Impact is his middle name.
That's cricket, baby. Great stuff from the big man. He's onto the line as well. Gghow just going to get the smoke up to give a little bit more of a progression up bracket. And now with Lihang getting that shot. Oh, Boone again. You know, it's these missed opportunities.
Oh, no.
Because Lihang's now got 2. Into the site now, Mac.
Off the back of the compliment as well.
Literally, it's happened so many times. He'll hit these crazy shots and then miss a sitter.
Oh, Rare Adam. The pick on a genius. Catalyst for the round. And Rolex. Hang on. 3v3 now, and still plenty of time to get back on. Going in through this molly up short and going for the strength in numbers approach. A hard crossbar on the back of side. Summer going to be going down, and now it's all up to Gghow with a rifle in hand. Won't be able to get the job done, and there is time for the defuse if they can find the bomb. kit in play. And plenty of time today to put 9 on the board already. Looking to hit double digits in the first half.
Colour me impressed right now, Mac. This has been looking brilliant from the Thai side because it's a teamwork making the dream work, right? You know, and that's what I mean. Some crazy shots coming out from Boone, but just the fact that they were able to deny Lee Hang there and again punishing Child King. If he's a member that gets way too much space, it's just a little bit too tricky, but the fact that they were in there, able to hit some sharp shots and moving up as a unit, even Rare Adam can't really believe what's happening to them right now.
They're shook.
Shooketh indeed, I would be too. Going for a deep play, this is what I mean. The change-up of the approach round after round. I don't know if it's going to net any dividends all the way down towards the second apps, but still a nice idea.
Yeah, we'll see. ROG are playing quite aggressive here in apps. So if they go for this boost up, Genius should be able to spot it. They have been doing the two-man boosts regularly. Smoke actually going to bait out the aggression, and Genius gives his life. But in the meanwhile,
Wait,
789 has just pushed the bottom of mid.
How?
That Smoke providing enough cover to sneak his way forward. If MyRolls dies here, the B site is open for the taking, but he's going to be able to drop that Smoke in time and fight.
That's happened twice now. Child King in the previous map, and now 789 in this map. But that's the danger territory, right? Boone might be able to catch Lee Hang here, which could be a big turnaround, but they have to invest their way down mid. Lee Hang, he's going to get caught now. Already aware. No! What a play there. Rolex punished. And unfortunately for the last round of the half here, I don't think Boone's going to be able to do a hell of a lot. Should find him here. No!
What?
Boone holding on. Oh, somebody's going to be careful. Nah, no way. No way! The knife kill to bring it all back potentially. RA, they might have been lacking, but they're certainly not slacking because they give themselves an edge. 9-3 as we close out the half. Now, once upon a time, Mac, Zonic's Law was something 11-4. A little bit different now in MR12. Maybe a 9-3 could be the dream time for Rare Atom. But Real Original Gaming have certainly put up a case for a hot-looking Inferno. Certainly living up to the namesake at this point in time. The Sichuan dining looking fantastic for the Thai side, who also is a fan of spice. But as we move into this one, the Gghows are still there for Rare Atom. And on the CT side, can they turn the tides?
We'll find out in the moment. Somebody, oh, he can smell something. I thought he was going to have a look. But this is a pretty solid position if he doesn't get cleared in the light room. Especially if Summer can spot this cross. There you have it. Things going to get awkward real quick. Rolex should go down from behind. Myrolls, though, going to be able to get an opening. What the hell has gone down here? Summer falling, and that might be the A-side penetrated. Somebody still in a sneaky position. Oh, okay, going to be able to activate finally, but the Rolex in pit, able to crack his head off. Kaze, Lihang in the 2v3. It's going to be difficult to get back in. But Rolex on a nice tight line to spot the info. Push starting to come up short now. Flash makes its way across. Things get a little awkward, but it works out for ROG. And Mitch, just like that, we are 3 rounds away from them closing out the second map. When we, look, I definitely wrote them off after map 1. I didn't think they were going to have this in them.
Mate, listen, as much as I love John Olsen, right, my Thai goat, I also wasn't on the ROG train into this one. You know, it's a very, very tricky prospect because at the end of the day, for Rare Atom, you know, the pressure's all on them, right? You know, if this is ultimately an event that's going to have some points attributed to it,
yeah.
If Rare Atom fall apart, you know, that's when, you know, maybe some question marks can be started to put up, especially after a very big victory in the XPL just only a short couple of days ago. But I digress. Ancient is required into that final map, and ROG, the fact that they made playoffs and now they might win a map against, you know, one of the best teams in the Asian region, a pretty bloody good shout. And hopefully all I can say is that all the Kub watching along back home are going to get pretty hyped for some more Thai CS in their own home ground. So, up close, Nana control taken, established, but 3 members of RA here, and this is always a scary prospect to try and overwhelm Mac.
7, 8, 9. All tucked away in the cutout. And Summer's got a HE, which is going to be well-timed, but doesn't get the value we might have expected. Lihang tagged up, and that's going to be heard, but not reacted upon straight away. Genius only good for the first, but the Tri-Man setup is good for the hold. That's going to be everything mopped on up, and Rolex on the lurk. Probably too late to activate now. 40 seconds, there is a chance, but the bomb is down, and the CTs are scurrying to cover it. This will be a 4th for R8, unless.
I mean, look, Rolex is a pretty fancy. Only the best can put them on the wrist.
They're pretty good at monitoring time as well, Mitch.
I think so. Reminds me of that time when, what was the movie? He goes, yeah, you know, I stopped wearing a watch when I came over to Hawaii. He's like, oh, that's kind of cool, man. He's like, nah, my phone just has a clock on it. I didn't need one anymore.
Is that,
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Yes.
Excellent film.
There was 2 options, right? There's that or like 50 First Dates.
Yeah.
There's the 2 options.
I'm just glad you're on the right track. That's beautiful.
The only 2 movies ever filmed in
Do
Hawaii.
less. Do more. Right now, it just looks like you're bodyboarding.
Was Point Break there too?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then Moana? Or is that a different island?
I don't think that movie's real life.
Oh, isn't it? Damn.
Hey, maybe. I think Lilo and Stitch was Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. That's a throwback. Need to go back home and watch that and Emperor's New Groove, I think.
Ohana means family. There's too much nostalgia for me. Let's get back to the game.
I was going to say, it's nice to be here in China with our Ohana. Okay. I don't know, man. Rare Atom making a case back. 3 alive, pretty good. Pistols up. ROG. They don't need this round. But I feel like the more that RA get, the more sweat starts to go into the clammy hands of ROG.
Ooh, good flashes. enabling the pump, the waterfall, but it gets stopped short. Summer tucked away at the half wall, almost gets it all. That's going to be a beautiful hold from Summer, Child King, and Somebody all locking it in.
God, he's good. Both Somebody and Summer have been incredibly impressive this tournament as well, just on those sort of moments where you need someone to rely on. You know, someone to listen, put your head on their shoulder, tell you it's all going to be okay. That's these guys.
I think this is where things get a little bit scary for ROG. If RA are that locked in, realizing that they need to make the comeback happen, and on the CT side, where their protocols are looking already so much better than what we saw from them in the first half, then ROG need to bring the best game they've ever played on Inferno just to lock out this map. They're looking a little bit lost as to even just get this boost up into the apps. Things getting a little bit awkward. Summer hunting for some eco picks, and that should be a nice little lineup. Boom goes the dynamite.
There is some scary damage happening. It's not enough to convert around, but with that MP9, a gentle breeze would blow over Kaze, Child King. Oh, okay. Flank from Somebody. But Genius, this is what I mean, man. Like Somebody, if he wasn't full HP, but I am very much huffing the copium right now, because all I was going to say is that this additional round, it gives Rare Adam 6, you know, another potentially. Like, they've only got a couple more gun rounds before we do hit Tide territory. Would have given them so much more of a boost to at least hear them hit 11. But again, you know, the economic sort of strain. If Rare Adam can build that bank account, show that they're smart investors, ROG might just sort of fall to their knees.
What have we got now that guns are in the hands of Real Original Gaming? My rolls at range. Just hunting for some free damage in through the smoke. Minimal done. And RA happy to go toe to toe with this one. Ooh, awkwardly stuck in front of the half wall. They are very aware that they were locked in. But a re-smoke on the bottom of Banana. There's RA space to fall back. Lee Hung, just an incendiary to control B now as he has been left alone. RA gone for the full stack. 4 men over towards the A side of things.
Into the brackets now. A little bit of spacing. Somebody, a couple of warning shots. They are still faking some utility out over towards B. They haven't hard yet made their decision. Kaze dropping 7-8-9. That bomb still back in spawn mac. 45 seconds. So even with this progression, it leads me to believe that they want to hit B. Child King's now going to go for a little bit of an additional lurk, dropping Boiler. That's Rolex going down. So again, you know, the rotation can start to come through just by going so slow. This is a completely different looking ROG. What is happening? I'm almost kind of floored by the change in approach they've had, right? You know, they were playing the CT like they were on the T side. Good flash to keep him at bay, 15 seconds. Genius basically just has to go down here. If you can get the hard clear, maybe find the corner.
Hold up.
At first oranges, but no, looking the wrong way. Somebody just wants to toy with his food. And that's the thing. RA are so much more experienced as a team that they can still kind of play with their food even though they're down 4 rounds.
Nasty shot at a Genius through the smoke. A commendable effort given the, what was it, 1v4, 1v5?
Yeah.
NT. Good little 2K. Nasty one. And Somebody, you know that he kind of wanted to go for the knife there, but I think given the scenario when you're trying to make a comeback happen, you don't really want to risk it, just in case. RA down by 3 rounds as we head into the 18th. And a early stack towards the B side of things, just gifting that utility across, dropping it for Somebody to lock in Banana as ROG pick up the pace here. Deep mid smoke and straight up short they go, but the spacing not quite good enough to deal with Kaze just yet, I say that.
No, Boone.
Ugh, bit of friendly fire in the mix, and they're not ready for Child King to be here. Full stack on A. It's up to my rolls, and he won't be able to get around the corner. Summer here to cut him off at the pass. And that is going to be at least 2 alive for RA, but yet, more importantly, another round.
Boone Rywin giveth, Boone Rywin taken away. Unfortunately, in that round, not only did he get 0 kills, he also dropped one of his team. And if there was an additional member, maybe there was a world where they got a little bit more. There was weapons down on towards that site, and AWP not too far away either, I believe. So yeah, pressure's really starting to hit ROG right now. 2 rounds the difference, and it's starting to more feel like we're gonna, you know, experience that song of a 2-0. Another series around the bend too. It's gonna be Gghow versus Chingus Warriors. Both very big teams, and somebody able to just get away for free again inside the smoke. Boone, he'll be taken down.
I love that. Great combination of the utility, the smoke break at the exact same time as the flash, fully blinded, had no idea what was going on, and you got to feel bad for Boone because there's nothing you can do in that scenario.
Oh, flash not quite meeting the mark, the smoke either. Kaze, oh, they baited him in. That's beautiful, but now Li Hang, ah, there we go. This is a guy that you've been relying on a little bit, but you've still got to clear out 2 more. Child King, Summer in towards the back pieces of the site. Summer swinging wide, and if he can find the 1v1s, oh no, he's going to be taken, but somebody still here. Rotating now through the connector. Tapping away. Couple of warning shots. I think he's still pretty keen to go for this, Mac. Has the molly. They're not going to be flashing out the site at all. Nobody home. Playing very forward. Walking into apartments now will be Mayrolls. So he's going to have to clear a hell of a lot. They've set themselves up very much for success here, ROG. An additional flash. It might...
There's no time.
It might just be too late.
I love that. ROG, incredible discipline, not over-peaking, not giving him an opportunity.
Wow.
And they're going to be able to get the exit as well. Somebody not able to carry the AK across into the next. And there it is, the 11th round, 1 step closer to a victory on Inferno. I love what we saw from Rare Adam. They had, you know, positionally great spots. It was just arguably all punishment off the back of a small mistake from Kaze. He thought he could maybe find a little line on the edge of that smoke, but they'd already made their way out bracket. Full eyes on that. It was a little trap, the teeniest trap, and it worked out wonderfully.
Oh, Boone!
Somebody not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Boone, already poised on the line. Child King looking for a little bit more. Ooh, spray almost looked good. But this is just going to be the 1-for-1, make it a double. Child King not done yet with the smoke spam.
Absolutely not, and he wasn't looking that great at the start of this map either, Max, so I think it's a little bit of a redemption arc for the man right now. Again, the star player of former roster wings up, joining hands with Li Hang from New Happy. Again, Kaze back from Tyloo. It's all come together for Rare Adam, this roster. And has been one of the most successful that we've seen in a little while. Had a relatively clean run through the RMR. Been able to put a win on the board at the major. So, just a couple of members. And Summer just going to rip them apart limb from limb, aren't they, Boone? Despite finding the opening shot, the rest of the team will fall by the wayside. Kaze spotted. Can get the smoke down towards the speedway though, Mac. And now as he swings around, are they going to be able to double up? Do they go for it? No, Li Hang got to peek at solo. And complete denial on all fronts again. Rare Adam not letting this one go by the wayside. They want a 2-0.
Beautiful shots coming through. And Summer, just such a nasty line to deal with. You can see those little balaclavas popping out of apps through the tiles. There's little gaps. And capitalizes on his position perfectly. Again, RA just going to be sending early numbers over towards that banana area. Child King hoping that that flash was good, and it certainly is. Somebody going to keep his teammate alive. One banger is beautifully done.
Oh, genius. Hang on, Mac.
Hanging.
Holding. Hold. Pause.
Holding. Pausing.
Maybe there's a chance, but the king of children. I think I remember hearing that reference from old Law. Coach Lau. 3-on-2. Low HP for Child King. Cruising back towards that side of A to join Kaze. Swapping the weapons as well. I do like that Bogdan's Law continues through and through. But eyes are on Genius, Mac. 50 seconds. They've got time to walk it in. Summer playing emo, but he's certainly not sad. holding on to this position for as long as possible, creeping in. I think they've split the wickets, but oh, there it is. Another shot for Genius. He will have to go 100% IQ though. Okay. And that is just unlucky, isn't it? Rolex hitting the shot, but now Gghow, can you be the hero, baby?
HE not going to the correct position. It was a safe plant behind the fountain, but this MP9 can make light work of both these Ts already so tagged up. 25 left in the magazine, and he's going to go for the fight here.
Pause.
Timing. Half ticked off already. Smoke going to be going down over towards Con. Taps there. Pros don't fake, I heard.
Where's
and
he
it looks
gonna go?
like there. Oh! He's baited it with the sound. Again, another tap. This time Gghow
has to go.
He's all in. There's
no
angle for him. Genius can't find the line. And Gghow makes the comeback even more of a reality, putting him into double digits. There is now 1 round the difference when they came into the half, 6 down.
I've just been stepped on there, Mac. My God, Genius. He was looking so sharp. He did absolutely everything. There was a lucky shot from Rolex. They got somebody baited out the corner. All I can say is, ladies and gentlemen, at home, are you not bloody entertained? I certainly am. Still another round that Rare Adam need to pick up. That was an eco for ROG. All but for Gghow again. Nothing needed for ROG. Just the rifles. Utility. All in tow. No Nana control this time. All poised, postured up towards mid. Bracket smoke will fade shortly. Now they're ready to march on in. Summer spotted, caught. Will he get one? Oh! Child King again! It's just too clean.
Oh, my Lord.
They are mean. And Rare Adam mean business.
Business being done. Trash taken out. And RA showing why they were arguably the top seed here at the tournament. One of the favorites. Just keeping it together all the way. 9-3 at the half. And ROG, they looked so good.
They really
They got
did.
the pistol. They were in such a solid position. RA forced up. Made the financial game that much harder for ROG to deal with. And then, what, one of the rounds, that next round they won was another one with pistols? Man. They did so well to almost clutch out that 2v4 as well. Just couldn't get it across the line. Gghow saving the day with the stick. And then back onto the guns. We should see a full buy out of ROG here. Plenty of utility. Can definitely fashion a W, but it won't be easy. RA brimming with confidence after the last couple of rounds.
Really just comes down to those CT fundamentals, doesn't it, Mac?
Somebody.
Yeah, he's quick. No respect now from RA. Somebody's going to rip apart Rolex, who has been playing fantastically. Lee Hung dropping another, but Boone. He's been good with the AWP, but that's the site taken. Pick up the pace. Genius. Oh, catching Summer. And it might go all the way unless Gghow can do it solo. He should be able to find the timing here. There's one. Gghow now all of a sudden winnable.
He's going for it.
He's going to pick up that rifle, Mac.
He's giving it the crack.
Yeah, why not? I would if I was Gghow. This guy's been around for a long, long time. And with the rest of the team down and out for the count, the smoke is down towards CT. He'll blow it up to get some info. But he won't be living on a prayer. Not looking for that temple. Smoke down towards Nana. Just actually the front of sight to creep on in, allowing them the space. Hanging out in the pool for now. A member towards Con, but Gghow running out of time. The clock is ticking. I think he might have given that a little bit too long. And yeah, unfortunately, he's just had to call it and get out. Quits it is. Curtains on the round. And ROG, they are going to make us need all rounds of regulation.
That's huge. That is huge that he kept them on site for so long. It's huge for ROG as well that they've managed to play disciplined again. Their post-plant discipline has generally been so good. Like 2 rounds ago, it was too good. This round, it was great. But Gghow just making noise, hanging around, gets them both killed by the explosion radius from the C4. And now you're going to see ROG's economy not necessarily the best, like arguably worse than the last round.
Yeah, definitely. 3,500 there. It's Galil and armor and utility territory, isn't it? Not exactly all you need either, so they forced a pause out of R8. Overtime on the cards, the only option. for the Chinese side. It was great adaptation though, wasn't it, Mac? You know, that's kind of been where the T side has been caught lacking for ROG. You know, they weren't ready for the push down mid. Rolex taken from second, but the way that Boone was able to punish that, I think RA definitely overstepped their bounds. They had the control. They could have tried to fish somebody back out, but they walked straight into the open arms of Boone Raiwan.
Bottom banana smoke coming through. A hunting for overtime.
Oh my
Child King
God.
going aggressive again. It's worked well before, but this time Myrol's gun out at the ready. Not going to be blinded this time. And the other two are here looking to fight, spamming through and looking for it. Somebody! Oh, we'll be able to hunt for one more. Just like that, swinging back to the man advantage for RA.
Jesus. What is happening right now, Mac? A complete and utter chaos. Child King somehow was bottom of the server, now the top. On the side of R8, 18 and 17, he goes digging, and it's not him to find anything, but his teammates instead. Rolex somehow gets one back, but Summer on the balcony. Will he be pouring juice, or will he be taking him out? Because somebody drops the bomb, and now it's all on the Rolex. He can find the shot. 1 versus 1 now, Mac. Will it be overtime, or will ROG be able to find it? They know the jewel is there, and it's Lee Hung to take us to overtime.
Job's not done yet. Doing it the hard way. RA on the back foot in the first half, but certainly the alpha individuals in that second half. Crazy plays and going at it at Banana. Always confident in these dire moments. And ROG, they are learning the hard way that you can't close maps easily against RA.
Just the integrity that RA have, you know, to be able to fight from this depth. Again, swapping to, I suppose, the more favored CT side. We know that ROG haven't had a hell of a lot of time to kind of expand out. I think Genius, talking in his interview, said we got, you know, 5 days of practice. Not a hell of a lot of time to go through, you know, a confident 3, 4, 5 map pool, right? You know,
Yeah.
They're just kind of relying on the old fundamentals. If you play CS regularly, you kind of know how to approach Inferno a little bit on that T side. It's not a bad mirage that you might have. But overall, being able to dig to a level that can overwhelm RA is certainly a challenge, and that's what we've seen. The CT side just wasn't really enough there for ROG, and that's how we end up in this position right now. The T side did not pay dividends, so they have another crack. They go again. What will we see as a difference maker here for the Thai side?
Slower approach. This time from R8. Somebody even picking up that double WAWP. WWAWWP whap, whap, whap. You know what I mean? Getting a bit lost. There's been too much going on. Hectic moments. But somebody, I love that, out of the boys from Thailand. Jumping across the line, drawing the attention in 7, 8, 9. A fine entry. Big picks though. And ROG, they are staying standoffish, not going for the hard commit on B just yet. Still just thorough utility, making sure all T's are crossed, all I's are dotted. RA have sent 3 towards B many a time.
But they're still not convinced. That's the main thing, right? They're happy to leave Kaze. Solo towards A. The utility now does start to fire out. Child King, what have you got for us? The answer's not a hell of a lot right now. It's going to be on to Summer, who again moves into Con. They haven't quite spotted him. That could be a benefit, but I think they've made the call. Yeah, they're aware of it. And Kaze, you don't get to play this round. And I don't even think ROG are sorry about it.
I love that. Oldest trick in the book. First man jumps across the line. Fully baits somebody, by the way, to go for that shot. And Boone hits him with the hard punish.
Imagine if he hit every shot, right? Like, he has been so individually sound, Boone Raiwan. And as I said, you know, CS2 isn't the same AWP as CSGO.
Well, the other thing is it's incredibly expensive. I'm pretty sure we're playing 10k OT, and if they're double AWPing, their economy is not going to be in a good way if they can't win this next round. You know,
Definitely.
They've heavy investment already. Let's have a look at what they buy here in the second.
I just love that the Chinese fans as well are like so kind of stunned by what they're seeing right now, but they're still having fun. They're still cheering.
Yeah.
We saw it at the major. You know, obviously China, Mongolia, G2 and FaZe, they were getting the kind of brunt of it all, but at the end of the day, they didn't care who the hell was playing as long as it was good, delicious, full cream Counter-Strike to upset all of our tummies in the best of ways. It was so worth it.
Okay. Flash in, 7, 8, 9. Hunting for the banana control, which they will be gifted. But it looks like RA are going to give Child King those double bangers, get the chimney flash lined up, and look to counter ROG. First phase, locks Gghow back in at Sandbag, and that's a deep smoke. Just blocking at the half wall, and
right
at
away
a decent
too.
time. Oh, boost across the top. Gghow, he is kind of looking for it. Oh, I think he's seen it.
Yeah.
The repeat punished.
Because as I was saying that, right, you know, the rotation from Child King pulled away quickly. Somebody there too. Child King now has to do it solo. And I mean, he's the man for the job, that's for sure. But how many shots can he hit? There's one, not quite the second. 7, 8, 9 trades out nicely. Somebody will be here quick enough. But the smoke will go down towards CT, and the lurk is still there from Rolex,
Oh,
Max. He
no
is
one's watching this.
up close, you're right. Oh, somebody, he's completely slipped the wickets. Nobody there at all. Having to watch the flank. He might just be able to buy enough time. Somebody, certainly not nobody. He's the celebrity here right now. Summer peeks through, and it's all left on the Rolex, and there is no time.
Impeccable.
Oh my God,
Impeccable.
Houdini.
Maneuvering perfectly in through that smoke. But that's one of the oldest things, right? I feel like the thing is the conditioning from Rare Adam, always having someone over towards New Box, over towards Dark, always on site. This is one of the first times someone's actually flooded in, not even flooded, just snuck in from CT
Sneaky
at a
deaky like.
perfect moment. And that couldn't have gone better for RA. Buying time down to, what, the 8-second mark. They kind of had to commit to the plant, and even that trade coming through, it was just too little too late. Plenty of time bought for the rotate for RA. And again, going into the final round of OT half number 1. 7, 8, 9 going to be burnt here at the half wall. Ooh, see if somebody's going to be able to find something. Won't go for the hard swing. Covering shots are there from ROG. And everything slows down a little.
Well, 13-13 just, you know, throws up so many question marks still as to where this one's going to go. It was such a solid start there. But Boone able to get one back. Somebody, though, lines them up again. Another heavy impact round. Walking out towards Boiler will be Kaze finding Rolex. And Genius, you know, he gave us a little moment before, but now as that flash goes over the top, or somebody, don't be doing that, my friend. Giving up this round would be upsetty Spaghetti, but it's Summer. And he will find another one. Summer and somebody, those last couple of rounds, impact out the wazoo.
I don't know if we do spaghetti over these parts. I think it's more pot noodles and...
Okay.
And yeah?
So Ben, at dinner last night,
Yes.
spaghetti bolognese, cut it with a knife and fork
What?
first, and then ate it with a spoon.
Is he 12?
Based.
Is he... Yep.
I think he is in a... It was a beautiful thing though. Like, it was, because I used to do that, and I saw it happen, and I was like, have you done what I think you've done? He's like, yeah, it's way easier to eat. And I'm like, well, true. But it was still funny.
Like he spun it on the fork with a spoon?
No, no,
Or-
no. Like, he's chopped it up enough where he can pick it up well enough with the spoon.
Wait, he's chopped it that much?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Don't get spaghetti. Just get a different pasta.
Or how about you get Chinese food in China?
Do you enjoy the process? Trust
Listen,
the process, I guess. I don't know. That's what
Where
we
we
try to
ended
tell
up, there
people.
was an upside-down car attached to the roof, so it was entertaining nonetheless,
Of
even
course.
outside of the spaghetti cutting.
Was it supposed to be there, or was it like someone was a bad driver and ended up on the roof? You know?
No, it was there by design.
Oh, okay, right,
It was
right.
part of the decor.
Just checking.
Okay, Mac. This is the true spectacle, what we're seeing here right now.
I thought that might have been where Ben Park. Look,
Could have been.
Molly bouncing off the wall. Not quite going as deep as expected. And Summer forced into the smoke by that second phase of incendiaries. Aggression, Boone. He's found a pick here a few times now, but Rare Adam have a decent position towards the bottom of mid, so could swing if that second mid player takes contact. Somebody nice and safe, though, tucked away in the second apps. And there is big damage on the Child King, but no one dead just yet. Child King able to take point, beat that smoke, and, ooh, okay, almost get that line. 789, thinking about swinging. And Myrol's jiggling here, not quite aware that the cross has already happened, but they're just doing this to try and preserve that utility.
Really just taking their time here, Rare Adam. Completely parked on the roof, holding. Utility in now, that's going to make it awkward for Summer. He is burning alive, and Child King to find the opening. He's the one with low HP. Oh man, it is so nice to have you back in the server, my friend, until you do go down to the fire, but Rolex still has a hell of a lot more work to do, and I think realistically it's just about staying alive at this point in time. Kaze getting away with murder. They're pretty lucky to be alive right now, but look at this timing from somebody peeking up at the most opportune moment. And this one is really just off the cards, isn't it? Off the table completely. I think Rolex wants a sniff, but as Genius finds that, they're just still too far away.
That I'm looking at is there is no kit picked up by either of these individuals. So you can't even go for that sneak last second play back in. Bomb was planted at Oranges, which he probably isn't aware of, but that's one of those spots where if the T's decide to exit, you know, over towards CT, over towards Banana, there's a world where you can sneak in there, tuck away in that corner, and get a little ninja going.
Well, Mac,
but without a kit, not a possibility.
We're at that point in time now where it was 9-3, 10-3 in fact. They got to 11 before the real tenure from Rare Adam started to come back. But ultimately, it's just the Thai side that hasn't been able to put down those basic fundamentals on the T side for an offense. And also, at the exact same merit, Rare Adam able to do Rare Adam things. They need 2 on the trot to take this one to overtime again. We saw plenty of that yesterday between IHC and Semper Fight. And we're only into the first series of the day, Mac, here. We've got 4 best of 3s quarterfinals. And it's Myrol's to open up with 2. Dropping both down. Nana, fantastic stuff. And now Lihang's made sound, missing the drop. Boone getting away. Genius able to save his life.
Okay.
Kaze with the shotgun AWP up close, Mac.
Lihang, oh, going to be gifted 1 from the back. And in the meanwhile, with Kaze getting that pick, there might be a world where we could see RA cooking. Boone going to be forced into the pit quickly and will be able to get to safety, but goes for the swing. His teammates aren't quite here yet. Not playing safe enough for the pressure, forcing mistakes. ROG getting knocked out of Extremesland unless Myrol's can come through with a quad.
This is your time, Myrol's. You got a smile, a big old grin. But how well can you do under pressure? The fire has been turned up to the tippy top. Kaze breaks the timing off the line now. He's made his way up Diggity, but will he be able to dance the dance? It takes 2 to tango here, Mac, but onto the line. It will be Kaze. And that is Rare Adam with a comeback that needs to be respected. Rare Adam, they are one of the leaders in Asian Counter-Strike, the Chinese Titans, with a little bit of Malay sprinkled on top in Kaze. And I've got to just feel absolute hurt right now for our side of Real Original Gaming. Thailand CS was certainly put back on the menu, but it's just a little bit too spicy. People just aren't ready for it right at this present time.
Well, I think RA were ready for it. That was the problem. You know, they were very well versed in the spice in that Thai style of CS and able to bring it back into the game. And they are going to be the first team traversing into Grand Final Sunday, but they still have to get through that semi tomorrow. And they don't know their opponents just yet, of course. That'll be coming up. It'll be the winners of that next quarter, but you need to respect ROG. They got close. There was no cigar. They looked so much better on Inferno than they did on Mirage. So it needs to be commended that they've gotten to this point and they pushed one of, if not the best team currently in China right now.
Absolutely. It literally, I suppose, should have been like one of those 13-6s, 13-6s. Yeah, all right, you know, they've got a couple of rounds, they've got a couple of tactics, and it didn't all just come down to like a hero play or a hard carry for any of these ROG members. You know, we saw moments from absolutely everyone, and it was quite an entertaining run. As I said, you know, until Rare Atom kind of broke the mold and really started to force their hand. ROG clearly got hot under the collar. It was even impressive the fact that it went to overtime in the end, you know. ROG, it was looking clear for them. But
yeah,
again, Rare Atom, they are the team that should be making it to the grand final in this competition. They've got some pretty fierce opponents around the bend in EXO or Chingus Warriors. But at the very end, you know, they have seated themselves still at the top of Chinese CS with many more rounds to go, as they'll park their break until tomorrow for the semi and grand finals.
It's good to see, you know, and it's good to see the fact that teams like ROG are pushing maps from some of the best teams in the region. It kind of signals that Asian CS is healing. If you haven't already got that feeling from the rest of the week so far here at Zowie eXTREMESLAND, mate, I'm telling you, this is looking like a top-tier competition. We get to be jumping into a bit more Mongolian stuff with the Saudi EU mix of everything going on in the next series. And then, of course, we get to the other side to figure out the other semi-finalists. And that'll be interesting once we get down there. Bit more domestic competition, bit more stuff that we're kind of used to. But again, you know, plenty of highlights in this game, plenty of crazy, crazy impact, especially like RA. Individuals saved that for them. If it wasn't for that, I felt like ROG, macro-wise, were just doing so much better. It was just when it came down to locking in a couple of incredibly crucial kills, the pressure seemed to get to real original gamers. But look, again, commendable. You have to respect what they tried to do today. 16-13 for RA, and 2-0 is going to be the scoreline. RA get the job done. They get across the line.
I'm proud as hell. It is so nice to see Thai CS just doing something again. You know, I really sort of feel like it's a region that did miss the game, right? You know, every single time I got an opportunity to say, everyone loves this game. You know, it never leaves you, right? You know, we've been around the bend for like 10 or so years now. The game's been out for 25 years. It is just a lifestyle at some points for some of these people. So to have them come back and, yeah, again, test the tides, only falling by the wayside to a couple of little micro things like Child King started out 2-8, and then he ended up, you know, top fragging the server. So I can't help but feel ROG had more to show. But for now, we are going to hear from the winners in Rare Atom. Up on the stage, let's go hear from Vic and Baseline Jay.
I'm with Rare Atom Somebody. Now, Rare Atom remains undefeated, but it got a little dicey there on map 2 with ROG coming pretty close to that win. What happened there? What went wrong?
RA 目前在极限之地还是保持一个全胜的这么一个战绩，但是刚才图二最后出了一点问题，就大概出了什么问题呢？
我觉得对面打得很好，然后枪法也挺准的。然后第二点就是我们可能第一个图赢得太轻松了，所以第二图有点放松吧。对。
Yeah, I think ROG did really well. They hit all their shots, and perhaps for us, after winning map 1 so easily, maybe we're a little too relaxed. Okay, another question for somebody. So, what was going through your mind when you were sneaking through that smoke, that CT smoke and banana? 就是那一局，又是非常危急的时刻。你从井家的烟混到香蕉道，你当时是怎么想的？
我当时想的可能他们觉得我应该不敢混烟吧，然后我觉得他们应该香到第3个人可能挺远的，所以我就尝试性的看一下他们，果然他们没有人看井家。
So I dared them to not look at the CT because I thought that. I thought they wouldn't think that I would dare to walk through the CT smoke. So so I took a gamble, and it worked out. Okay, another question. So what are some good things that you think about the Thai team? 那你觉得这支泰国队伍他们打得比较好的有什么地方？
泰国这个队，他们好像就已经跟我们就在天路时期，他们就已经在里面那几个人，我觉得他们也是属于泰国的传奇选手吧。我觉得他们不管是经验还是枪法都挺在线的。虽然他们很久没有玩了。
Yeah, so I knew these players when I was still playing for Tyloo, and all these players on ROG, they're kind of legends of the Thai scene, and they have they have quite a bit of skills and they have quite a bit of experience.
All right, well, thank you so much, somebody from Rare Adam.
好，我们感谢 Rare Adam 的 Somebody 接受采访。
谢谢。
Exit the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just want to go through the quarterfinalists again. The 8 quarterfinalists are Tyloo, Seify, Gghow Esports, Atox Esports, Chinggis Warriors, and of course just now we saw a Real Original Gaming, Gghow, and Rare Adam. With that, we're going to send this back to the casters to break down the very first match of today.
好的我们把时间交回给解说席。
I love to hear it, Mac, as well. You know, a little bit of respect on the Thai CS names there, legends of the scene, and truly they are, right? You know, they have been around for a long, long time, and the fact that they're still playing and the fact that they get another opportunity back on the stage is a pretty brilliant thing. You know, you should sort of say the same about many of the people here, you know, even back to like the Singaporean side of Dreamscape that, you know, don the stage once more after a little bit away from the game. But overall, yeah, looking at the stats here, as we know, I think it was a pretty decent effort by committee across the board.
ROG's rating was so much higher overall than RA. Like that just goes to show that on paper, they did a better job. It was just converting those rounds. You know, you looked at Kaze, he's 0.76, but got, you know, a couple of little clutches in there. And it was just one of those things where you can see clutches matter. Like individual impact can have huge results. And Child King was the arguably one of the highest impact players. I think he was a negative KD. Was he not a negative KD?
He was 2 and 8 at the start of that map.
Yeah, well, even at OT he was down. But the kills he was getting at Banana were the catalyst for them to get across the line and make the comeback continue, putting them in great positions and getting so much value out of every single kill he was getting just from constantly dominating that Banana control over towards the CT side. And then even in overtime, right? He was the guy that snuck into the pocket, that caught him off, got that double entry. If that didn't happen, we might still be in OT, or ROG might have already sent us into a third map. So you need to say big thanks to the MVP, Child King, for that.
Absolutely. Child King and Li Hang were turning heads not only at local events, but internationally in recent times as well. So RA are going to make their way over towards the semi-finals, but we don't know who's going to be their opponent yet. Is it going to be Gghow Esports or is it going to be Chinggis Warriors? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New fast TN panels with DIAC technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest DIAC 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
As a core roster, we've been together like for 3-4 months, me, Osama, and Oscar. But recently we made 2 changes. We added 2 players, Seify and Paul Pandana. I played with these players before and they're good experienced players, and I hope we do our best. Our goals, of course, like every team, to try to finish top 1, to try to like lift the MENA scene to the whole world, to show our best. And I hope we do our best, yeah. Our team playstyle is based on duels and like aggressive team. Like it's based on duels, winning duels every time. Some people call us like faceless players, but I don't think so. We have good team spirit. To the big teams coming to this tournament, just don't come in our face. You have no chance.
Монголын ер нь энэ хол явсан сэтгэл өндөр байгаа. Тэгээ бид нар ч гэсэн илүү их бас мотивац болж байгаа тийм. За би одоо өөрийнхөө бодлоор бол яг Монголын дараа number 2-оор одоо өөрсдөө гэж бодож байгаа. Дараа нь бол одоо за яг миний бодлоор бол за Atox гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд яг би тураас энэ за яг зүрэг айцыг бол яг арай болоогүй л гэж бодож байна. Тухайн үед бол ер нь бол манайх би бас өөрөөс шинээр орж ирсэн л дээ. Тэгээд орж ирээ байж хавцад одоо яг тоглогч тавлаа болж гүйцэхгүйсэн байхгүй. Тэгээд ер нь ямар сайн тоглогчд олж болох вэ гэж тэгж жагаад айцгээс ер нь за Seify Rocks 2-ыг авъя. Тэгээд санал ер нь ирээд тэгээд саналыг одоо санал гаргаж байгаа бид нар хоорондоо ярилцаад тэгээд ер нь айцгаас Seify Rocks 2-ыг шинээрээ аваад бид тав тэгээд одоо анхныхаа лан тэмцээнд ирчээ байж байна.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. Extremesland, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to the Extremesland CS Asia Open 2024. You're watching the quarterfinals and we're about to get started on match 2. First up, the Seoul representatives from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome XO Esports.
好，首先入场是来自沙特阿拉伯 XO Esports。
Give it up for XO Esports. Players may take their seats. And their opponents here at Extremesland, named after the Great Khan, it's Chinggis Warriors.
好，接下来以成吉思汗命名的 Chinggis Warriors。
Give it up for Chinggis Warriors.
好，掌声送给 CW 战队。
Players may take their seats. Get ready for another wild match here at Extremesland 2024. We're going to hand it over to our casters to take it away.
我们今天第2场的比赛马上开始，让我们把时间交回给解说席。
Thank you very much there for the warm welcome back, Victoria. It is a pleasure to be back on stage for the second best of 3 of the day. Jordan, Elfish Guy back with me in tow. Got rid of that Matt guy, it was a bit stinky to be honest. So we, yeah, happy to be into a second series, which very much has more of a question mark, right? You know, so we'll get into that in just a second, because of course we need to walk through, as usual, our sponsor, Zowie. They have been the key element to this competition, obviously putting it on in the first place, but also just being a mainstay in esports for, 10, 15 plus years, right? All the way back to, I remember getting my first 144 Hertz monitor, the XL 1124, I believe it was. But yeah, that's, rolling back too many years. The mice, the mouse pads, everything's looking good. It's still the same Zowie that you love, just getting better and better as the years sort of go on.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously Extremesland is doing the same thing as well. Back in 2019, there were 16 teams. Then we came back again in 2023, down to 8 teams for that one. Just kind of like trying to get back into the swing of things after COVID. But now we're back to the full 16 teams here again on LAN. And of course, 8 remained today. Now we've kicked 1 out. That was ROG getting eliminated a little bit earlier on in the piece. But we'll start to cut through a few more here as we keep the day rolling. And of course, we're going to roll on in to our next match. It is EXO and Chinggis Warriors. We've seen the 2 teams introduced onto the stage. Conky, kind of feeling at this point a little bit surprised, actually, that I would say EXO to me feels like maybe the favorites in this matchup, but just based on the eye test from what we've been seeing from these 2 teams in the server so far at this event, EXO I think definitely has taken the cake, and Chinggis Warriors, despite that reputation of the Mongolian region, maybe haven't quite lived up to that, haven't quite cut the mustard in that respect. So I think, yeah, I surprised myself even by saying I probably will be leaning towards EXO for this one.
Yeah, well, absolutely right. IHC obviously missing out to Seify only yesterday, and the core of Chinggis Warriors was that IHC trio, adding in controls as well later on. They've got some good individual firepower, but like, how much time have they had to test it, I suppose is the question here. And EXO, they are a mishmash team that's been thrown together, but it's always the status with these Middle Eastern mixes, right? They're so sharp individually, and they're really, really passionate, right? I I think the opportunity is so hard to come by from some of these micro regions around the bend, and this is a team that is quite diverse. You know, a little bit of Lebanon, a little bit of Saudi Arabia, some Ukrainian there too. So I think they've got the fire. They've been very happy to chat and be around, and it's really just coming down to whether or not are they best of one merchants, or can they look really good in a best of three here?
Yeah, I think that's the one factor, but also for Gghow, I don't know that they necessarily had the toughest of groups to make it out of as well. You know, we look at, again, we've kind of reiterated that Group C really had felt like the group of death with Seify, IHC and Tyloo all in there as well. Whereas for Gghow, their group a little bit easier, especially aided by the fact that Fated Rise really didn't look as good as what we thought that they would at this event. So that was supposed to be the other quote-unquote best team in that group. I almost even had them maybe seated as one out of that group in my power rankings just because of what we've seen from them domestically and online. But they really didn't cut the mustard there at all. So I think Gghow, yeah, they had a bit of an easier time in the group stage than Chingus Warriors did. A little bit less tested on this stage, that's for sure, but they did look really, really good. Now, the question is it the fact that they look really good because they are really good, or did they just look really good because their opponents were not so great? I am personally leaning toward the former. I like to think that the eye test is going to prove correct in this matchup, but Chingus Warriors, I also think we haven't really seen the peak that they can deliver as a roster. Obviously still quite a fresh roster as well, and maybe a little bit of a core 3 coming through there, but it takes its time to get rolling. And so a big test, I think, for both of these teams, and going forward throughout the rest of these playoffs, it is not going to get any easier necessarily either.
It's going to be an interesting sort of scene where it goes down to on DeVito, because again, you know, Gghow, we've only seen them on Dust 2, and I suppose in the position that they played Dust 2, it was up against, Real Original and Fated Rise, as we know. Just so confident to take control and take space on that CT side, right? You know, and with a little bit of AWPing expertise, they seem to be well drilled. So if we go a little deeper into the pool, that'll be the big question, because I'm looking to see if Chingus Warriors are going to ban Dust 2 out. There it is, gone. So immediately, we're already going to see a little bit more of a telltale. About the rest of this team's map pool, it is going to be Inferno selected, Ancient then picked up by Chingus Warriors. Mirage out of the pool as well, and Vertigo late float there. So Anubis is going to be the grand finale here, Jordan, and I don't know, I personally think we can go all three. Chingus Warriors, for me, definitely has the firepower, but ultimately, I suppose, for Gghow, still such a big question mark against them. We can only go on the eye test, as you mentioned, about what we've seen from them in this tournament so far. So a little bit hopeful that we do get a close one here. It was a 2-0 in the previous. RA walking away with a win over ROG, which was the opponents of the group here in Gghow. And at the end of the day, they did put a bit of a test up. I feel like ROG did get a good opportunity. We saw them upstairs shortly after the match as well, and they were happy to be here. And we did get the Ty CS is back, baby statement from Genius, which that's all we can sort of hope for. But again, you know, for these regions, Mongolia established, seen them for a hell of a long time now. We keep harping on about the Mongols themselves. But what's it going to look like as we move into this series, Jordan? It is the opener now. It sounds like the music is playing, ready to rock and roll into the server now. Time for Gghow to shine, or will Chingus Warriors be able to fight back?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? I mean, Gghow, they've had their real standouts. I've thought Oscar and Dodds in particular have been the two to keep an eye on. And for Chingus Warriors, probably Controls and Rooks for me have been the two that have been leading from the front. So everybody going to need to fire up today on this stage. Yeah, I mean, Chingus Warriors, as I've said, maybe a little bit more tested in that group stage. Obviously had to play against Rare Adam. That's going to be a strong contender for the entire tournament. God's Reign definitely showed up. Dreamscape were no pushovers either in Group A. And then Group B, it actually felt like a very, very weak group, all things considered. Like ROG, I think they did pretty well against Rare Adam, but generally speaking, Ty CS has been kind of out for a while. So we weren't expecting much from them. Blaze Warriors, Vietnam's never really been a particularly strong CS region. And Fated Rise kind of capitulating on that stage. So I think definitely looking at it, Group B was easily the weakest group. But funnily enough, it almost looked like Gghow was the strongest seed one coming out of their group. So again, is that predicated off the weakness of their group or their very own strength? We might be getting the answer to our question in just a minute here. Chingus Warriors, they definitely had to work for their position in this playoffs. Post game against Dreamscape, Then went on to lose a close game to Rare Atom. And won also a close game against God's Reign. It was a 2-1 victory, but all the maps were pretty tight. So they've had no shortage of time on the stage. Gghow, the antithesis of that, a 13-3 and a 13-3. So they've picked things up nice and quickly.
Alrighty, into the action now. Players loading into the server. Looks like they are pretty keen to have a look-see into the server. As we know, the opening map, Inferno. Welcome back, Shanghai. We're here now for a second series of the day. Still 2 more to go, and quickly up it is going to be Rooks in the corner. Defending for as long as possible. He will find 1 and 2 and a third. Ariukul, great flash over. Oscar should be able to get the trade out, and he does pick up a second. Ariukul has to be careful here, but look at how quickly the rotation comes in from the Chingus Warriors, Jordan. A smoke to just try and find that bomb now. They're waiting for the tap away. They should be able to recover it in just a second, but again, with Bilal so low, has to be ever so careful. And they've actually sent the rotation around very, very quickly, knowing that there's a potential fake just to try and bring it through. Oscar!
Wow.
That's a massive pick onto Ariukul, because immediately the rotation comes back around now.
Yeah, that's very unlucky for Chingus Warriors. But that's the danger of just sitting behind a smoke, spamming back and forth. We saw ROG really struggling with that as well on Inferno. Has brought news back across. Very experienced member in the Chingus Warriors lineup, but he's going to fall as well. And Bilal getting a lot of work done on 6 HP. Has kind of thrown this round into a bit of a spin. Looked like it would be Chingus Warriors easily able to clean things up, but that has just fallen by the wayside completely.
There's a 2v5, Jordan.
Yep, so far. Not converted just yet, but looking likely.
Hell of a long rotation around now from eFire. Don't think there was a kit, so he's just going to have to march on in proudly and loudly. Just leaving Bilal inside. Oh my God, these guys are sharp. Didn't even have a chance to think. Double dink from the pit to the library. Happy days. And that is going to be a opening round here for Gghow. And I think, with a cheer, we've seen another microphone ripped out of the socket.
Yeah, maybe. It's going to be an instant tech pause. Got to look into that. Figure that out.
There's only one constant, and it seems to be Elfish Guy.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the replay here. No, not happening on that one, at least.
Could have been smacked out from that shoulder tap. Looks like it's all good, though. I think they're fixing it up nice and quickly. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but I think on both sides, it's a bit of a surprising round, honestly, there. Maybe for Gghow, not a world where they've really faced that kind of firepower at this event just yet, with the initial exchange of the dualies doing some pretty solid work. But on the same token, Chingus Warriors getting a bit of a rude awakening that Gghow are here and that they mean business.
Certainly do, Jordan. An approach back in, just the Deagles. Controls was nasty, same with Rooks. And there's the opening shot that I was speaking about, right? This is that firepower that you're going to mention. I certainly think it is a pretty heavy step up when it comes to Chingus Warriors, who are way more tried and tested inside the Mongolian region. You know, they've got LAN experience behind them, playing at those Misa events.
Yeah, a very seasoned team on LAN. Not necessarily as a roster, but as individuals, certainly. Paul Bandana, I suppose the newest addition to this Gghow roster. Looks to be cleaning it up pretty nicely there in mid with the Galil. Early days in this map, so nothing to get too excited about just yet, but strong early signs from Gghow, that's for sure.
That's all you want to see, right? You know, seen a couple of moments where maybe some of the more inexperienced teams would open up with a pistol, maybe even a second round, but then against the Force buy, or this, you know, kind of quasi third round buy that we're seeing after the Force lost, it would really kind of turn the tune quickly. Ariukul finding one. If he gets the Mach 10 shot, it might not be too bad. He does dink up Bilal, but mostly clean there. 3 alive for Gghow. I think they'll be pretty happy with that result. Obviously, no real force in here, meaning that we should see the first full buy come out for Chingus Warriors. It's that opening shot from Controls. Again, you know, him on the AWP, even with the rifle. I think the AK was kind of on the money for him in a few of those series across the board so far. Jordan, we're in day number 5 of competition, and we've had pretty big days, haven't we?
We have. I've been, I guess, a little bit surprised at how close a lot of the matches have been at eXTREMESLAND.
Of course.
Historically speaking, there was much more of a discrepancy between teams and regions, but I suppose the base level of CS is going up just across the board.
Inspiration from some other international performances from Chinese, Australian, Mongolian sides, right? It definitely inspires some.
Yeah, that's for sure. First gun round, though, for Chinggis Warriors. It's a little bit lackluster. No AWP, lacking a defuse kit. Not a huge amount of util here either for Chinggis Warriors.
Oh. Off the line there quickly. Trying to get into brackets now. It will be Gghow. They have taken point here, but there are 3 members hungry from Chinggis Warriors ready to rock and roll. They've expended their final smoke towards B. And as they walk on over, some more utility trying to blast back through this smoke on towards motorway. And again, I think they're just happy to kind of creep around the bracket here. Now into jungle side, Pole Bandana at the helm. Warning shots on, E-Fire will be spotted, but again, with no real utility here, it's just going to be controls walking forward, and now...
Oh, that timing.
Great timing from Pole Bandana. News, though, able to get a 2 quick one.
Oscar's position is a good one. They're not going to be
Definitely.
expecting him there. They would have thought everyone's gone through to the side.
Oh.
No, E-Fire heads up enough to check their corner. That might just be a round-winning kill from him. Dodds now in the 1v3. He has been a standout for Gghow, but this is a tough one.
Oh.
There was a chance there for them to line up. Does at least manage to get the reload off, but 2 players too many. Chinggis Warriors will grab themselves their first round. It's nice to do it in the first gun round, isn't it? Get underway pretty early.
Good conversion there. Definitely got a little bit dicey, some of those opening picks, but News did well, sitting on the middle of the site. And that's just really what you want to see as a CT side, right? You know, when you're backed up against the wall, it's usually going to be a maximum 2 or 3v5 on the side if it's a full take. And you just want to buy enough time for your rotations to come on through, such is life on Inferno. So as it stands, a opening gun round for Chinggis Warriors. Rooks has to stick back onto the MP9, no warp yet up for controls, but this is really just about converting this one and trying to establish that economy, because look at how quickly Gghow are going to move here, Jordan. HE, massive. Rooks should have everything here. There's one. They are going to freeze for a quick second, but he can continue to march through. Traded. Ariukal is there, and E-Fire. Absolute murder on the dance floor of Banana. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's just sometimes how it is, isn't it? Controls alongside, I guess, the rest of Chinggis Warriors there in Banana with some really good util coverage. It's a great call from Chinggis to have 3 players over on that side of the map. Perfect round to do it in. You're not always going to have 3 dedicated toward Banana, but often when you want to take early Banana control, you will send a 3rd player over there just for that extra little bit of layer of utility and a bit of backup, and Chinggis get the read right this time around. You can see in this round for Chinggis Warriors, instead of it being 3, there's only the 2 over there this time. And they know that they're up against just some pistols.
Really slowing down the pace now. Trying not to overstay their welcome. Dodds is already tagged up very, very low. Bilal in the same boat. So we can really start to maybe just think about what approach is needed into the next. Controls down very, very low, 6 points of HP, so he'll need to back off quickly. But it's just this basic fundamental that you're seeing already on your screen from Chinggis Warriors. They've invested, had a little bit of a look in towards apartments, then falling back out, sitting on the site, 3 versus 3 as it sits. And News happy to deny as well. They're going to hear the footsteps, and around the world, I mean, not really a prospect when the Bond's inside second apartments, but they're just hoping for some damage here as Dodds also falls down towards bottom. Nana, E-Fire, now splitting the wickets. And realistically, again, not a hell of a lot to talk about in a round like this, Jordan.
No, not really. Gghow just going through the motions. No investment from them in this one. But what is good news, what is worth noting, is that Chinggis Warriors have really built their economy up quite quickly. 5 guns alive in this round, 4 guns alive in the last round. The CT side is really getting going for Chinggis Warriors now. Did have a pretty close game on Inferno against Rare Atom.
Even tested him on Ancient as well. for a little bit. The potential is there for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're definitely a team that is worth being here in the playoffs. Just a question of how far can they really go with it. I think a draw against EXO is not the worst thing in the world to happen to them. They could be looking for a top 4 here.
Top 4 would be pretty happy, right? Given some of the tenure. It's a great push down. Ariukul alongside eFire, continuing to break these smokes. You know, that's the constant do-si-do down towards Banana. And Controls now are going to be watching Boiler. We'll be able to open up with 1 a second as well. I don't know. This is looking a little bit more lackluster from EXO. They're not really kind of setting themselves up into positions to trade. And this is always one of the maps that, I don't know how many puggers of you are watching along at home, but trying to put together a decent sort of T side can be challenging, even more so on the CT if you're just a group of 5 individuals, no matter how sharp you might be.
Yeah. Well, word on the street is that EXO is only a team that's couple of weeks old, sort of few weeks old.
Quite often have these Middle Eastern mixes, don't we, where, you know, there are a bunch of FPL players quite often. I remember, you know, Mini, pretty sure, on Gghow, he's won FPL like 3 times. I was chatting to him about that and what it means. So when you're, you know, playing up against the best individuals in the world, maybe not all of them, but
of a majority.
Yeah. It certainly gives you a feel for what you should be ready for. But you've still got to understand each other's limits, how each one operates as a team.
Yeah, I don't know what Chinggis Warriors was really up to with that player at the bottom of mid there.
B-side's open now.
Seemed like he was kind of left high and dry, and yeah, luckily for Chinggis Warriors, there's not enough time for EXO to really do anything, but yeah, 2 or 3 guys sort of playing back in the A side, including that guy that was rotating from B to A and CT, and then just someone at the bottom of mid. So, bit of a weird one.
Seen a little bit from that, haven't we, of some players just kind of overextending for no real reason.
It's like he kind of just got himself in that position, but there was no one there to back him up.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, well, now it's too late to get out. Either way, I mean, it's obviously a round win, but it's a gun lost. That's definitely something that Chinggis Warriors have to be cognizant of going through this first half. Tack timeout for EXO. Definitely wanting to turn things around. This is not a position they found themselves in so far at eXTREMESLAND, where they've actually had to make a bit of a comeback from behind or fight for a half. Generally, it's been pretty easy streaks for them. So a bit of a change up in mentality for EXO, and we are quite interested to see how they handle it, because as we've said, they looked good. But how much of that was down to their opponents not being that great?
As I mentioned, you know, the only real information was how well they were looking on Dust 2. And it was just that good, that clean. Like, no way we sort of would have been expecting 13-3 decimations on both Accords. That's some great utility down mid from EXO so far. It's a little bit of aggression from Oscar, trying to pop himself all the way up towards top mid here. There is a flash from eFire, and he's going to get punished for it. It's not often you're expecting that kind of aggression up mid there. So they've taken capitalization at the very least with this limited weaponry that was saved on from the previous round, because again, Jordan, they're down to basically no money in the bank account. They've spent it all.
Rooks has been able to sneak his way down to the bottom of Nana. At the very least, that's going to be a lot of map control for Chinggis Warriors for the moment. They can float that extra player back over towards A. So A itself is about as well held as it ordinarily would be with those 3 players. But as the round starts to slowly work into itself, that's where Chinggis Warriors are now. Okay, we're getting a bit antsy. We have to send that extra player back over towards B, and Ariukul's just going to kind of have to hedge his bets here. Figure out whether he wants to be at B or at A. His timing, his rotation will be a big deciding factor as a massive flash in the face of one of those Chinggis Warriors members.
Well, only 35 seconds now, Jordan, and they've got to get a little bit of a wriggle on. Look at this pace from Ariukul. He's straight through the molly. Control's going to be able to stop the offense.
He's dropped the bomb.
Yeah.
He's dropped the bomb in brackets.
That's
this is
crazy.
really bad for EXO. 25 seconds left. I don't think they're going to be able to win this round now. They have to still clear out the site. News, though, he hasn't seen the player on Graveyard. Surely 4x3. No way. And Chinggis Warriors have allowed EXO to somehow salvage that round. Ariukul wasn't really holding mid. He decided to push his way into apps, which is a good spot to be in, but what a mess of a round. EXO might still come away with it.
Got to really invest here. It's going to be eyes onto Ariukul from the apartments. I don't think they're watching towards him just yet, but realistically, Osama just needs to sit still, right? You know, maybe spot over towards that position now, and he will. He will take down Ariukul, and Rooks just has to cruise away, pretty upsetty spaghetti, right? You know, that's a rough round to be losing, especially after Ariukul did so much work just barreling it down Banana. Because Gghow, they took so long, right? You know, 30 seconds, they had really no space on the map except for a little bit of apartments control. And that's where they've kind of let themselves down these last few rounds, Jordan, right? You know, maybe they need to, you know, dig into that confidence. Vital calling the pause earlier, having a bit of a chat with the boys.
Yeah, luckily for Gghow, when that bomb dropped, it dropped forward in brackets, so it would have gone, you can see there, it just flies out towards Boiler, so...
Oh, that sucks.
Ariukul couldn't really watch it from middle. If it stays in mid, or if it drops further back into mid, it's a much harder round for Gghow, but a little bit of a stroke of luck for them, allows them to retrieve that bomb slightly easier, get back into the site a little bit quicker, and obviously News not catching the player at Graveyard. There's a big mishap for Chingus Warriors. Allows Gghow back onto the wagon, but scoreline 4-3 still. Chingus Warriors doing okay on this CT side.
Basic lines of utility, but they're pretty keen to actually go through this here. So they've slotted Rooks into Cubby, just next to the logs now. But not a hell of a lot of response again from Gghow. You know, once more they've prodded into apartments. Pole Bandana is there to join Osama's. And now with that utility set to try and cut off jungle, they want to take brackets. But once again, you know, Chingus Warriors are pretty happy to leave that. They've completely left Rooks all alone towards B and heavily rotated that position in towards A. And that's exactly where it looks like the bomb is going to be heading. A minute left on the clock. They haven't, again, really been able to find a hell of a lot.
Solon Steady wins the race for Gghow this half. Seify is able to grab the kill on the Pole Bandana towards Boiler. Once again, Chingus Warriors have a lot of control of Banana, but they don't have a lot of presence there. It is just Rooks right here.
Risky.
He's got himself an Incend. This is a gun out type of a situation. It's a contact play from Gghow. Ends up being a 1-for-1. That's fine. Chingus Warriors, they get the early info that this is going to be a push-up Banana. I mean, there's 25 seconds left here. You've got to play out News. Watching mid, they know this is now B. There is nowhere else that Gghow can be.
They're
going to rotate their forces across. I'm not sure that Gghow are going to be too keen about that. The molly fades. 10 seconds left here. They really have to be perfect on this entry. Dodds grabs Ariukul, but there's just no time. There's just no time to do anything there. And Gghow gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're almost corralled into that in the end by Chingus Warriors, but Chingus Warriors have the sonar up. They're getting the information well in advance.
Just crazy that Rooks was very much in a one-and-done position, right? Had the Molotov in hand, didn't even get to put it down, but by the time he's made the call, you know, I guess he's far enough down Banana that the rest of the team can rotate around nicely.
Correct.
So really, really well done there. And, you know, once again, I just feel like it's Gghow kind of, you know, falling back into insanity, the definition of doing the same thing morning after morning, not really approaching. They've got a couple of rounds, you know, I'm not counting them out by any means, but it's just more these gun rounds that have been a bit dicier, something, a bit of a change now. Finally getting up towards top mid, but they've been dunked by that nade, and they've got to clear E-Fly. Osamas gets one. Now stuck in the top mid position there. Pole Bandana, here we go. Okay, moving now. Grooving as well. But Noose's position still powerful in towards Boiler. If he pushes forward, could get a bit spicy. They're ready for it, but that's a great shot. Pole Bandana able to at least trade it out a little bit later on in the round, but now Ariukul, he is close, Jordan, and with that bomb being planted, he can actually get in around, I think, before the clear comes through from the pit, but no, spotted now. They should be able to get straight back in towards this line, picking it together. No, that's that little bit of disconnect, isn't it? Not swinging together, time in the oven, not enough. And Ariukul clutches out a solid one.
Yeah, you would have thought when that molly came through that the double swing would come, but I think there was just a little bit of a problem for the player on the side, getting sort of tagged up by that grenade, might have slowed down the swing. Let's have a look back here. That's where the swing should come through, but he's kind of ducking down as that grenade comes in. Ariukul gets the slight opportunity that he needed to take two 1v1s instead of a 1v2. And he will win it. And once again, it's like I'm saying, Gghow, I don't know that they've faced a team of the caliber of Chingus Warriors in this event. And now starting to question, are they being exposed a little bit?
Well, it's just the fact that it's a completely different map, right, Jordan? I don't know, like, you know, when we've only seen Dust 2, that's all. And against, yeah, relatively simple competition. Not easy by any means, but straightforward. Very much basic depth of Counter-Strike. Whereas Chingus Warriors, well more tried, well more tested. Got ECL, they got Misa. They're an event like this right now. I think they've played some XPLs as well. So way more time on the field, right? That's where you learn. Work experience is the way to go.
Don't want it to be too little too late, though. Just 3-player setup here. It's kind of like a 1-1-3 from Chingus Warriors, having lost news. It's going to bring Rooks across from CT Spawn, but the entries clean enough from Gghow, and the player watching Arch will more or less lock it in. Paul Bandana getting that kill. Leaves not a lot to do for controls. These, dare I say, sort of more quick contact-based plays seem to be working a little bit better for Gghow rather than the more slow, methodical style.
It makes more sense, right? You know, when you're at least posturing yourself up to trade, just a couple of flashes in, it doesn't need to be anything over the top. And it puts the pressure on Chingus Warriors to kind of, you know, raise their own level of confidence. So that's something, at least around for Gghow, where it was a little bit more convincing here, because 5 rounds, 6 rounds obviously would be prime, but at least it's something to work with as they shift over towards the CT side, where, you know, Chingus Warriors, sure, obviously plenty testing on that T side of Inferno, but Gghow individually should be able to lock down some positions as well. So it's still well and truly early days. I think we're just expecting a little bit more out the gate from Gghow.
I mean, it is early days, I guess, but as we're going through this game right now, I have to ask, you know, does it feel to you that Chingus Warriors is on top? Because that's what it feels to me.
Yeah, no, 100% would agree. They look way cleaner, more on the same page.
A little bit sharper maybe in the clutch as well. I don't know that they're sharper in general. I don't know if we're like just seeing a game won by aim, ability, raw firepower on the behalf of Chingus Warriors. That's not what I'm trying to imply, but I think the clutches seem to be going their way. They may be a little bit cooler in those pressure situations as well. So 6-4. I'd say it's fairly representative of where this game is, but this could blow open if Chingus Warriors lose this round right now. They won't have a lot of money.
Oh, no!
Rooks has gone down. Shot in the back of the head by News. eFire trying to salvage, and we'll do a pretty good job of that. 2 kills with the MP9 is not a bad shout. News, unfortunately, can't quite connect as cleanly onto his opponent as he would want to, and it's just fallen apart for Chingus Warriors as a result. The problem there is, like, when you're going to go for a fast play like that, you want to catch your opponent off guard. You want to be on top of them before they even realize that you're there, but once you lose that opening pick, it's really, really critical to get that opening kill. Then you can, like, snowball it from there, but
yeah,
it just didn't end up happening that way, did it?
As I said, all the timing, seeing that member down towards bottom mid, and then your teammates all of a sudden in your crosshair. Poor Rooks didn't get to play that round for longer than 10 seconds, and now News is trapped in the library, and unfortunately he's not going to be doing a hell of a lot of reading. Osamas is going to take him down quickly, and that was a pretty piss-poor round there from News, unfortunately. Just couldn't quite connect on anything, which is very unlike what we've seen from him in this tournament.
Yeah, those little things can make big differences, though, because that's not just a potential 1-round loss now. It could actually be both of these, and that ends up being 6 for Gghow on the T side.
I love these guys at the front. They're literally just clapping for anything happening. It's beautiful.
Just fans of CS, really.
That's it. That's what you want.
Look at the money here for Chingus Warriors. They haven't really been able to put much together at all.
Forgot to install Alipay.
So it's going to be a bit of a rough affair for Chingus Warriors this final round of the half, where it could have otherwise been maybe even like an 8-4 or 7-5. They're actually more than likely going to be going to 6-6.
We were 6-1, weren't we? 5-1?
I don't recall exactly what the scoreline was.
But it was a good start from Chingus Warriors is more the point, right? You know, it was looking very clean in their camp. Really sort of no pressure on them until this, I think it was that attack pause, honestly, where Vital got into the ears. They picked up the pace a little bit. It was something speedier, converted the round. And it's been every single thing since then. So just the pistols here. And if Gghow don't kind of let themselves fall into a false sense of security, they should be A-OK for the rest of the half.
Another patient round, though, for Gghow, and this has been where Chingus have done a lot of their good work. Just in the mid-round, late round, it seems like they made better decisions, generally speaking, than eXTREMESLAND. They've got good reads. Maybe not the case in this one, though. 3 stacked towards B. There's a smoke tossed in by Dodds, which is going to keep them honest over on that side of the map. They haven't done much info gathering in this one, Chingus Warriors, and now News is starting to get that unsettling feeling that maybe this is going to be A, but information comes a little too late. It's onto these A defenders, and eFire does some good damage with that for Mass, but he'll eventually be run down, and so too will News. So Gghow, they'll be getting through this final round of the half pretty scot-free.
I like this maturity as well, falling away, not looking to overinvest and find the kills. Dodds just sitting brackets. Bit of utility to go around. Osama's going to be able to find Ariukal, and unfortunately Rooks, well, he's out of it. So 1 versus 5. Gghow definitely having to secure themselves a 6th round here. It's a pretty happy medium after the start of this map here, Jordan, where it didn't look very lifeful for Gghow. Just kind of a little bit complacent maybe into the start of the game. And whatever whip that has been cracked has made it look certainly good, as we will now have the bomb detonation. As I said, 6 to 6.5, great turnaround. But we'll have to see if they can continue as we switch the sides shortly after this. You know what I absolutely love, Jordan? It is laying back in my DX Racer chair, watching some hot Counter-Strike on my Zowie monitor. It's a beautiful day to be a Counter-Strike fan here in Shanghai for eXTREMESLAND 2024. It's been a brilliant competition so far, into the heat of things now, obviously in the quarterfinals, the playoffs. And it's been a close series opening to the day, and now we've got just as close into the second. 6-6 the scoreline now. Will Gghow look any better on this CT side?
Yeah, it's a very tight scoreline. Kind of hard to put the teams apart. I felt like Chingus Warriors may have had their noses in front for the majority of that half, but just fumbling the bag a little bit with the economy in the latter stages has given Gghow a bit of a sniff back in here. Now we get to test Chingus Warriors on the T side. They do like this map. They do play it quite a bit. So should have a pretty good understanding of what they want to be doing, but walking right into the stack. 4 players set up at brackets. In saying that though, if they do waterfall out the balcony here, it could have gone well, but losing those 2 players in middle already, they'll take some recovering. Rooks and Seify will try their best, but Gghow a little bit too sharp on the sticks. The USP's doing some great work there. And that is one step in the right direction for Gghow.
There's been absolutely no doubt about their individual ability, right? You know, they can certainly hit shots. It's just how well it all kind of meshes together. But rounds like that make me feel hopeful for what they can sort of do into this one. Because as I said, I don't really know what team I want to sort of win. I feel like the storyline for Gghow is a pretty good one. The Chingus Warriors, obviously, again, you know, one of the Mongolian sides that needs to sort of boost up the region. We've already said goodbye to IHC. Atox made the playoffs in second behind Gghow. The Middle East looking very strong in this tournament of eXTREMESLAND this year.
Yeah, it's going to take some recovering now for Chingus Warriors. But then again, Deagles, see what they can do if they can keep that economy honest. I mean, it was not really a big problem for Chingus Warriors for the majority of that half. If they can force that economic instability onto Gghow a little bit earlier on in this half. There's still a lot of legs in this one. News, he spotted one out in pit, but got to be aware of Oscar on that side angle there as well. Now having lost the majority of his HP, might be better off just cycling that Deagle over to somebody who might have a bit of a better time of getting something done with it. Indeed, at least that'll be the case from Seify's perspective. He chucks his away. Rooks. Rooks! Chiming in with a triple. I was going to say a double, and he got just one more.
Still a chance, Jordan. Clearing around the corner. Controls is going to be the one to find it. Now it's a 1 versus 2 in a place he would not be expecting it at all. We've talked about Rooks so many times, and it's him alongside Controls, 2 of the impact players inside this side of Chingus Warriors. Rooks will be having his back turned, and I think Bilal might just save the day. Everyone do it with me. Take a deep breath.
In saying that, very expensive round for Gghow. And it certainly got Chingus Warriors a little bit fired up, as with, I would say, some of the Mongolian fans. So, bomb plant, 4 kills. You really only bought a few Deagles here and there. On the face of it, it's a very good round from Chingus Warriors. Given the circumstances, they might have hoped that they would actually get a win out of it, but that at least was not to be. This is insane for Rooks, though. I think that's just 3 subsequent shots, bang, 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 like that.
Yeah. Even after the Deagle nerf many moons ago, it's always still that highlight play weapon, isn't it? But unfortunately, you can get 4 kills, but if you don't convert the round, it just doesn't quite work out. But again, you know, this time it's the economic battle. Oscar does have the AWP. It's MP9s and M4s otherwise.
Early smokes into brackets. Chingus Warriors not too keen to go through that mid smoke at the moment, though they would have had brackets for free if they did. A lot resting on this gun round, because it can really set the tempo for this half. If it ends up being a round win for Chingus Warriors, they're right back in, stampeding towards a victory, but similarly, Gghow quite desperately need to recover a bit of their economy. 2 MP9s in this round, obviously showing where they're sitting at the moment. They're all down below 300, apart from Dodds.
Oh, good nade. Oh, not quite. Maybe just didn't quite get the mark there or the distance, but Bilal did get the dink on the Rooks, so that's an important bit of damage as they march on in towards the site now here. But Jordan, I want to keep my eyes on News here. He's still all the way back towards top mid. I don't know if he wants to continue to push the narrative here. He's watching to see if any rotation will come down, but it's actually going to be all the way through CT. Nothing over the top here, just the baseline that they're going to be looking to go for here. Now holding the line, Smoke About to fade, just a second away. Now the utility will go through. Controls, gets another. It's going to be tough now to get into this retake. 4 on 5, and I think they're just going to pull the plug, call it.
Yep.
They're getting out of there, but look at this flank from News. As I said, I mentioned it earlier, but no further damage. That could have been crucial here. Dodd still hanging around. Don't think he's got enough time to sort of do anything with it, but at least another frag will be good.
Yeah, News made a bit of a meal of that one, but you know, even had he gotten that kill, I think it was an MP9 player, so probably would have gotten traded. The MP9 lost. It's not a big deal necessarily. At the end of the day, that's a round that obviously adds 1 to the tally of Chinggis Warriors, but it doesn't really do too much to actually advance this game. You know, it's not the reset round for Gghow. It's not Chinggis Warriors falling further behind. It's kind of just the equilibrium remaining. And until Chinggis Warriors is going to be able to find an eco-breaking round for Gghow, they're not going to be able to charge forward. Similarly, Gghow also haven't really gained a lot out of that round at all. So it just feels like we're in the same kind of situation as we were going into the last round, only a round later in the map. That's a good start though from Pole Bandana. Upgrade the MP9 into an AK. Nice clean kill from him, didn't cost any HP at all. So Gghow definitely making life difficult for Chinggis Warriors.
It's what you wanted to see, right? You know, a close competitive game. I very much put a massive fat question mark on this series. Realistically, all the series of the day are pretty spicy, right? You know, Gghow, Seify, that's a toughie, especially given there's some former teammates. I'll go into storylines about that later. Tyloo, Atox, what the hell's going to happen there? Both teams have the capacity, but, you know, will they all show up on the day? And this game was the exact same. Both teams really can be good, and it's certainly one of the more exciting Extremesland that we've sort of been a part of in a while now, Jordan. You know, no Mongols this year. Yep. Rooks gets one back. So happy to move in now as the pace picks up around Diggity. Osamas will be able to get that one back, but still holding. Rook's also going down, but Controls again. You know, he's been a member I continue to talk about. He's all alone, but it's going to be Dodds. Well done. Once again, the Saudi roster, Gghow, converting another round. And they really sort of made Chinggis Warriors sweat. They were running out of time. And it was just well set up to trade. You know, good fundamentals. They have been leaning pretty heavy towards A so far on the CT side, and it's paying dividends for the most part.
Yeah, it's starting to get there for Gghow. Still a little bit more work to be done before they're really substantially on top. Now that gap grows once again to 2 Chinggis Warriors. Economic situation starts to look a little bit spotty, and Gghow's looks slightly better as we start to crawl our way towards a solid spot to be in for Gghow. But just as it starts to look good, it starts to look bad again. Now it's on to Oscar. Critical shot. All connected onto Controls.
Don't think they're expecting him to walk through this either. It could really be his demise though, Jordan. He's dropped into pool, wanting to have a bit of a barbecue. They've seen him now, and it's Rooks. Don't give Rooks an inch because he'll take a bloody mile, won't he? AWP picked up for Rooks. He can reposition. They're not going to get aggressive in towards the chapel.
Yeah, you'd be seriously thinking about saving these guns right here, but maybe they know they've done a fair bit of damage. Pole Bandana thinking about having a clap, but that is a great shot.
He's so good, man. I've said it that many times this week.
Just locking it in for the squad.
Yeah. Someone that you can rely upon, right? You know, it's always an issue with inconsistencies in individuals. And, you know, a simple change of player might not always fix the problem either. But Rooks has been one constant, that's for sure.
Shoes on the other foot now. Gghow having to take the save. So once again, it's the back and forth of the economy that plays a big factor here. On Inferno, Pole Bandana only has a P250. This one should be pretty easy for News to clean up if he wants it, though he recognizes he's on the opposite side of the map for his teammates. Oscar's 1 HP.
When did that happen? They're going to be able to clear him hard, surely. Yeah, absolutely. Ariukul, I was going to say, maybe there was a world where the Mag 7 got something done, but he must have gotten wallbanged by Controls down to 1 HP earlier on in the round, and Ariukul is just absolutely farming up a storm now. 600 bucks a pop. Happy days. News tagged up as well. He can bounce out, doesn't need to really play any game here. Paul Bandana through Mexi. They are likely not going to be able to save here. But pretty happy round from Chingus Warriors, tying it up. Because even though I don't know. Surely EXO don't even buy into this next round, Jordan, right? You know, I was just looking 1,600, 400. It'll be a pretty rough one.
Yeah, I don't think their loss bonus is particularly high, is it?
That'd be like 1,900, maybe 20.
Maybe 24?
Yeah.
Best case scenario, 24. If they got 24, they'll probably force something through. But yeah, that's pretty
1,900.
spotty.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's pretty spotty.
I think it's probably best to just take the L in this round, right? You know, put some pistols together.
Yeah, a little pistol armor buy wouldn't be a bad shout.
Lack of proactivity on this CT side, though, Jordan. And again, that's just the thing that continues to plague these teams that are maybe a little bit less put together. I am not the know-it-all here. I do not have the bigger brain, but you just see so many teams from the more prevalent regions so much more proactive on the CT side of Inferno. You have to, right? You've got to take that space. And EXO just kind of letting them walk up. It's more of a 50-50, right?
Yeah, EXO don't want this to get too close because that is where the CT economy really becomes a deciding factor in the game sometimes. Yet reset at the wrong time. So they'd love to sort of do it clean from here on out. Obviously, that's not really necessarily up to them. Chingus Warriors kind of happy with this half so far. Just if it continues to go back and forth, inevitably they're going to break that CT economy before theirs gets broken.
I like the boost. Oh,
so does Ariukul, as it gives him a head to shoot out. eFire as well, catching up, gets the memo that there's a player under the smoke there as well, and Oscar goes down. That's a round for free pretty much for Chingus Warriors.
Just no chance at all, hey?
Yep. Got to think about the fact that this is also EXO's map pick.
Ancient around the corner, Anubis if we need it. Would like it to go to 3 maps, to be honest. Feels like it's a series with kind of enough storyline to justify it. ROG, Rare Atom, maybe less so. It would have been cool, like, on the back of ROG doing it, right? You know, more games up on the big stage in playoffs for the Thai side. But at the very least, they pushed it to overtime, and then it still was the, I guess, result that RA needed to give them some confidence to go deeper into this tournament. You know, RA really should be a grand finalist, almost without question, given their side of the bracket. Because I guess the conversation about the opposing side, which we'll see in games 3 and 4, is a pretty brutal territory.
Yep.
You know, all those teams, Atox, Tyloo, Gghow, and, you know, probably Seify, maybe the weakest in that group, along from a history playing itself, I suppose, you know, from what we can see on the eye test.
Yeah. I think I'd probably put Seify and Gghow on the same level.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say without having more tournaments like this one. Obviously, this is a tournament that really only rolls around once a year, and then the only other sort of Asia-based event that we've had has more or less been the RMRs.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of like, oh, who qualifies? And you have to sort of judge based on that. Osamas gets himself not a whole lot down there, but Oscar could step up right here. Missing that second shot, but there's a second player with him here in Carpets as well. I wonder if Chingus Warriors are going to neglect to remember that. I did see Paul Bandana.
So it simmers back into a 3-on-3. Pivotal round now from EXO. I feel like they lose this and all of... Oh, that is so lucky. Unlucky for controls, and now the flash can come out. Oh. Prime time for timing. Dodds makes it a possibility here. Utility out, trying to isolate the position towards the pit. And that's where one member is in. Ariukul tagged up, Paul Bandana. Ariukul cannot do it. And a lifeline given to EXO. And I think, yeah, again, just like that split second where the unscope happens.
It was a very close shot even for controls on the flick as the player started to work out of Arch, but missed that one. Let's see if we get it on the replay here. No, we don't. But a very close scoreline between these two teams. It seems like It doesn't really matter who Chingus Warriors is playing. They are going to go the distance in any of their matches. It's been a real grind pretty much every single match we've watched.
There's not much more you can add to it at the present time. Both teams putting good things up, but also those little macro mistakes that are allowing their opponents an edge. Some not even, you know, due to any negative connotation, just a little bit of poor timing. But again, 10-10 scoreline, Jordan, and it very much for me is lining up to the match that I was hoping it to be.
Yeah, very different style from Gghow in terms of their CT side. They're not really putting as much presence towards Banana, if any. If you remember, Chingus Warriors for the vast majority of the half were like almost at the bottom of Banana. It's a much more backward hold from Gghow on this side of the map. Hasn't honestly really been tested too hard by Chingus Warriors. A lot of these finishes have been towards A. But they have taken Nana control.
Slow bit of utility now. Flying up to isolate jungle. Looks like Chingus Warriors have made the right call, but they're still yet to execute on it, as we know. E-Fire waiting over towards B. No, okay, they've called it. Pulled the plug on the A. They've taken brackets, they've seen nothing. And this is the more stacked site for Gghow. Chingus Warriors still not convinced as to where they want to go, but they better make a bloody decision, Jordan. 30 seconds. They really have to get moving now. And there it is, there's the call. They're going to turn it around, they're going to pull the plug, but no rotation from these members of Gghow just yet. They're going to slot on towards the site. They're ready for this, even though it's only 2 members.
Yeah, but there's so much going on over towards B. They've got no idea where exactly this is going to finish. Chingus Warriors, though, filtering through one by one. The spacing is horrible. And all they have to do is take a couple of one-on-one aim duels, and it's too easy for Gghow. You're playing into their hands. That first player just went a second too soon.
They ran down the clock. 20 seconds is the time that they decide to switch it up.
Yep.
Head over towards the A site, and they don't even go in as a unit. So I'm starting to feel like the breakdown in communications here is really becoming prevalent from Chingus Warriors.
Yep. That's the importance of having an anchor.
Ooh, goddamn.
Chingus Warriors potential to drop this map at the 11th hour. They have got themselves another buy through here, but News is down to just a Gghow. He's been having a bit of a roughie. Can someone else step up somewhere?
They'll bloody have to. News has gone pretty AWOL this one, 6 and 16. Definitely not his fault by any means, but it's much more of an effort by committee over the side of Gghow. And Osamas, who has really activated these last couple of rounds, does get spotted from the apartments, but E-Fire able to trade him out quickly. Now moving into the site. Library will be Molotoved off, but it's deep enough that the line actually does allow a little bit of safe space for Dodds to have a look-see. Now as they move on in, great gunshot AWP from Controls. Pole Bandana hiding inside this smoke. E-Fire's made the sound. He knows that someone is in there with him, but they're touching backs. They're having a little bit of a look, but now E-Fire actually does get the catch in the end. That's a level of awareness that elevates you up. Bilal, though, drops Controls, and now it's going to be on E-Fire to continue his form. 2 kills already. 2 versus 2 on towards this site now, Jordan. A pivotal round from Chingus Warriors, and Bilal onto it. It's all onto E-Fire, but he can't quite do it. Bilal, a hero, and it's map point for Gghow Esports.
Yeah, you got the sense that E-Fire really needed to be the one to make the difference there with the AK, but he just stood in pit. And Gghow had enough room to get out onto the site. Once that defuse and the smoke started, it seemed to be a little, too late. Controls hit a great shot earlier, but poking his head up over the sight box there. Turns a potential round win back into a 2-on-2, and from there a easier time back into it from Gghow. So last ditch attempt here for Chingus Warriors. This is the 3rd and final timeout that they're going to have in regulation.
Oh man.
It's been a grind for Gghow, there's no doubt about that. This is easily the most difficult match they've faced so far.
again, really not much more to say in these moments. From a caster perspective, it's just coming down to Chingus Warriors very much having that breakdown in communication, I feel. They don't seem to be on the same page, maybe a little bit frustrated. They did seem to have relatively volatile emotions, right? Up and down, not necessarily in the middle. But all of this utility coming out, it's going to have to be News to be the hero, but it's Dodds really looking good here. 2 final members, News, Seify are running straight through the Molotov. And they've had to pull the plug at the nth hour as that smoke will isolate.
Not over yet. Paul Bandana, though, full HP. He can pretty happily just sit there and watch brackets. With how low both Seify and News are, you'd probably be expecting to at least go 1 for 1.
Band for band.
Which will set it up nicely for Gghow. All he's got to do is just keep jiggling that corner. It looks like Chingus Warriors are going to split up, and you'd be relying on both these guys now to win an aim duel, so it gets pretty difficult. Hoping that this is going to draw a rotation off of B, but as has been the case, Gghow have been quite good with their anchor work. And there's still a player there, so easy as you like, it will be Gghow to close it out. 13-10, the first map, their map choice of Inferno will go their way.
And just looking up on the stage right now, Jordan, look how much it means to these guys just to win the map. The series isn't even done. Still plenty more work to do. And you can see that they're just absolutely dejected up here right now, frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit more, obviously, that needs to be done for Gghow, right? The sky's kind of the limit at this point. It feels like that it doesn't necessarily matter who they're going up against. They have got the chops to compete here at EXTREMESLAND. Just one more scalp. Chingus Warriors going down, and Chingus Warriors now with their backs against the wall, which is not unfamiliar territory. They've had some really, really tough matches in the event so far, obviously with their group. And now yet another one just to see what that tenacity is going to look like on the Mongolian side.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a powerful region, right? And I think a lot of pressure on them to perform. And so far with IHC going out, they are, you know, not the sole contenders. Atox is still there later in the competition, which we'll be able to see. But you would have thought the Chingus Warriors really could have stepped up to the plate here, and being completely denied. Gghow had a bit of a slower start. You know, they were looking pretty good there, Chingus Warriors, for a little bit. But it definitely seemed to be that mental resilience. So all I can kind of think about is Inferno. It's a map that's played. Individual talent can show up. Ancient is a much different ball game, right? And we haven't seen it from Gghow yet inside this competition. We've only seen Dust 2, now Inferno, and then Anubis there if we need it. So personally, I think, you know, there is the potential for this to go 3 maps. I almost feel like it would be, you know, a little bit unsettling if it didn't, just given the nature of Chingus Warriors. But yeah, it's been awesome to watch nonetheless so far.
Yeah, in saying that, I think Ancient is another one of those maps where individual firepower and prowess can really make quite a big difference. So I wouldn't really be counting my chickens before they've hatched here if I'm Chingus Warriors going into that map. Yes, we know it's their map pick and they're generally pretty decent on it, but I actually think it kind of plays right into the hands of Gghow. If they're going to pick Dust 2, they're going to feel comfortable, they're going to feel fine on Ancient. So it's another one of those kind of like puggier maps. It gets played obviously a lot in the pugs, like we've been talking about there. A bit more of a puggy kind of a team as it is. So I don't think you can necessarily lean one way or the other on this one just because it's the choice of Chingus Warriors. I still think this is a series that very much could go the way of Gghow here, even a 2-0 potentially on the cards if they can just find those like little X-factor moments, which they were able to do on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just purely on the basis of the vibe check up on the stage, everyone was looking really, really happy and in order up there on the side of Gghow. And that's a super important thing. You know, when you're up on the stage in front of the crowd, they're using that energy really, really well. I think the Saudi side, again, you know, they haven't really had the chance to step up on the stage as much as a team like Chingus Warriors. And I think the guys are just sort of happy from what we were hearing from Victoria, just to be hanging out, right? It's something as simple as that. I still remember it very much myself when, you know, getting into IEM Sydney for the first time. It's like when you got mates from all across the region and then you hang out in the one spot, it's good vibes, right?
Yeah,
so they're definitely taking that vibes train all the way to the next station.
Just looking at that graphic, you know, you can't really be affording News to be putting up numbers like that one in a game like this one. MVP is going to go the way of Paul Bandana. 22 kills for him, 13 deaths, 101 ADR. Pretty solid performance, really. But yeah, I think looking at Chingus Warriors just missing out on 1 or 2 key pieces in that. There was definitely moments from the big firers. We talked about controls, we talked about rooks going into that game. They definitely had some pretty decent rounds, but maybe just didn't have quite enough support around them to get that one over the line. I mean, it's a close scoreline, definitely, but close scoreline's not going to be good enough, right? You're not walking away at the end of the day saying, damn, we got close, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Damn, we got close, that sucks.
Absolutely, absolutely it is. So all you can hope for is that the guys have gone outside, they're having a quick break, and they are firing themselves up, because that's the only way that the Mongolians are going to please the Khan. But on the other side of the coin, it looks like the Saudi side is looking really, really dominant. So Ancient around the bend, we'll see you back soon.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know
Here we are back again for the continuation of the quarter-finals. It is Gghow up against Chinggis Warriors, our second game of the day. We're into the second map now, or we're about to be. It's been a pretty close match, I think it's fair to say, Conky.
It's just been so nice to see, like, you know, having invested a hell of a lot of time throughout casting these minor regions over the years. You know, I still run it back to like 2017, Galleria Game Master for the qualifiers for the Japanese team in. You know, it's been a very, very rich time, and there's always been a very heavy top to bottom, right? You know, and that can still be said for some of the teams. You know, Miracle Play didn't really get a chance to play. Blaze Warriors did get a win in the end, but it was a little bit up and down. A nice little banana on the screen. That's a good man right there, Paul Bandanas. But yeah, I think overall it's been a very competitive playoffs, and that's what I wanted to see. You know, maybe the bottom 8, they're just here for a little bit more experience, but some of the teams that did go out were also quite competitive, Jordan. So it's brought us to a pretty handsome-looking Extremesland. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves up on the stage, but for me, I think it was more that a couple of the Mongolians didn't even step outside for a quick break because they were just making sure that they wanted to stay locked in.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in general, it's actually been a very competitive Extremesland.
Yeah.
I can recall in the past, you know, sometimes, like, you get some of the weaker teams from each respective region, and they just get kind of blasted for whatever reason, but for the most part, I don't know that I would really want to change up the teams all that much. Like, I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, if I could have Mongols and FlyQuest, I would, but it's almost better that we don't have them in a way.
Definitely.
Because it does sort of bring everyone back together in a little bit of a closer fashion. And
you don't want anyone just coming in to farm prize money, right?
Correct. And even those teams that are at the bottom end of the tier list, I suppose, you're talking like, or even regions, I should say, like the Vietnam region, like the Thai region, the Philippines, etc. I think all of those teams have actually kind of made a good accounting for themselves, enough so that you'd go, you know what, it wasn't a wasted slot. And I think that's really cool to see, that it has been a little bit closer than anticipated. But as you say, into the playoffs as well, we'd be looking to see whether or not any of these teams can cause a bit of a ruckus, any kind of an upset. I don't think this matchup particularly could have an upset, right? I think either way we'd go, yeah, okay, fair enough. Happy to see Gghow or Chinggis go through. But some of the other matches definitely have a favorite. Tyloo Seify up next will be a very interesting one.
God knows where that one's going to go. It's literally here, whoever shows up on the day, right?
Yep.
But in a world, Jordan, where many esports titles can coexist, Extremesland is the constant. So good to have it here. And now as we move into map number 2, it is Ancient Gghow up against Chinggis Warriors. And yeah, as I said, you know, teeting on the balance right now. We've only had a 2-0 in the opening, but the second map did go to overtime. Real Original Gaming couldn't quite close that one out. RA too strong, but it's a slow mid-prod here. So Chinggis Warriors are happy to kind of take that control. Gghow not fighting for it at all, and then just going to sort of let them come into their home, but smack them on the head if they look in the wrong way.
Double setup into a donut, though. This could really catch Chinggis Warriors off guard. The flash, though, is a great one, and it's unfortunate that it's the dualies that would drop, but the USPs have been phenomenal for Gghow so far today, and they will continue to be. Nu somehow is going to get away with his life. He's hightailing it towards Shelf. I don't know if he can make that cross safely, though.
Admin, he's doing it sideways. Little bit of a Foon moment there for News. They haven't completely pulled the plug on this A hit, though. I think they want to sort of make their way up towards House. Bilal really low, but Pole Bandana's made quick work of it. News, not exactly the healthiest position. Bilal's 1 HP.
1 HP wonder. Can still get a lot of work done from 1 HP, if you're cheeky about it.
He's made the sound now, not going to clear this surely. Why? Yep. Gghow win the pistol.
Another one. Yeah, it's not the start that Chinggis would have wanted, for sure. T-side on Ancient, you want to be getting quite a bit of work done as well, so they'll be looking for more than 6 in this half. Giving Gghow an easy 2 or 3 to start things off just makes that job vastly more difficult.
Picking up the pace a little bit here. Investing into that Mac 10, those Tech 9s. Basic utility down, though, up very close is Oscar. I think he might be able to find the timing here. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough. Is there a flash to go over the top? No. But it's a dry swing and a ding. Bilal will be able to find one back, but it's pole bandana. Just too easy for this man. No real position to trade. They flashed into Donut in the previous round, but this time they'll just try and go high and dry. And unfortunately for Chingus Warriors, that means that Gghow should very well be finding themselves 3 on the trot.
Yep. I was going to say the exact same thing. That'll be probably 3 for Gghow. That little investment from Chingus Warriors is going to hurt their buy in the next round. If it's fair to even call it a buy. And Gghow just seem like they're kind of going through the motions pretty early on in this map, kind of getting back into the swing of things, working their way into it. Nice and easy. Imagine it's probably going to be a pretty long, tough kind of a fight. So don't want to be overexerting yourself in some of these quote-unquote easier rounds. They're not, you know, getting out of their chairs, jumping up and down, doing anything too crazy. And Osama's starts nicely here for round at number 3. That again is a little bit of an investment from Chingus Warriors.
Nah.
This is not the round that they should be getting away with anything in, and yet there's already 2 kills.
Look at the space as well. I mean, look, Ariukul stuck with the bomb. They've got that info. Surely they should start to be turning around, right? News is in a fantastic position. He's obviously picked up the M4. They should know where he is. And as a response, this is actually really big brain from Gghow. They are pushing in for it. Nasama's going to be Goomba stomping Ariukul. God, that caught you, did it?
I think someone else in the crowd sort of shouted at the same time.
Ha! Woo! Yahoo! Wah! That's where I'm at, 5 days into competition.
Wahoo! Oh, another one. It's Oscar again.
I think it's that side of the stage, honestly.
They need to tape that in or something.
Yeah.
Like, glue it in.
They're good headsets too, so it's definitely a player issue.
As is usually the case. I just want to see a replay of it one time. Like, I want to see a replay of them, like, bashing it out or something like that.
Well, must have been day 1.
Feels like a long lifetime ago.
There was 2 individual celebrations from Savage. One pulled the headset out. The other pulled his bloody rib cage. Yeah. Chest day, best day, as you would have learned from last night, Jordan.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of leg working out happening in the gym. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of mid-working out for Chingus Warriors either. That's a super clean mid-hold from Gghow.
Yeah, I don't know whether to call that just like a crap approach from Chingus Warriors or a really good approach from Gghow.
I have to have a look again at what the util coverage looked like there from Chingus Warriors, but it really seemed like anyone from Gghow was flashed in mid there at all.
Nah, they just sort of walked through that smoke there, isn't it? I was just going to say the only sort of saving grace appears to be the fact that Controls is in spawn, but Osama's is ready for it. Yeah,
and you can't just be walking through a smoke like no flashes, no nothing. Controls does get one, but he won't get the other, and so still a pretty straightforward one here. 4 on 1 for Gghow, so you can go back to talking about the gym.
I was literally just about to say.
There was no leg machines at all.
No.
So I ended up having to do some split squats with the dumbbells, which I don't hate, but it was definitely a lot of chest, a lot of push and pull and whatever.
I was going to say I've had like better hotel gyms, but also worse hotel gyms.
No, that was definitely fine.
It's a pretty good one, hey.
If I could lock that in for every hotel gym, I'd take that.
It's not just the, you know, water fountain alongside 1 treadmill.
Yeah.
And 1 maybe cross trainer. Having a bit of variety is nice.
Indeed.
Every single experience about this event so far, I just have to say, has been pretty fantastic. Hey, like from the pickup at the airport all the way through to the hotel, to the catering, to the people at the event working here, the sound studio that we're in right now, like everything really hasn't skipped a beat. We've had a couple of minor moments where, you know, a few technical issues have prevailed, but nothing that's, you know, murdered a whole day.
It's been fantastic. I mean, this is, I think, a huge step up in every way over last year, and
2019 as well.
2019 as well, yeah. Like it seems like every year I come back for eXTREMESLAND, it gets better and better, bigger and bigger, and so no complaints from me. Hospitality's been great. The people have been great.
Yeah. Chinese hospitality's been fantastic. Every single place I've gone, everyone's been super nice.
Yeah.
Everyone keeps calling me American though.
Well, you do look a bit American.
Of course. Maybe it's just the more common. How many Aussies coming to Shanghai? I did actually fly over with a couple, but they were here for some sort of engineering or construction work, I understand.
So what a lot of it is, like mining related stuff, metal, trading, etc.
Equipment purchasing, etc.
I would say there'd actually be a decent amount of Aussies in Shanghai just because of our proximity.
Yep. One was going to Beijing, other two were coming to Shanghai, and I think they were heading to Guangzhou after as well.
Yeah.
So it was nice heading over.
Hangzhou, maybe?
Hangzhou.
Guangzhou. Guangzhou, as I've heard it from some of my other colleagues. Leaving a bit to be desired.
That's pretty rude to call out Neo like that, man.
You knew.
That was just a guess too, which is the best part.
Nearly the whitest man alive, if it were not for Dwayne and Jay.
That's what I was about to say. Where's the closest KFC?
That's right. Well, where's the closest round for Chingus Warriors right now? That's going to be the next question.
This is where we start to, go into casting insanity when there's just not really a hell of a lot of life being thrown out from.
It's going to have to be a very contact-heavy game from Chingus Warriors. I mean, look, there's no flashes at all. So they're just going to be relying purely on their firepower. I don't think that's going to work against this high-low setup in the cave, although awkward timing. Everyone walks away without barely taking any damage.
The only thing is, Jordan, Chingus Warriors up against Rare Atom did look pretty good. Like, it was a convincing attempt at a comeback to drag that game through. So there is certainly a world where this team does drag us to 3. Rooks was the man to do it. And there we go. Contact-heavy play. 3 quick kills. And Gghow, well, they're going to get really acquainted with that A site.
Yeah, that's a bit of a letdown, I think, for Gghow. They do all the hard work, to get on top in the game and then just let it slip to a round like that. There's not a whole lot of nuance to it from Chingus Warriors, just some good timing, some good shooting. But that's sometimes all that you need in Counter-Strike. At its base level, he who shoots better wins.
That is all it is.
Can do all the other stuff.
All the other ideas. But if you can't shoot back, well, bad luck. Such is life at Pugs in Global at 2 in the morning. Oh, man. I do miss the heydays, honestly. It does suck that life prevails a lot of the way. Even you said, Jordan, having a little bit of spare time between events, jumping online, jumping in the TeamSpeak or the Discord, and nobody else is on. Oh, sorry, I got to go for a... I got to go do my grocery shopping today.
Yeah, it's really like, oh, I got to go for a run with them. We're going to go run around the lake as the sun sets. Like, come on, man. My life sucks as it is. Why are you rubbing it in?
Nah, dude, I'm telling you. It's going to be that run club moment. Or a gym club. Come rock climbing. It's where all the insane people are.
The insane... I don't know if I want to hang out with insane people. I do enough of that in esports.
Look.
It's a timeout here from Gghow. Not happy with that last round, I guess.
Nah.
Fair enough. I'm not either.
It's got to be a big change.
Yeah, they got plenty of money though, so can still fight for this one.
Just the defaults again. But once again, E-Fire not really set up in a position. I think that nade might hurt Pol Bandana, but Rooks has been heard now. Osama should be able to spot him out, and it's actually Oscar. 3 members poised straight towards mid. No contest, no flashes, no utility. Even just a house smoke would, buddy, help out something, Chingus Warriors. And I don't know if it's that they lack the capacity or if it was just that they were looking so much better individually up against Rare Atom. Because they've done some damage. They've dropped Oscar. Pol Bandana's low. The only thing that Chingus Warriors have had, Jordan, this game is free reign towards A, and that's just because Gghow are happy to let them have it.
Still not an overly confirmed round here for Gghow. They don't have a lot of delaying util. Pol Bandana's low on HP toward A, so if Chingus Warriors were to gamble toward A, they would get in there for sure and get a plant. But they've thrown the short and the long smokes. That would signify that they do want to go toward B. Nice counter util. There wasn't much of it from Gghow, as we said. But that one smoke on the ramp has really held Chingus Warriors up. They're going to try and bust their way into B, but there's a heavy stack over here. They shouldn't be able to get in too easily at all. Decent trade so far, but not expecting that third member. Dodds almost cleans it up.
Controls the one to win these, Jordan. Both members low.
Paul Bandana, though, the MVP from the last round. Last map, I should say.
Oh, it's just going to be about the timing. How quickly can he slot into elbow here? If he gets around the bend, it'll start to make Paul Bandana a little bit more confused.
Defuse kit available, though, so extra time here for Paul Bandana. A1S in hand. Controls. Looks like he might just be getting the better of the timing, and he will. Easy shots in the end.
I'm really begging for that one moment to be the kind of turn of the tides, right? Just something to get the crew motivated, something to get the Mongolians excited.
They're not too pumped up just yet.
Nah, not at all. What happened to that smile, that damn smile on the opposing side?
I mean, that could have worked out really poorly for Chingus Warriors. They went to the site that was stacked. They went through a smoke at the ramp. But the individual prowess still gets them something.
It was a poor start to the round for them too, so the fact that they converted it might be the start of something beautiful, because look at how resettable that economy is, Jordan, and E-Fire quick. First time we've actually seen some sort of movement. E-Fire dropping Pole Bandana, denial, house smoke. There you go, utility being utilized, and a bit of pace up towards Cheetah. Two members here, though, still.
They're really looking for E-Fire, aren't they? He does have Ariukul to kind of help him out there, but the trade is a difficult one from mid up on the shelf. And in the end, it's going to be the 2 kills that bring Gghow back into the fight. They'll have to get back out onto B. They elect better of it. Rooks has already sort of progressed far enough to deny that. So they'll have to hold B from Cave.
Force Bilal into the crossfire as well with that spray. Now all the Dodds, they know he's here too. Has to hit the shot though, Rooks. It's a little bit of a shake, but fortunately, Dodds can be stirred. And now Oscar just has to save that AWP. There's no other option about it. Money now potentially broken, and Resurgence could be on the cards. Just been a hell of a slow series, hasn't it? No pacing behind this at all.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just made for a very odd kind of cast.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty slow game for sure. Been a lot of downtime. Neither team looking to pick the pace up all that much, which is fair enough, just playing back to their own styles. Oscar holding on to this AWP could be pretty imperative. He's going to pop flash.
Could be done here too. He's running out of bullets.
Yeah, wow.
There we go.
What a shot.
That's a big pick, because now it means that there's no real hope for an investment into this round.
Exactly.
They're just going to take the full save.
Exactly. If he has the AWP there, you know, you can try to get up to some funny business. Maybe he can push down ramp or get aggressive somewhere. But that option has been taken away from Gghow. Money pretty dire, but then again, 4 rounds on the CT side of Ancient. It's sort of similar to where we were at on Inferno, where it's like, you know what, it is actually not too bad right now for Gghow. If they can grab 1 more, 2 more, T-side should be favorable enough. You expect at least 6, if not more, on that T-side. So we're almost all of the way there toward a pass score for Gghow. At least for this first half.
Gghow having a play around in A main for the first time, but it's only on those pistols. Did see Controls watching onto it for a very long time. Now the slow mid prod coming through. Just 100%ing this round. Like, Money's pretty good. E-Fire obviously dropping a little bit lower. Rooks not too far ahead of him, but just allowing them that bit of a buffer, because Gghow would be pretty cut if they let that swing round turn into too many more. It's only the single member, but as I've been absolutely yapping, Jordan, Osama's has found the flank, and I think if they don't move very quick, if Oscar drops 1 here, he shouldn't. It could have been a little bit of a call for concern, but Controls is definitely going to be found, so that's a big one. Maybe drop the AWP.
Oh, 2.
Oh, yeah, 2 could be even. Fantastic. Picking it up now. Osama's may very well be the miracle hero here, because he can still get that AK. Osama's looking to find Rooks here.
No way.
Denied. News was there with a little bit of pace behind him, but round not done just yet. Still, Dodds did get 1, but he should be taken as well, and that's a much better performance. You can hear The cheers starting to come out on the side of Chinggis Warriors now.
Yep.
Different game of Counter-Strike in front of us.
It's definitely picking up slowly but surely on the behalf of Chinggis Warriors. I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of a fan contingent cheering for them as well.
There's a good crowd now behind us, as I said. Like, a few empty seats in the middle, but, like, again, for a non-Chinese game, it's pretty good.
I think everyone's kind of filtering in, waiting for Tyloo versus Seify.
Yeah. Don't blame them.
This is the entree.
Oh, you know this man can eat, Jordan.
Let him cook.
Give me that degustation, baby.
Well, back into another gun round here for Gghow, and like I was saying, they really only need 1 or 2 more in this half. They've got a few bites of the cherry in order to do that.
Again, another slow prod. Just using a little bit of utility to flesh out B. But they haven't been overly confident on it. They've got cave control, at least managing to force out Dodds, but 3 members still here at B. Big nade onto controls. He's not really been able to find anything from this boost. Bilal doesn't need to walk into this crosshair. Would net him no reward. They've sent Osama's back towards mid as well to watch house. Great shot.
You've never been more wrong in your life.
Oh, yes, I have. But I'm happy to be wrong there. Good opener from Gghow. I learned from mostly the hard way, my mum would tell me, Jordan.
Okay. You're the guy that would touch the pan to see if it's hot?
Yeah. Full palm. I'll never forget the day a pot of hot oil washed over my knuckles in the kitchen.
Okay.
And then I put a glove on. Very smart.
Why'd you do that for?
Because I had to keep washing those dishes.
You're a cooked unit.
Absolutely, mate.
You know that 65 IQ we were talking about on day 1?
Maybe that was an oversell.
That was an overstretch for sure.
Okay.
Bomb plants down though for Chinggis Warriors. Or it was about to be until Osama's struck. Now Ariukul is going to have his turn. They will get it done just at the last attempt. But it's just a pretty straightforward retake for Gghow. There shouldn't really be too much in it. Ariukul has got himself one.
Hold up, Jordan.
Seify there to try to watch the cross, but why are they going one by one? Where's the trade?
Exactly.
It's starting to get a little bit messy here, a little bit scary. Time ticking away.
Oh!
Gghow lose another. And
What is going on?
Is stuffing up in such a big way. A 2-on-5. And Chinggis Warriors steal it away from Gghow.
There's that smile. I've been waiting for it. Oh, they just needed a couple of mistakes to come through from Gghow. They managed to deny the bomb plant, but then Ariukul and E-Fire, crispy as you like. How do you see it? How do you believe it? Live on your screen right now, some action. And there's that contingent you're talking about, Jordan.
Yeah, that's going to need a reset for sure for Gghow. Bit of a tilt to that one, I'd say.
Yeah, you can definitely see they're not as up and about as they were previously. But you certainly are, and I love to see it.
Yeah, that's the first one that's got me out my seat this weekend. I mean, I'd say we've seen better plays or moments during the group stages at some points, but obviously the stakes are a little bit higher now that we're through to the playoffs.
Definitely so, you know, it's like several thousand US per spot from here. You know, making the playoffs was the tip of the spear. And as it gets deeper and deeper into the competition, it really means a hell of a lot.
That might be enough to send Chinggis Warriors into a really dominant first half. Smoke's going to go through. Oscar, Dodds, both able to connect with the 5-7s. Chinggis Warriors just a bit too messy on the entry. And all the hard work that they did in the last round may be for naught.
A missed shot there from Controls really kind of turned it into a bit of a manic moment. Not to be confused with Manic Monday. Great shot there from Bilal. Oh man, all of Chinggis Warriors' hard work. And then it's just a quick pause from Vital. All he has to say is, bro, we're better. And that appears to be the individual prowess there. But they did lose a 2v5 in the previous. Controls opening up an attempt at the very least. Dodds, if he oversteps, it could be a call for concern. But it's just going to be Ariukul opening up the window to see if there's a cool breeze. And he has to clear this, yes. That's the crispy shot they aim that is so prevalent in this Mongolian side. because I think the walkabout is too much. 2v5 to a 2-on-2 before you know it. Now they can pick up the pace and head over towards A. Oscar going to be the only one to look for the reprise, and I think they're just going to walk straight into the crosshair.
Oh, what a shot, though.
Goes a little bit too far, but at least it's a 1v1. What the? Ah! That was bold. Certainly not beautiful, though.
She's not expecting another play to come from CT Spawn. He's thinking maybe Temple.
Yeah.
But
maybe even on the flank, who knows? He was a long way away, potentially. That bloody microphone again.
Same microphone.
Yeah. Great shot from Bilal as well, dropping Rooks. I think Rooks has been relatively silent on this map. He was good on Inferno.
Yeah. I mean, this is the map that Controls really was leading from the front on.
It was.
If I remember correctly, during the group stages. Got another tech pause. As you said, that microphone is a real problem.
The middle seat. Because I got a bit of an insight into Vision, and like, this is definitely player fault equally, right? But I think he said he had no comms for about 4 or 5 rounds.
What?
Yeah, where they thought, like, you know, he's not the caller, obviously. It doesn't really matter at that point, but he thought everyone could sort of hear him the way it was reacting, but it did make a little bit more sense when you saw, I think it was that 1v3 and the 1v4 that sort of really did turn the tides for Seify.
Yeah, and, sometimes you know, you just accidentally mute your microphone. I've done it at home. You mute your microphone in the middle of like a chaotic fight for whatever reason, and you're comming the whole time. And then 5 minutes later, someone's like,
"Are you even here?
Did you mute your mic?"
Yeah.
And it's like, "Oh, how long has that been for?"
Yeah.
Happens actually more often than you think.
Thankfully for them, it didn't change the tone of the game. But right now, Osama's Oscar. After their pause, they have managed to bring it back, and it has very much been the tune for Chinggis Warriors. You know, they haven't been finding opening picks. Oscar did actually get to spot controls out there briefly before the smoke does come back, re-bloom. Still a winnable round, as we've seen, but Gghow have definitely given themselves a good prospect. Controls down now as well, so it's going to be New and Rooks. And they got to walk out the cave straight into the crosshair of Oscar, and as much as I love you, Rooks, I don't think you've got a 1v5 in you. That's just not even an attempt from the side of Chinggis Warriors. Gghow got every single one free of charge.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one for sure. And it's a nice settler again for Gghow. Just not only it wins them that round, but it gives them an extra life, I guess, in this first half where they can reinvest if necessary. Oh, that's the last round, never mind. Chinggis Warriors, but I mean, I guess it gets them an extra life in the same sense that it's broken the Chinggis Warriors economy. So this last round should be a little bit easier for Gghow instead. Same story, still kind of falls into place. It's Tech9 and Armor, best case scenario for Chinggis Warriors. They're just going to try and bust their way out. The flash is not going deep enough to blind pole Bandana, but I guess a headshot will do. Sama's given the early info, the shadow, taking away the push from E-Fire.
Oh, it's quick.
The bomb, not quite denied. It was a nice smoke nade.
That's a bomb dropped?
No, it's not. The bomb's on the floor. The bomb's been planted.
It is. I thought it actually got sent back, but a little bit of extra time there, Jordan. Dodds walks his way through the temple to try and get something done, and he will for now. Ariukul, Rue, they've only got the techies. And I think it's that big flank coming through now. The timing might be really, really nice here for Ariukul. Rooks gets one. Osama's dropped inside the chaos now. The time is ticking. Ariukul's position. Can he drop Oscar? Tapping onto the smoke, onto the defuse. Running out of time! And he can't quite find it. That will be Gghow finding a 7-5 half. They already won the first map, Jordan, and they are setting themselves up for success to make this one a 2-0.
Right on into the second half right now, and eXTREMESLAND, I'm sure, are pretty keen to get underway with it. They are 7-5 after the CT side of Ancient. They will be feeling pretty good about that one. Gghow Warriors, on the other hand, I think this might be potentially the last we see of them at eXTREMESLAND, the way things are going at the moment.
It would suck too, like, not on the basis of eXTREMESLAND winning, but the fact of Gghow Warriors not kind of giving what we've seen from them in this competition.
Yeah, most definitely. But then again, like, it's a fairly new project, you know, so it's pretty early in the life cycle. I'm not prepared to get too worried about it just yet. And off we go, as eXTREMESLAND are going to have to deal with a real push from Gghow Warriors on their way through. Bilal, decent effort from him. Oscar's trying his best to bring this round back, and he knows exactly where Rooks is. 52 ADR from Rooks. He only needs a little more than that in this round, and he gets it. Headshot with the dualies. Breathing a sigh of relief, but coach says it's all good.
Yeah.
No bomb plant from the T side.
I was going to say, like, where was that approach from Gghow Warriors on the T side?
Yeah.
But I'm glad I didn't, because they almost lost the round anyway. Rook's pretty confused with what's happened there, because Julie's at that distance not exactly the most reliable, especially after being dinked.
Yes.
He's back, though. He was pretty silent in the opening part of this game, Jordan.
We have a soft investment, though, from eXTREMESLAND in this round. They don't want to let it slip too easily, and they're going to work their way into A pretty quickly. There is a player in Donut, though. That will be smoked off. Molotov's going to come too late to deny them out of main. 1-for-1 on the entry is pretty good as far as eXTREMESLAND is concerned. If they can get this plant down, they're in with a real chance in this round.
Good HE as well. Really able to decimate them quickly. Oh. And I mean, look, you just got to be happy with the bomb plant at this point in time, right? Will be taken down in Dodds.
Guess I lied. They were not in with much of a chance. They kind of got rolled.
I like that they didn't overstep, though. You know, you see them sort of like couple of bursts from CT, and all of a sudden it's one headshot that comes through, and the Temple player gets taken down. So the fundamentals there from Gghow Warriors was pretty good. So maybe they were just having a rough T side, whatever was talked about in the break. Could have brought them back into fruition, but it's a tied scoreline now, and again, it just it feels completely different to most of the other series we've seen. It just feels very, very slow. And maybe a little bit more pace in these last few rounds. But it's tied up, and as I said, I really kind of feel like this series deserves to go to 3.
Yeah, that Rare Atom ROG game was super chaotic, and this has been the complete opposite of it. Cool Carbon Collector. eXTREMESLAND, once again, they're going to try a 2.0 version of that strat. This time Controls is waiting for the AWP. Gets a bit of damage out, but no killing blow until the re-attempt there onto Osama's, and it seems like eXTREMESLAND put all of their eggs into this basket a second time, and it hasn't really worked out for them. So it's an interesting choice, but they'll get a bye this round nonetheless.
Lacking a little bit of inspiration in that one. Bit chaotic in the mid-play. But 3 for Gghow Warriors is certainly something they've got to be happy with. You know, the AWP up for Controls already, maintaining that one. Good money from News and E-Fire. So the foundations are now set. Slab poured, Sparkies and Plumbers have been. But will those walls go up, or will the builder go insolvent? We'll find out shortly.
Well, if 2020s is anything to go by, it's probably the latter. The builders go insolvent. Seen a lot of that.
Oh, trust me. Been there, done that. Insurance world, chaotic as Counter-Strike. But they're moving out towards this A site pretty quick, Jordan.
Another A hit from eXTREMESLAND.
Yeah, they've been denied. It's more the late mid-lurk here from Osama's. He's walked straight through that smoke. Oh, no, they're not ready for him. Actually, Rooks kind of does get held at bay in window. Good shot from Controls. Try to cross, narrowly missing the second as well. They're still yet to get towards that bomb site. But an overstep for Controls, that's the only thing. He's done that a couple of times in this competition. They are at a bit of a stalemate, a bit of a standstill. Trying to get in towards that site to find the spike plant now.
I don't know how easy it is to get this bomb down. Dodds! Probably needed a double there to really confirm it. Bilal's floating around in no man's land as these flashes continue to layer over the site. There's still a lot of time, though, for eXTREMESLAND. But bomb has now been dropped on the site. Bilal, only a flash, no smoke. That's the problem right now for eXTREMESLAND, is they don't have any util to block off any of these angles. So every single movement is fraught with danger. And unless Oscar were to get a freebie, This round is going to be very hard to negotiate now. He's not aware that there's still a second player coming from CT Spawn.
They're pushing for it, though.
He'll be able to get the bomb. But this doesn't come down to a plant necessarily. It's now going to come down to killing these last remaining players. And where is that last player? Is he in the smoke? Can he get to B? Oh, I'm not sure about the timing here.
It's going to be too close.
I think he's got it just in time.
Yep.
Just. That's really good game knowledge.
If he goes around elbow here and straight away, there is no way that this 1v3 should have ever happened.
Molly. Haryukul's only going to need one tick on it.
We should know he's low, right?
Yeah. But Oscar playing a little bit of a risky game getting set up on this line, but it's a big one. And even if he just gets the info, oh, the shot, and Gghow will win the round. I mean, I was going to say, even if he gets just the info and ducks away, that's potentially enough to win the round, but he hits the shot anyway. Bold play from him.
I can't help but feel that Chingus Warriors kind of gave them that round, right? It was starting with the overstep for controls, didn't need to re-peek into that line. They had 3 players in CT, Jordan, and then one of them just decides to sit in a smoke.
Everyone is just looking really tentative in that round, aren't they? Both on T and CT. Nobody wanted to take the fight. Nobody wanted to swing and say, I'm going to own this round.
Yeah. That felt like a pug moment where you're sitting there just going like, what the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah.
And it's individuals of this caliber that are still making those micro decisions that are incorrect.
No
right?
surprises that we're going to get an attack timeout here.
Yeah. I think Coach Carnage definitely wanting to kind of get into the heads of the team and say, boys, those are baby mistakes. But anyway, I digress. Money's still there, 8 at 8.
I mean, it is, but it's not great on either side. Big reinvestment coming through from that last one, and Gghow are going to go a little faster this time toward A, and Controls is ready for it. Oscar, he can't repeat the heroics from the last round. Banged out of the server in this one.
A good opening pick that's well needed though, right? Chingus Warriors not having to play from behind here. As you mentioned, you know, economically this is a round where gamblers tell you to chase their losses, but sometimes they're lying. If Chingus Warriors are unsuccessful here, it'll be back to living with mum for a little bit. Great shot again from Controls. This guy, again, he's been such a beast, but relatively inactive on Inferno. Now seeing him pick up has been a beautiful thing because Gghow hasn't had a chance at all to trade. You know, this was sort of what we were seeing from Chingus Warriors on the previous side, Jordan, where they were just going as a bunch of individuals. And for a team that is like Chingus Warriors, they are not a bunch of individuals. Sure, it's a new project, as you mentioned, but a core 3 from IHC.
Yep.
It's kind of inexcusable at this level.
Yeah, and Bilal, he's got a long way to go in terms of at least making this round something of value for Gghow.
That's a better
he would have
swing.
needed another 2 or 3 kills. I mean, there was a really big missed opportunity there for Gghow that if they would win that round, they reset CT economy. And they're in control of the game at that point, but Chingus Warriors keep their noses in front. They do it with 4 guns alive. So we still have to wait another 2 or 3 rounds to really get an idea of how this match is going to be playing out. And even then, at that point, if it kind of goes 1 or 2 to Chingus Warriors and 1 or 2 to Gghow, still very much going to be hanging in the balance then.
At least a little bit of pace as a unit. Brooks will have the sweat put on slightly, but
easy.
Yeah, again, I thought they were a little bit closer in pacing, but Rooks can pick up a couple of kills to pad his stats.
Yeah, Chingus Warriors stepping up nicely. CT side looking pretty good from them. Money's building up there as well off the back of those last 2 rounds, so building a nice stable base.
Definitely not the Gghow that you were seeing in whether it be Dust 2, start of Inferno, or even to switch it to the CT side of this map. They started pretty good, slowed down a little, but Pole Bandana has been pretty missing, and that's the thing, it's just never the specific individual as Rooks walks on in. I mean, look at specific individuals now from them, right? But the issue is for these kind of teams, for Gghow, it needs to be an effort by committee. All 5 team members need to be doing the work together. But right now, all I'm seeing is a bunch of individuals walking through Smokescry, not flashing each other in, not communicating effectively, and starting to tilt a little bit, unfortunately, I would say. And that's no criticism, right? This happens. This is Counter-Strike, and you've got to be playing your absolute best here. The Asian region is getting stronger and stronger as the years go on, despite the lack of opportunity. And as things only start to come back, Jordan, as we start to equalize and realize that a bunch of titles in esports can coexist happily. It's just benefits for everyone. So a 1 versus 5 attempt from Pole Bandana, and it's News with a great flick there. Double AWP looking good. It's going to be incredibly tough to try and burst their way back into this game. So 2 rounds to go for Chingus Warriors.
Yeah, it's just switched on a dime, really, hasn't it? There's not a whole lot on this T side from Gghow. So we're going to get another tack timeout, but I'm not too sure what it's going to end up turning into. I mean, generally the conversion rate after the timeouts has been pretty decent from Gghow, I have to say.
Yeah.
But it's now not just requiring 1 round. It's going to be a good 2 or 3 here before you break that CT economy, and you don't have many chances left. We haven't really seen a whole lot that's excited us out of this T side so far from Gghow. So I have my doubts, I have my reservations, that's for sure. 11-8. Could be headed to a map 3. But it'll be 5 rifles. And Gghow looking to initially do a bit of damage into mid. Double nade there, doesn't end up connecting. They have managed to sneak 1 player through that smoke. It's Oscar holding the lane for the moment.
Again, a slow approach. No lane control outside of just that 1 member in Oscar. They're waiting for the mid prod. Cheetah held, bottom mid with E-Fire. News just playing the boring game, just making sure that the site supervisor of A is there. And they are going to walk for a bit of a contest now here. Jordan as Rooks is the only wall, and he'll just get the info and happily fall away.
Yeah, that's fine at this stage. Still a lot of util available to Chingus Warriors. They can use that to slow Gghow down, and it's a perfect line for controls to be on at the moment. Dodds with a Khalil. You can't challenge this.
We just need to see some level of utility, right? But there's literally 0. That's where the economic situation is, right? You've got 1 smoke to go over.
None now. It's been tossed in.
Yeah.
Long smoke, short smoke, 30 seconds left. There's a counter smoke on the ramp. Controls will be pushed off of his line a step, and it's just back and forth. Gghow, they're playing with fire. Inevitably, one of those AWP shots is always going to connect, and they have to go through a smoke at the top of the ramp. It's not good, but somehow they're turning it into something. A plant goes down. It's unlikely, but Gghow could still win this round. And Controls missing a shot. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. 3-on-2 now. Chingus Warriors have a decision to make.
It's happened a couple of times with the AWPs, haven't it, Jordan? You know, a missed shot or 2, and it makes it really, really tough. But now it's back to a 2-on-2, a response from E-Fire on the line. News hitting the shot, but E-Fire has to clutch it out. He's heard the footsteps and just getting across towards it. He's trying to get onto this defuse now. He's pulling the info away. Can hold. And it's E-Fire to make it go to 12, to make a prospect of a 3rd map happening.
Yeah, man, Chingus Warriors have to make so many mistakes in that round, miss so many shots for Gghow to get it that close, but even then, Gghow can't get it over the line. So I look at that and I think if Exo's not going to win that round, they're not going to win many.
It's just crazy of a change of tides, isn't it? Like, you know, we were pretty hard convinced from the eye test and what we've seen in the server that Gghow were going to walk away with this one at 2-0, you know, and that's coming from a Chingus Warriors that was looking reasonable and competitive. But, yeah, I definitely haven't sort of seen that on this map of Ancient at all, despite the fact that they've got 8 rounds. They haven't done anything that's overly inspiring this map.
No, for sure. I mean, it could just be a map that they're not super well drilled on as a team. I mean, obviously they know how to play it, you know, in their parks. Everyone's familiar with Ancient at this point in time as a map in the game, but as a team, how much time have they really had together? Doesn't seem like a whole lot. Brooks has been spotted out. He's pretty doomed. That grenade will seal the deal. no matter how much hopping up and down he does. So Gghow not out of it just yet. Chingus Warriors still going to be looking for that one more, but Ariukul confirming the kill onto Dodds. Gets them 1/5 of the way there.
Oh, News. Got to be careful here now. He'll have the information and he's peppered up, but it's a good flash to at least force him off the line. Really sort of lucky to get away with anything there, Oscar, but he does meet his fate. eFire dropping him down. It's going to be the A-side hit as eFire drops the Summers. Hey, listen, Pole Bandana, Bilal, if you want to make a good case for it, this is your time to shine now. And Pole Bandana, quiet all game. It's a 2 versus 4. eFire didn't actually fire a single bullet. He just wants to contest. He wants to dive in. He's going to drop it. Bilal, all on his lonesome. 1 versus 3 here, Jordan. It's an attempt. It's a prospect, but he'll have to find 2. The lineup as they cross through, and Ariukul, he's going to get the job done. That is Chingus Warriors. They're going to go all the way and bring us to the Egyptian location of Anubis.
Yeah, they knew that they'd done the damage. They knew that the headshot came through, so the USP came out, or for, you know, I guess being disregarded. And in this case, Gghow just not quite having enough there on Ancient. First half was looking really good, but they didn't really get it going at all in the second. And kind of indicates to me if their T side is going to struggle that hard, that they really didn't have much to begin with on that map. They were good enough fundamentally as a CT side, but can't get it done on T side of Ancient. You're probably not too familiar with the map to begin with, so maybe did need 1 or 2 more in that first half just to keep them in the running. I mean, there was a couple of nice clutch attempts from Gghow. Could have maybe been a different story had they converted that penultimate round. But Chingus Warriors definitely look like the better team throughout that entire second half.
Yeah, it's not even a thing about the Middle Eastern region, right? It's any region, you know, when you've got these teams that come through qualifiers, I suppose they have like a cap or a ceiling about where they can go, because, you know, once you get through, sure, you can walk over some other teams that are maybe a little bit less experienced or, you know, kind of in your playing field, in your wheelhouse. When you lack individual, team dynamic, when you lack understanding of how to approach a site, how to take some of these maps that do have a little bit more depth, like Ancient, potentially even like Anubis, as we'll see shortly, it is a possible task of falling over that has been sort of seen this time around. So yeah, not a really hell of a lot of inspiring Counter-Strike to come out from Gghow from the macro. There was definitely some individual heroics, but again, as I said, that's not always enough to take you across the line against some of these rosters that have a little bit more of a tenure.
Yeah, so 13-8 ends up being a pretty comfortable win for Chingus Warriors. It'll be another confidence builder, I suppose, for the series, and obviously it being Anubis' final map, it really feels like this is anybody's game at this point in time. The only thing I'll say is that Chingus Warriors right now are probably a little bit more familiar with these high-pressure, high-stakes type scenarios, you know, in eXTREMESLAND at least. Obviously, a lot of closer results for them in their group stage. They have been grinding. The grind hasn't really stopped at all for Chingus Warriors at this event so far, whereas for Gghow, it's only kind of just beginning. So are they going to crack under the pressure on that stage? Basically, as soon as they get put under pressure, or are they going to be able to step up and answer that call? We don't really know. Whereas at least, as far as for Chingus Warriors, we do know they can compete in these kinds of you know, situations.
And I guess, yeah, that's the thing, right? When you've only lost 6 rounds total in 2 games, and then all of a sudden you have to go into a best of 3 where all the maps are different, Dust 2's banned out immediately. It does put you in a different sort of scenario. So anyway, they open up the map, they take Inferno, but here, as you can see on the screen, a reasonably even sort of playing field, right? You know, Pole Bandana did go a little bit missing, but I suppose the thing here is, you know, everyone kind of did step up for Chingus Warriors. No one had to hard carry, because we have seen some moments from Rooks, from Controls, where they do drag it forward. Controls still your MVP, which is no surprise. As I said, you know, once he gets that off, he does make a couple of little minor mistakes, you know, maybe from a little bit of youth there, a little bit of excitement, whatever it might be, but I don't actually think he's that young of a player. But overall, that's not what I'm trying to get at. He's a great individual, and then, yeah, all I know is that Chingus Warriors definitely have the pieces of the puzzle to make it to the grand final even. You know, they'll have to overcome Rare Adam, but at the very least the semis, and they're making a pretty good case for it here right now.
Yeah, Controls has been super solid in Ancient. I mean, every single map we've seen from him on there has been a 20+ kill map, I'd say. So big reason why Chingus Warriors are picking into that and why they're having a lot of success on it. But now Anubis, yeah, definitely raises its own questions. I don't think either team necessarily we can say one way or the other, to be quite honest with you, Conky. So the best course of action might be just to get into game and find out. Before we do get into game, though, we are going to have to take a short break. Don't be going too far away, though. It'll only be 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back with the next match.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it
Alrighty, here we are back again, and it's time for map number 3 in just a minute. It is going to be Anubis, of course. It's Gghow and Gghow Warriors, and Gghow Warriors are nothing if not consistent in that they really love to have close matches, close maps as well, it has to be said. By and large, they have been really tested throughout this run at eXTREMESLAND, but they may be going one step further if they can get over the line here on Anubis. The story a little bit different for Gghow. It's been pretty easy until this match in particular, but now potentially have met their match.
It was very slow. I think that's the only thing I can really sort of put it down to, right? It didn't seem to be very inspiring, kind of what Gghow was throwing out at them, but the exact same side of the coin, like Gghow Warriors wasn't doing anything really that exciting either. So I suppose overall, Gghow Warriors did manage to have the edge, but for a team that looks really exciting when they are kind of backs up against the wall, you'd hope that Gghow Warriors have a bit more fight in them to really look good onto Anubis now, because individually, when they're all oiled up and like they're all looking really, really hyped up on the stage, they're a fantastic team, and maybe it's just a battle against consistency as they try to develop this roster and give it a bit more tenure.
You know a lot about getting oiled up, do you, Conky?
Absolutely, mate. Every single day, baby. Mac does it upstairs before the show.
That's good. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad to hear it. I don't know. I mean, what do you even say about this? I think we've sort of yapped about the majority of this matchup as much as we possibly can. I'm just kind of quite eager to get stuck into it. I don't know if we've necessarily seen the same individual impact that Gghow showed in their group stage, and I would largely put that down to the fact that they're now up against slightly better opponents, right? You're not quite so easily going to be able to run over your opponents just from a mechanical perspective when you're going against the Gghow Warriors, who are generally pretty experienced players in their own right, or sort of cracked up-and-comers. So there's a little bit of that involved as well, although there's been some good moments, I thought, from Oscar on that last map. Nice little clutch from him. Just not enough to really get the win here against Gghow Warriors on map 2. So on to Anubis is where we're going ahead. Looking pretty animated over on the Gghow side of the stage.
Yeah. I suppose the only thing is, Jordan, like if you don't fire up now, you've got Rare Atom next. Like, if you can't boost past Gghow Warriors, or I suppose from the same side of the coin, if you can't boost hard past Gghow, well, I don't like your chances into that semi-final on the other side of this bracket here, the A and B side, but A and B is inside the word of Anubis.
All right.
Let's rock and roll, baby.
Let's rock and roll. Paul Bandana has a couple of A's, a couple of B's as well. He's going to try and hold down B, but that's not going to last long. He'll lose his head, and Dodds, good for one, but not the other. Gghow Warriors, a fine start to the map, though. Osama's being able to peg one back. Bomb plant just goes down before Bilal gets that kill onto controls. All of a sudden, it was news, and I feel like we see that a lot. Gghow Warriors get off to a 1 or 2 player start, and then the reinforcements come through. The USP's doing their work again for Gghow.
Yeah, man, I don't know, like a nice open to the can, but I suppose everyone diving into connector there, into E-Box, maybe a little bit bold. They didn't kind of clear out the back of the site, and it ended up being a bit too much of a fight there up against the Julies. The close quarters always dicey, and the issue with Anubis, as we know, Jordan, is that it is very, very heavily T-sided at this point in time, so losing out in the pistol, a little bit upsetting. They will force in. What can they do with it?
They love their force buy, but this time, yeah, it's a bomb plant force buy, so it's been a little better. A lot of the time, we haven't even seen them get the bomb plant down. They've just been running around with Tech 9s. This time, Gghow.
There we go. Got the boost in the end.
Oscar might be walking right into this setup, and he is. Will fall to Rooks. Rooks is fearless in taking middle as well, gambling that there's not going to be a second player there at all. Will now even charge his way into A. He is a human decoy grenade, as it seems, although you need to trade him, and unfortunately for Gghow Warriors, Asamas was able to get a couple before he went down, so they still keep themselves looking pretty healthy in this fight.
Bombs dropped now. It was a really big heads-up play from Paul Bandana. I think as they were heading in, they were so damn blind that they couldn't see Osama's crossing over. So as he managed to get towards the pillar, now Dodds drops news, and yeah, Controls unfortunately alone in a 1 versus 3. The flash, not good, but they don't really need to do anything with it. It's more of just a deterrent at this point. They've got another in the hands of Paul Bandana. If they do end up having a fight, Controls, if he gets up close, maybe there's a world, but again, I think they're just playing so defensive. Nice little turtle mode. I think they've got a spot onto Bilal, but now they can swing on in. And it's a 1-for-1 exchange there. So nicely done from Gghow. And I liked the start there from Chingus Warriors,
Yeah,
but
me
again,
too.
the wheels just fell off the bus pretty quick.
I think the thing is it took them so long to discover where Osama's was. You know, Rooks was jumping around. He wanted to fight in mid. He wanted to fight as they entered A. You know, just someone that was easy to trade. But they never really got that in the end. Osama's was playing a very, very safe spot. So 2-0 pretty comfortably for Gghow in the end. Be a pistol investment from Chingus Warriors once again. They're never happy to let it go down easily, but maybe they would be benefited by that.
It's just so funny, sort of sitting here for a second, not really sort of sure what to say. Lacking action, but I suppose we'll just save the yapping for round number 4, because this will very much, I think, tell a fair bit of the tune as to what we're going to expect on this Anubis.
Yeah, get yourself a Yappuccino ready. No AWP available for Chingus Warriors in this one just yet. Decent enough spread of util. Full rifles across the board and a default setup to start this round. A player toward carpets, one just spotting into water. One at mid and a couple outside of B. Looking to see whether or not there's going to be any over-aggression from Gghow, but I'll be honest with you, man, I really don't expect that we're going to get too much aggression out from Gghow. They've been a pretty relaxed team on the CT side for the most part.
Which does make it tough though, hey, because Anubis, you know, we do need to see a pretty heavy T-side and CT side investment to take that space. It can't just be all about sitting in E-box and hoping for the best. That mid presence, A main presence, super important, even prodding B when the time is right. We do hear a bit of patter of the footsteps now as they try to make their way over the mid position. Smoke still down towards E-box. Dodds has a molly in hand, so he should be able to at least stem that one. It is going to be a pretty tough 2-on-5 hold. They have had the call, though, as Osama's will now rotate around, but a Molotov back and forth.
Oh, nice entry from Rooks. Consistently been a performer for Chingus Warriors. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade as Chingus Warriors are trying to bust their way into this B bomb site. Eventually, though, the numbers will prevail. Rotations come through a little bit too little too late, and an MP9 for Oscar is wishful thinking at that range.
All on the pole bandana now. Just waiting patiently to head on out. 1 versus 3 angle. Very, very low. Ariukul, E-Fire, all just sort of one shot away. But again, how much does he actually sort of want this round, pole bandana? He's going to slowly creep on out, but again, he's got so much to clear, and News is just going to watch that line. That's the Chingus Warriors that I've been hoping for, Jordan. You know, they play their time, they wait to see if there's been any reaction from Gghow, and then they move as a unit, they trade their corners, and what do you know? That's a T-sided recipe.
Yeah, nice spacing in that round from Chingus Warriors. News hopefully a little bit more switched on in this one than he was on map 1. Three and 3 for him so far. Ariukul, the only one really missing out at the moment for Chingus Warriors. Hasn't been enough to fully deplete the bank account of Gghow, but this round it will be. So Chingus Warriors heavily incentivized to get themselves a round win right here, and it seems like they have this issue in converting the swing rounds. They get it to the swing round quite a bit, but failing to win a round like this one is going to give Gghow just another breath of life back on the CT side, and we know that it's a little bit easier to get rounds on the T side of Anubis, so you don't really want to be giving up anything for free that you can otherwise avoid here if you're Gghow or Chingus Warriors, but Chingus Warriors definitely more so.
I did like that attempt there, but Oscar just with the right amount of timing. And now they can pull away as well. They've sent the rotator around back to mid. Looks like Oscar will have the B lean in the process. I've got one member in Rook sitting inside E-box, but just the sole member in pole bandana. So I do like this idea. I understand what they're trying to do with it, and they should get A main for free here. So at the very least, it looks like it will be a bomb plant, Jordan, but as that utility starts to come in, the rotation's coming around, they've got to move quickly. It's a fake.
Rooks on his way into B. Crucial kill for him here if he can get Bilal. Hasn't been able to do so. Unable to even land himself much of a shot. That, however, is going to be locked in by Controls, and so that should be a bomb plant down at least for Chingus Warriors if they opt for it. Controls fakes the plant. Gets the headshot onto Doz. Now he's got the coverage from the E-box. The flank will come through, you're right, but it won't be fast enough to at least deny the bomb plant. If they can push their way toward Temple or go back into E-box, they'll be safe there for only so long. Full Banana and Oscar lock it in. Gghow fighting hard.
Man, if they just did some of these things 2, 3, 4 seconds earlier, a little bit quicker, a little bit more pace, Chingus Warriors, I just feel like it would be such a different approach. You know, the ideas that they've got, what they're sort of trying to put together, like, I love the idea of that fake, but, you know, Controls, sure, he had to, you know, fake the plant, but maybe if he tried to get it down a little second earlier, yeah, he might have not have got the kill, but he would have at least allowed some extra spacing for the rest of the team to join him and really try to fight the 2v4. So they take a pause, and I think it's wise. They have to work out what the hell is going on quickly as possible, because it's looking like it's getting away from them quickly with this many rounds on the CT for Gghow.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea to be investing your pauses into this half. If you're on the T side, you can't be affording Gghow to get too far ahead. And already they've kind of hit a decent number. So starting to get a little bit worried about Chingus Warriors and the health of this series. 4-1. It's an excellent place to be on the CT side of Anubis. Once again, though, the approach is very similar from Chingus Warriors. 2-1-2 as far as the default is concerned. A little bit of an expedition being made in through water for Gghow. Attack timeout, I don't know what they've necessarily spoken about, but it hasn't changed the early round, at least for Chingus Warriors.
I suppose a little bit of a deeper progression towards B, but Dodds dropping out mid, that's a real big advantage there, taking down Rooks, who, again, I just don't really feel like he's had the biggest chance to play in most of this series. I suppose it's just the dynamic of Gghow maybe shaking up what Chingus Warriors are used to. So where do they even go with this? You know, once again, they've taken nothing. They've lost a member in Canals. They will reconvene back outside water. And now as they poise their way towards B, it's certainly the place that seems to be weakest at this point in time with just Oscar. A very passive line back towards mid. Now Bilal, flash, there we go. Great opening from News. Bilal has to go forward, and he's going to be lacking. Oscar trying to hold the line, but the Molotov is enough to force him away, and I think it is a save. This could probably set the record, Jordan, of the slowest pace game, but actually, they are moving in. So we'll let it go.
Why?
For just a second. No. Okay, no.
You've got to save here. You've got to save here. I mean, there's no money for Gghow at the moment. Even though they're up 4-1, you can afford to give away a round or two just to keep your economy healthy. Still a lot of room left in this half.
It's like trying to think of a way to put this without sounding critical, because it's not at all. It's not like watching grass grow. It's more like
watching paint dry?
Nah, like spectating golf, maybe. Something a little slower.
Right. A bit of a golf man?
No, I suck.
Don't really get the opportunity to play golf all that much.
Yeah. I mean, hitting a few balls at the range is always fun, but even the golf clap from the crowd, you know, it's prime. Just because, you know, we're so used to this map being a quick contest for position, then it'll simmer, then it'll pick back up again.
Yeah. Yeah, where's the faster play? Where's the change of pace coming through from either of these teams right now?
Yeah, it's just not very inspiring, as I said, like, and it's not a critical way of describing it. It's just the maybe lack of faith in their own ability, or hesitation because they don't really understand each other's limits at, like, versing each other. There's no history of these two teams competing, to my understanding.
Another very default setup from Gghow. Maybe moving a little bit faster through water. With Rooks. He's going to flash into A long as well, but there's a push out on B, and that's Oscar catching Controls. So big advantage in this one for Gghow. In the meanwhile, Chingus Warriors taking some map control, but not enough to get them into either of the sites just yet. There's a wall of smokes up.
Same again. Like, having a little look into A main, slow walk back. You know, they've got 2 in connector, 2 outside B main. Last round they found the site. Oscar's fallen away. So at least they've sort of worked out the method that Gghow do rotate off that B site quite quickly. So they'll go in. At the very least, they should be afforded a site plan here, but it depends on how quickly they go in. Dodds looking at least like he's good for 1, potentially. They're yet to clear at 40 seconds. Swinging around now. Should be a shot from Ariukul. It will be, but Bilal, he's out quick. He's got to drop rooks as well. This is just crazy. Ariukul having to do it all. Seify gets another, but Ariukul is so damn low. 30 seconds. And they swing on in. Like, no plan. Like, what are they doing?
It's never going to happen. Chingus Warriors, they're not hitting their shots. They're not finding any consistency on this map. And the longer this goes, the better it's looking for Gghow.
It's just not the team that we've watched these last few days, Jordan. My heart is just being ripped into 2.
Maybe they're getting tired.
Could be. It has been a long tournament for them, and
Long
they've had the
series.
games that have been the longest as well, right?
Exactly. Long series here. Long couple of days previously in the group stage.
It's going to bring up the stats of their games.
Running out of steam?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe running out of motivation. Who knows?
Surely not.
So, okay, 13-9 up against Dreamscape. 19-17 against Chingus Warriors. And then, Rare Adam.
Well, hold that thought for the moment, because
Yeah,
Chingus Warriors
absolutely.
are looking to make some entries onto the side. Dodds will be run down as well. It's really on to Oscar to get one quickly here. If not that, then it should be the save for Gghow. Bandana and Osama's are having a look from CT spawn, but there'll be a lot of util headed in their direction. Molly forcing Rooks into an awkward position. And he's got a Molly of his own, and in the end, Chingus Warriors...
This is better.
Should be winning this round, and they might even be denying Gghow any possibility of a save if they want it. See what Seify ends up doing. He's gone back towards Temple instead of wrapping all the way around the back, but I'm surprised that Gghow are kind of looking to go for this one.
Still don't want to count him out though, Jordan. This is what I mean. Like,
what?
These rounds should...
No!
Yeah.
How? That is egregious. That was horrible, Conky. That was a real mess from Chingus Warriors. It's just, they're just not shooting straight. Like, that's all that comes down to. They should win that round every day of the week. There's time against Gghow. They don't have any util. They're walking in, clearing a 180-degree angle. Watch these fights. On this retake right here, I mean, how long Osama's gets to turn around, and yeah, they know it. Like, they've just switched off something egregious.
It was a garbage round. And I hate to say that, you know, I think it's really important to not be overly critical of these professionals up on the stage, because if we were the better players, Jordan, we'd be up there ourselves, and we certainly aren't. So, but expecting more from Chingus Warriors, that was abysmal play. It even comes down to something as simple as Seify joining them in Temple. He had such a power position from that flank, wrapping through mid. If he had gone around to CT, and I mean hindsight, as always, but it would have just been so much more powerful. But
Regardless,
in the end, they
though,
whiff their shot and they just get murked inside Temple.
Like, it's not a positioning issue necessarily. It's not a setup issue for Chingus Warriors. They should win that round regardless.
Yeah, every day of the week.
And now it's 6-2 for Gghow. If we see more of that, this is going to be a fast map.
Because it was God's Reign that they got tested by as well. 13-10, 13-11, 13-8.
Right.
So lengthy series that Chingus Warriors have played.
Yep.
God's Reign almost
again
made us look they were going to win it at one point too.
Yep.
Got to see more from Chingus Warriors, man. It's not inspiring me at all.
Gghow back into the swing of things. Decent damage at the start of the round there, pushing Chingus Warriors back away from middle, away from bridge. There's a minute left on the clock, and all the map control bar long is still for the CTs. Paul Bandana's waiting for his opportunity to really get involved in this game. It's been mostly towards the B bomb side. There hasn't been a lot of action on A. But high-low setup is going to be a tough one to crack. Chingus Warriors are contact playing into an AWP. A little jiggle does draw out the shot, and Pole Bandana's going to have to duck back around the corner here as well. Chingus Warriors are not out of this round just yet. A few missed shots from Gghow allows Chingus Warriors the chance in onto the side. Oscar will drop the bomb. Bilal will save the day.
No.
A nice double from him, and Osama's coming through as well. The cavalry have arrived for Gghow.
Oh my God.
And it's a 7-2.
Man, they literally had to be pushed and shoved outside of A main. Setting up camp. 5 members there, Jordan, and they just could not find their way onto the site. There was enough utility, there was enough spacing. They had so much opportunity to get in there, and I think even Gghow a little bit surprised in that moment as to how easy that retake was. It wasn't even a retake, it was a denial.
Chingus Warriors are going to 5-stack their way through A long by the looks of things in this round. They're running out of ideas, it seems. Running out of money, running out of ideas, running out of time at eXTREMESLAND as well. 4 players. There's one flash, but it comes through too late. Pole Bandana able to get himself a kill before
there we go.
That, though, a little bit nicer from Chingus Warriors. They're into the site. They'll get a plant down. It's a winnable round, but here's where they've got to convert on it. That has been a big failure of theirs as well.
Can't go too far here either, Ariukal, if he gives that shot over to Oscar. But that's a much better round, and that's what we expect from Chingus Warriors. It was just something simple. One flash, a couple of Tech 9s, and all of a sudden they get a 3rd round. It's just, again, you know, you're wondering what's been happening in their camp that has pushed them into this sort of area of disarray. Missed shot from Oscar. Now they're going to be pushing on in, so Ariukal will be able to close that round. AWP secured, but I'm wondering if it's a little bit too late. There's only 2 rounds left in the half, and on that T side, we do hear a cheer from the Mongolian side, and a little look up from Rooks as well. He knows that people are watching on. Just look at how much better that round was, Jordan. Night and bloody day.
Yeah, money surprisingly not there for Gghow. They will take a bit of a half buy into this one, or it's more of a force buy. Oscar hanging on to a little bit of cash though. He's gone for Armorless Mag 7. Obviously wants the AWP in the next round. Osama's close with the 5-7. Will be dug out by E5 pretty easily. Does seem as though Chingus Warriors might at least be able to salvage this half to 5. At which point it could definitely be worse.
What are they going to do with it, though? Looks like it is 8. Once again, Groundhog Day. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Please, Chingus Warriors, keep on keeping on. Just for the sake of this game, the sake of this series, needs to have the expectation placed up against it. As they try to march on out, at least this time we'll see them get up to the pillar, and there we go. Much better fundamentals once more.
Yep.
Because this should set themselves up for a reasonably solid position now. E-Fire, if he catches Bilal, that's easy done. Dodds has just the Deagle, a little bit of Kevlar, not really worth saving. Or maybe it is, I don't know, but they're going to have bugger all money moving into the final round of the half, Jordan. It's just, again, you know, what could have been in this map, how much more competitive it could have looked. And maybe a question that Gghow weren't actually even looking that strong, but just how weak Chingus Warriors were looking at the start of Anubis. But finally, we're seeing some sort of glimmer of hope, a sign of life that this series may be reviving like a phoenix from the ashes. I'm hoping so. Bloody Forks, where are you, mate? I miss ya.
Yeah, 8 would be pretty doomed for Chingus Warriors, I think, but if they can hold it here at 7 for Gghow, still a fighting chance into that second half if a pistol goes their way. Oscar's only ended up getting M4A1S instead of the AWP. Pistols out for Bilal, Pole Bandana, Osama's. Dodds doesn't really have much to his name either. This should be a pretty easy round for Chingus Warriors, especially now that they've been able to pick up that opening kill. It's going to split the defense something substantially. Pole Bandana's going to even move away into middle, so A is now completely open. And that's where Chingus Warriors have been headed in the last few.
Just this different approach now. Can Gghow actually do anything with this additional control that they've found? at this point in time, why not take a gamble? Why not take a risk, right? Walking through the doors now, they will go. No one really sort of watching over towards that canals outside of controls, but he's left the party now. Taking all the drinks with him. And now utility in towards A. They'll get sight for free. It's going to be a very challenging retake, but the first point of call is going to be Ariukal. He's rotating around, does get spotted. Osamas finds it. That's a weapon given now. Jordan, here we go, a pace. Pole bandana. I mean, look, the CZ's not the weapon you want to be doing it with, but at least it gives it a chance for a 4v4. Let's see something happen here.
This would have to be pretty special, though, from eXTREMESLAND. They don't have a defuse kit, so time's going to be working against them pretty dramatically. At the very least, they've got a smoke there in the hands of Pole Bandana, but I just don't really see this one being workable at all. It would be an egregious throw from Chingus Warriors to lose this round, and to be fair, we have seen one or two of those this half, but this seems like a little bit too far gone. eXTREMESLAND not going to be able to come back into this one. It's just onto Osamas. Chingus Warriors momentarily will be bringing up their 5th round. There it is. So 5 at the end of the half. Is that enough for Chingus Warriors? We'll find out after the halftime break. Seven and 5 the scoreline at the half, and eXTREMESLAND are in the lead, but not by such a dramatic fashion. The only thing that sort of tips it back in the favor of eXTREMESLAND is that Chingus Warriors have already had their T side on Anubis, so going gets a little bit tougher for them here, but it's not impossible to make this kind of a comeback happen on the CT side. This round will be all important, of course. Let's find out how it's going to play out as Chingus Warriors are setting up for a bridge hold. They've got 3 players here, 3 players where they need to be, just in time to run into the shooting gallery of eXTREMESLAND. And already 2 down. Chingus Warriors now in a bit of trouble as Dodds tries to keep himself alive with that P250. Does well to get the 1-for-1. That's enough for eXTREMESLAND to feel comfortable about pushing their way to A.
Rooks has got to get the hell out of there, though. Rooks looking good here. Really, really nice couple of shots, but he can't quite find the 3rd, which means that we now have to see the rotation come in from controls. Again, it was the 2 that we've been talking about for a hell of a lot of this competition for Chingus Warriors. Now controls wrapping in towards Heaven, finding the shot will be at Summers. So a pistol secured for Gghow, which means that they continue to hold onto their lead despite a reasonable attempt. I mean, I understand what Chingus Warriors were trying to do there, but yeah, look, Gghow were more than ready for it.
I mean, you got to hit your shots right. And in the end, that's really what a pistol boils down to. Gghow did it. Chingus Warriors did not, apart from on that A site. Last couple of attempts from Rooks, but it's just not going to be enough. Another cheeky setup from Chingus Warriors. We'll call them the Cheeky Warriors at this point, but nothing really doing in middle. Gghow have set up very safely. Good counter read. Chingus Warriors starting to have a look at bridge. The flash will come through now, but it's going to be too late. Summers has already dealt with 3. So very clean anti-eco up to this point from Gghow, and ultimately it looks like it will continue to be, as that'll be finished off by Bilal. 9-5 the lead now, so that gap is growing.
At least making it look a little bit more convincing here. I suppose Gghow looked somewhat lost on the CT side, but you don't really have to be found when Chingus Warriors wasn't throwing a heap at you. So now that they shift pistols up, first real sort of serious buy around to come out from Chingus Warriors. Now the AWP up for controls, which has been a pivotal part. Osama's having an absolutely stellar game, it has to be said as well. 21-7. It's funny, like, no crazy highlights outside of maybe one round. It's just been consistency where he's been picking up frags.
Yeah, this is looking tough for Chingus Warriors. They haven't got anyone really firing. There's no way that you can hide players on the CT side here either. Like, everyone needs to kind of step it up a little bit here for Chingus Warriors. Gghow rolling along nicely. Oscar will force Rooks out of the E-box. There'll be a responding molly to ensure that Gghow can't move into that space either. Just as that molly fades, he has a sort of 1 or 1.5 second window to have a bit of a look of his own in, which will prompt out another piece of util for Gghow. So right now, it's just a battle for E-box.
Still not overly interested. Another smoke to go down, 40 seconds. Oscar gets caught. Massive pick there from Rooks, an important one at that, Jordan. Now they're going to be creeping around towards the line. Surely there'll be a flash to try and move controls out of the fray.
There's no flashes.
30 seconds.
One
no
for Dodds, but
yeah, but they
down
shoulder it.
I don't think that they're going to get into this side, Conky. I mean, how? You're just purely relying on duels, and that'll be a good one from Paul Bandana. He shouldn't have got away with that. 15 seconds, they're going to get another kill. Unbelievable. They had nothing. They had nothing to get them in that site. But the raw gunplay is good enough from Gghow. And this is definitely the beginning of the end now for Chingus Warriors. I've used that term a few times to refer to a map situation, but this is now the series on the line. eXTREMESLAND on the line for Chingus Warriors, and they're not stepping up when they need to. Paul Bandana, a huge round out from him.
SMH my head. I was going to say only really the power of friendship's taken Gghow through that main position, through that E-box position. Great shots from Paul Bandana. I have to give it to him, obviously, and the no-scope with the AWP as well. They are fired up. But once again, Chingus Warriors, I think controls missed about 3 or 4 different shots. Mongolia feeling the pain. The arrow is icy. Oh, man. I can't believe after this, you know, with 3 Mongolian teams in the competition, we may only be left with Atox.
And even that might not last long either.
Nah, Tyloo up against them next. Dink up from E-Fire, Paul Bandana. Okay, here's something. Little bit of pace in now. Oscar can line himself up. He might actually get taken here as well. A leg shot controls. A little bit unlucky there.
I don't know if they're going to be able to make their way all back in through long. It's just if Oscar's missing shots and if they don't recognize there's multiple members. Now, though, they've got that info. Yeah, that's a bit scary. There will be a smoke, and Harry Ukel's gotten out in front of it. 5-7, shots missing again, but Gghow get it down. Yeah, it was always going to be a bit tough. 4 players just charging their way in. Through long is never really going to work unless you've got the util to back it up, and obviously they didn't.
Man, all I can sort of say is I think Rare Adam would be sitting there watching back and maybe rubbing their hands together a little bit, right? Going, geez, I think we're looking like we could be booking ourselves into the grand final.
Yes, most definitely.
Because I wanted it to be like, just to stop being a doomer for a second while we've got this pause.
Doomer.
Doomer alert. The storyline for Gghow was so rich, right? They came in swinging. They were one of the most unknown quantities. You know, at least with Gghow, there was a few of those familiar names from Para, from 500, obviously from previously Gghow. Whereas these guys are a little bit more of an unknown quantity. Certainly on the cards, you know, some HLTV history, of course, but for a team like this to come in, they came out swinging gloves off straight away. I feel like they haven't been challenged by Chingus Warriors, and that just sort of
not in this map.
Sullies the making their way into the semis a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, not in this map, but I think it's been a tough series for both teams, definitely, in some situations.
I just wanted to see such a better contest here to really sort of show that Rare Adam was going to be tested. And still, hey, still it may happen. But nades go down, controls forced off the line, Pole Bandana taking control of main there. Smoke will go down to buy them a little bit more time.
I don't think Rare Adam looked perfect by any stretch of the imagination, so...
Of course not.
Could still end up being a pretty interesting matchup if it's Gghow/Rare Adam.
I love the positivity, Jordan.
Chingus Warriors still looking like a bit of an outside chance, to be fair. But if they could win another quick round or two right here, we might start to believe again. This is a great setup, though, from Gghow. They've got mid, 2 players in there. They've got long. It's going to be an A hit. 3 players there from Chingus Warriors.
Smoke down to block camera as well, so they can buy some additional time, but they've got to set their focus back towards main, Jordan. A missed shot from controls once more, but News will drop Pole Bandana. Oscar Dodds. He's really been activating these last few, and Jordan, that's saved. That's basically everything of the above when it comes to Chingus Warriors. Gghow is going to be on map, series, and for Mongolia, a secondary team to fall by the wayside.
Yep. Yeah, I think the Mongolian region would be pretty disappointed if none of their teams made it even into the top 4, and I could see that being a very real possibility. IHC knocked out in the group stages. Chingus Warriors knocking themselves out right now in the quarterfinals. And Atox may be set to join them depending on how that match against Tyloo goes, but I think I'm probably backing Tyloo there.
Yeah. Just on individual prowess, right? You know, they've been looking good as a team. Oh, interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm going to try and shift it to be a little bit more positive here because, again, Gghow, having that representation is fantastic. But every single game has been close and highly competitive. And despite this one technically being that, I mean, we can take close in, highly competitive out. Map for map, sure, but yeah, Gghow, I feel like they've gotten away with this one pretty scot-free if they can close it here and now.
Money's good enough for Chingus Warriors to scrounge together a party mix of a bite, but you're right. Conky, it'd be better to get it done here and now rather than drag it out if you're Gghow, because tomorrow's going to be a big day. You have to play 2 best-of-3s tomorrow if you win your first one and go through to the final. Any extra rest time, any extra prep time is going to be much appreciated.
Valuable indeed.
But as has become pretty customary, Gghow with the slower approach. Set up default, slow it down. Got Pole Bandana just working his way around on A long. Having a little bit of a look.
Pretty default here. Gghow again, poised in the canals. Need to go through to have a bit of a spot for information. Pole Bandana gets forced out of main as well. No mid control at all for Chingus Warriors.
Fire, MP9 letting him down a little bit there. If that's an M4, he gets at least a kill, maybe even 2. But 30 seconds here, Oscar hitting some very critical shots, and Ariukel's jumping as he goes into mid. Oh, it's just fallen apart for Chinggis Warriors. This map has really not looked good. And unfortunately, we will be saying a goodbye to yet another Mongolian roster as Gghow will make their way into the semi-finals up against Rare Atom. That will definitely be a different beast tomorrow. Alas, Chinggis Warriors are going to be the team on the exit to join IHC. And everybody else has been knocked out up to this point. It's not a bad shout. It's not a bad start to their year necessarily, making top 8. They're, again, as we've said, a pretty fresh roster, still kind of putting together the pieces as a team. And hopefully, I think for the organization of Chinggis Warriors, 2025 is going to be as successful as 2024, because there was a real breakout team under Chinggis Warriors last year. It sort of imploded, as Mongolian rosters are wont to do every now and then, but this is their attempt at bringing something back, and obviously it's early days in 2025, so we'll follow their trajectory throughout this year. But of course, now is the moment of Gghow, and I guess they uphold their end of the bargain from the group stage. We said they were looking like a pretty good team. We thought that they were going to be a team that might make it deep in the playoffs based on what we saw in those opening best of ones that they did play in the groups, and they've been able to at least achieve that so far.
An absolute credit to Gghow for winning this one, right? You know, normally the Middle Eastern teams, the mixers that do get put together kind of last minute for qualifiers of this nature, you know, maybe some players that know each other from PUGs and all that kind of stuff, or some previous teams, whatever it might be, they don't often make it that deep into these levels of competition, right? You know, 4 of the top teams from around Asia, Gghow currently going to be one of them. R8 already made their way there. That's going to be their competitors tomorrow in that opening series in the morning. Of course, it's going to be 11 AM GMT +8 for that one. But yeah, I don't know. I do not want to sully this victory at all for Gghow, because they fought hard in the end. I think the only thing that we can really sort of lean down on the fact is, Jordan, you kind of called it 2-0 in their way, given what we've seen from the previous series that have happened in this competition from them. They only lost 6 rounds across their opening 2 games. But again, against Blaze Warriors, Real Original Gaming, you know, it's hard to sort of test on about how those guys were looking. But in the end, they made it work, they made it happen, and they're here. And I think they've got to be pretty bloody excited about that. And it's just, yeah, heart going out to Mongolia a little bit. I guess it's back to the drawing board for the Chinggis Warriors.
At least everyone's going to be able to cheer for Atox. That'll be a nice coming together for the Mongolian community, not splitting everybody up among multiple different teams. But yeah, look, the way forward, obviously, for all of these teams gets harder and harder as we get deeper and deeper into Extremesland. You can see right there down on the stage another interview getting set up. It's always going to be interesting to hear from these teams that we're not super familiar with, and we've been learning a lot about Gghow as we've been going through, and it seems like we're about to learn a little bit more from them as well. I'm quite intrigued to see what they think about the next game against Rare Atom, because it feels like they've been going from like the weaker teams to the more difficult teams, and now maybe the most difficult team. If they can get over the line against Rare Atom, who do they then face in the grand final that will be harder? Don't really know, but we're about to find out the answer to all of those questions as we head down to the stage for the interview with Victoria.
Oscar from Gghow Esports cinching another victory here. Now, Oscar, it's been really interesting. Since in the earlier interview we had with you, you said your team kind of came together just maybe 2-3 weeks before this event, yet you guys look so dominant here. So I have 2 questions for you. One, what's the secret to that? How come you guys are looking so good here going against established rosters? And 2, how did you find that match just now?
就是之前采访也跟我们说过啊，就是你们这个队这个5个人呢，其实也就是2-3个星期之前才开始走到一起开始练的。那么想问一下，你们这个成功的秘诀是什么？你们就是刚组了2-3个星期，现在就能战胜就是这个这样的职业队。然后刚才这场比赛你的感觉怎么样
？For me, it's the important in the game, it is not about the practice or you give the game a lot of time. For me, the important thing will be like family, like brothers. We come to China together. We feel like a family with good mentality, and we're building on our communication and our individual skill. And we enjoy the game. You see how we're playing.
对于我们来说，就大家在一起的时间不重要，重要的是大家就都是好兄弟、好朋友，然后我们一起来到中国，然后一起来打这个比赛。
Yep, and how did you find that game just now? Because I think this team has pushed you unlike any other team so far.
刚才这场比赛打完感觉怎么样？因为 CW 这个战队感觉他们也是把你们逼到了边缘。
For us, we was accepted they will ban the Stu because we play 2 maps on the Stu. We're playing very well. So we believe we play Inferno. We'll pick Inferno. After this, we was look to Ancient and Anubis. And our thinking was right. إيه السؤال؟ Yeah, and the game was too hard. The enemy team, they're playing very well. Yeah.
No, he said the other team was really strong as well and was hard.
They play very well.
就是我们的对手也是非常强的，打他们也非常的困难啊，尤其是在这个 Ancient 这张地图。但后来到了这个阿努比斯就好了一些。
Now, do you have any words about your coach here? I believe he used to actually be on your squad. He stepped away. Has he been a lot of help for your team, a lot of support? I see he's very involved.
对，你们的教练之前是在这个队伍的队员啊，但是现在就当教练了。对，他在你们的队伍的这个角色是什么样的呢？
Yeah.
How come the coach is telling you what to say? Good things?
No.
I'm kidding. He told me don't say bad things to me. But no, he was helping us on outside the game and push us always. And also we have Mr. K with us. He from China. He was helping a lot us. We don't think about the game on outside. He do everything for us with our coach. Yeah. So we just focus on the game.
对，我们的教练在游戏外都给我们很多的帮助。然后还有一个 ，so you said Mr. K。Mr.
K。
哦，还有。哦，然后在上海的这个卓威的经理 Mr. K 啊，也是给我们了很多的帮助，让我们就是不用操心任何别的事情，我们就打好我们的比赛就可以了。
All right, so you'll be facing Rare Adam next, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Do you have any words for your opponent?
明天半决赛要打 RA 了，有什么想跟 RA 说的吗？
Just be ready for us.
RA 一定得准备好啊。
All right, well, thank you so much, Oscar, and congratulations on today's win.
好的，掌声送给 Oscar， 送给 Gghow Esports 啊，恭喜他们成功晋级了半决赛。
All right, we're going to send it back to the casters to break it all down. Do you want to say it again?
谢谢。
好，谢谢 Oscar， 我们把时间交回给解说席。
Well, it's a good attempt at winning over the Chinese crowd, but I'm not too sure that it's going to go the distance when they're playing against Rare Atom. But it's worth a try. 23-8 for Osama's definitely the top of the pack there for not only Gghow, but Chinggis Warriors. And man, Chinggis Warriors looked flat in that game. I mean, everyone going negative. Couldn't get anything going at all. Just ran out of steam, it seemed. Like they've been, honestly, the team that has been the most tested throughout this event so far, Conky. And I think eventually they just got tired. They just ran out of energy and that's what you get.
Yeah, I guess, because they were at XPL as well, right? If I get it correctly. So maybe they've just had too much Counter-Strike in the last little bit. They really gave it a crack, but unfortunately for them, yeah, as you mentioned, just no steam, and no one could really show up to the plate. But this guy certainly could. Osama's, he was hitting some serious shots. Saw some clutch moments with him with the rifle on the AWP. He was all looking good across the board. So individually, again, we've been able to see a hell of a lot, and I've just got to give a big bit of respect to the team as well. Like, they seem to be very happy to be here, as I said, very friendly, very excited, because that's ultimately what the spirit of Asia and Zowie EXTREMESLAND comes down to. It's about getting the crew together, really sort of enjoying it. You know, a lot of the time, as you sort of said, outside of those, you know, major regions, I guess you'd say in Asia, like Mongolia, like China, the teams are a little bit more developed, a little bit more practiced, and for this stuff, you can kind of just get a group together, a trip to Shanghai, and you're here all week, right? And for the fact is, Gghow, they're actually not giving themselves any time off. They've got to play all days now, the fact that they're making it to the semi-finals. So I think that's a great testament to them. And yeah, all I can say is I hope to see more the next time we see Chinggis Warriors, because yeah, as I said, for me, I just expected so much in the server from them, and yeah, they just ran out of steam.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a little more of Chinggis Warriors throughout this year, but that'll be at a different event, at different events, and we'll follow their trajectory over the course of things. You can see actually up there on the screen behind us, Tyloo, Atox is going to be coming up next, and we've got Gghow and Seify. It's funny, we've sort of been talking about the you know, the relative strength of each group and whatever. Now we're talking about each side of the bracket, I guess, because groups A and B more or less play against each other until the grand final. Same for Group C and D. You can see that here. Group C and D there still yet to play. I feel like Group C and D at least as far as the playoffs themselves are looking, is a little bit more stacked. I mean, Tyloo and Atox, definitely two of the teams that you could say, well, they could easily be grand finalist teams. Seify as well. I'm still not really too sure where to put them, but I rate them to a degree. And then on the other side of the coin, it's like, well, maybe you've only really got Rare Atom and Gghow. Obviously, we don't really rate RG all that much. Chinggis Warriors have shown that they're going to drop to Gghow. Gghow, even, I think there's still some question marks there for me as well. But either way, it doesn't really matter. We'll get to find out as we go a little bit deeper into the day, because it's now time to head towards those lower matches. It is going to be, of course, Tyloo and Atox coming up next. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so for our third game of the day.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
我觉得极限之力这次让这种很多新鲜队伍上来，是对亚洲区的一个就是整体水平的磨练吧。就是这些新生代队伍都可以有机会跟更高级别的队伍切磋。对个人有点影响吧。就是之前在我当指挥的时候，可能对个人水平有点影响。现在的话就主要专心于自己的个人发挥，其实没有做太多研究，就是打好我们自己的就行了。首先这个队伍对标就是一个很历史悠久的一个对标嘛，就从很久开始，这个天路就在 CS 里面进军了。然后其实，在之前包括现在，它都是在中国以及亚洲前列的一个排名嘛。然后也积累不少粉丝，我感觉是这样的。会的，这次我们会拿冠军。
At that time, I was like, we were not full roster. Now our roster is fully completed, and we already practiced a lot, and yeah, we are ready for everything now. The old roster was we used to play against with just and accuracy before, and it was really easy to work with them. And then we changed to the players to the Yami and Cool Forest, and after that we knew that we made a mistake for changing the roster, so that's why we bring them back to the roster. Actually, I am so surprised because I saw I saw news on Facebook, and I see they're joining, taking Yami, and I was like, oh wow, okay, then let's some, that's it.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to eXTREMESLAND, CS Asia Open 2024. You're watching the quarterfinals. Are you ready for another match?
准备好了吗？
Introducing the Titans from Mongolia and from China. First up, Team Atox.
首先欢迎来自蒙古的 Atox。
Give it up for Atox Esports.
掌声送给 Atox。
Next up, their opponents. You know this team. It's Tyloo.
接下来欢迎天路战队。
Let's cheer for Tyloo.
掌声送给天路。
Players may now have a seat.
好的，请选手们就座。
All right, let's get ready into the action of match 3 of this quarterfinals. We're going to send it over to our casters to take it away.
好，我们1/4决赛的第3场比赛马上开始，让我们把时间交给解说老师。
Alrighty, welcome back on into eXTREMESLAND 2024. Bit of a different look on the desk now. First of all, obviously, Mac is back. And now we've got Baseline Jay, who has obviously been quite obvious on the stage up to this point. Now on the desk, Before we do all the introductions and all of that chat, of course, we have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, that being Zowie. You've heard about it all weekend. You're going to keep hearing about it all weekend. And of course, the monitor's already a big standout for those of you that are aware of Zowie products, but also mouse and mousepad now on offer as well. I know that a few of the people playing on the stage are pretty keen on the mice. But yeah, for me, a bit of a Zowie monitor aficionado. Luckily, everybody on the stage gets to have a bit of a crack with those monitors. But let's chat, fellas. Obviously, Tyloo and Atox. I guess I'll give this one to you to start things off, Baseline. Jay, obviously, on the desk for the first time. Listen, you're the resident, let's say, Chinese expert here on the desk. What's your thoughts on Tyloo?
Enthusiast.
Okay, enthusiast. What's your thoughts on Tyloo?
Oh, man, I just can't wait to get started, man. The marquee matchup of day 3 finally coming up. And, yeah, I think this would be a really good benchmark for Tyloo to see. Obviously, this is a temporary lineup. There's no delusion. I mean, Allman is 30 years old. He's just here. He's a firefighter. There's a fire. He's here to put it out. And then when the fire's gone, he's going right back onto the bench or something. But hey, he's doing a good job so far, taking the IGL role.
Yeah.
You know, relieving it from Mosea, so he can get back to fragging. So I think that this is a good benchmark to see. Because the Atox lineup is relatively stable. They're very experienced. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they're going to bring to the table. So far, Jamyoung's been firing on all guns since he's come back from his little attempt into Valorant. They kicked him out, and we're happy to have him back.
Oh,
and
by the way,
performance on the stage.
By the way, a little caveat: that is not confirmed.
What's
that is never
confirmed?
confirmed. It's like, okay, so he stepped away from CS a little bit, but it was never confirmed that he actually went to Valorant. So I just want to put it out there. Official records.
Hey, where have you been getting your information?
No, my
but
terminology was always that it's a rumor. There was a rumor that he went to try and trial for a Valorant team. We didn't know which Valorant team. We didn't know if maybe he was making a transfer internally within Tyloo or not. All we knew was that he was not in the Tyloo roster. But
I mean, it did happen to Slowly, who's another star rifler for Tyloo.
Exactly. But the fact of the matter is, obviously, Tyloo, they're in this rebuilding phase at the moment. I would say, though, they are kind of looking still pretty good at this event from what we've seen so far. I definitely had my reservations coming in. I was like, you know, Jamyoung's been out of the game for a little bit. Obviously, again, the rumor that he was going towards Valorant was weighing on my mind a little bit. You know, Starry's gone over to Lin Vision. There's been all of this, I guess, discussion around maybe the vibe within the Tyloo roster isn't that great at the moment. Things just generally weren't looking good. But with Allman in there, as you said, IGLing, I think they've looked pretty good here at this event. Now let's talk Atox. Obviously, on the other side of the coin, the Mongolian roster that is now kind of having to fly that flag for Mongolia. They're the last team remaining from that region here in the playoffs.
Which is a little surprising, to be honest.
It is and it isn't. I think there's actually a bit of a drop-off, to be honest, from Atox and then going to the rest. But what do you guys think about Atox at the moment? Because I'm still kind of not sold that we've seen the best of Atox at this event so far. I think they've been kind of like a 7 out of 10 up to this point, but to beat Tyloo, they're really going to need to bring their best.
I'm definitely on the same page as that. You know, I expected more. We've seen them online. We know that they have incredible firepower, and we have seen glimpses of it, but we've also just seen them drop the ball many a time, which has been quite unfortunate, but the same can be said with Tyloo. We've seen their highs, we've seen a couple of their low kind of rounds, and it feels like they're still trying to work out all the nooks and crannies, and eventually we'll probably see them hit their stride, but this is their last chance. It's only at the single elim point now. Atox, if they lose, they're out, and look, at least it's best of 3, so if they don't get off to a fast start today, if they don't find their feet, you know, at least they have a second map fallback to try and make a reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, you talk about fast start. I'm really looking forward to Tyloo to have a fast start here. Get the home crowd involved.
Yeah. Right.
I think that could be a key to this matchup. Yeah.
I mean, what's the expectation from the Chinese community? I guess they want to be seeing Rare Adam and Tyloo in the final.
For sure, yeah.
Right. And is there any respect given to Atox? I mean, what do people think of Atox?
I mean, the general idea is like Atox is a team that would make it consistently to the semifinals or the finals just to get beat by a Tyloo, a Lin Vision, or a Rare Adam. It's exactly what happened in XBL, and people have no reason to not expect it to happen this time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they face a tougher opponent a little bit earlier on in the process here, now in the quarterfinals as opposed to in the semifinals. But let's talk maps and see where we are going to end up. I think it's honestly still at this stage kind of a little bit hard to get a great read on the map pool for Tyloo with all of those roster changes. But one thing that we can say is that they have definitely been angling towards Nuke a lot in this event.
Yeah, that's a comfort pick for them at this point.
I mean, that was where they went in a lot of those BO1s, and so no real surprise to see that one coming out. Atox have a great track record, obviously, on Inferno, so I think so far the map pool, it feels like it's making a lot of sense, or it feels like it's a bit of an obvious one. Ancient has really been the go-to for every team at this event, so if you think, okay, Tyloo's probably picking Nuke, Atox is probably picking Ancient, chances are we're going to get Ancient. Atox picking Inferno. Chances are we're going to get Ancient through as the decider map in the pool, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what we get from Tyloo, because personally, you know, all we've seen from them up on the stage is Nuke. Those two best of ones were both Nuke, and then they get to this position. So haven't really had to show too much of their strat book. If there is any depth, that's a question that we can get answered this series. Atox, of course, having to make it through the lower bracket at one point, and that means, you know, that we've seen a little bit more from them, but are they going to be good enough on Nuke, Inferno, and Ancient? I feel like, you know, we've seen them play all those so far here at Extremesland. So I'd argue, you know, at least they've had a couple of reps. Maybe, you know, with the late finish last night, hopefully they've had enough rest today to go into this one firing, because I want to see a quality game. I feel like this should, on paper, be the game of the day. That one later on, maybe, you know, maybe it could live up to it. But this one in particular, I'm hoping that we get to see the best Mongolian team at this tournament, making it to the semis. As much as I'd love Tyloo to go head-to-head with a little bit of Rare Atom in the grand final, we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I really look forward to seeing the upper matchup, the battle between G and Accuracy TG. And based on, you know, what I've seen from Accuracy, I feel like the jury's still out on him. Like he had really big shoes to fill. Yeah. In Annihilation, but let's see.
Let's see indeed, and we'll be jumping straight on into the swing of things here on Nuke with Atox starting off on the CT side. Tyloo, passive approach to start things off, but G with two flashes in his hands, a bit of util here for Jamie, a couple of mollies for Orman there as well. I imagine this is going to be an A hit, the layering of the flashes through the window, not looking too bad. It allows Tyloo at least out onto the side, and there's a molly straight up into heaven, which dislodges Atox's hold. 1-for-1 so far. Tyloo with a bomb plant. It's not a bad start to this round.
Mercury in a bit of an odd position. Dobu, nice shot, but the trade swift from Jamyang, playing around Hut now, and Cabal's position still known, just being a bit of a nuisance over towards Control. He won't be able to make his way in on the flank just yet. G at pre-lobby needs to stop the cross, but Cabal has managed to slip the net, and now it's going to be the chasing game.
Ooh.
Mosey on the back of sight won't be able to connect. It's G with a quick flank to make it work for Tyloo.
That was super well played by G right there. You know, just keeping, was it Cabal, the ramp pusher? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just basically taking him out of the play.
Yeah, solid discipline in pre-lobby, just making sure that there was no chance of an earlier flank and locking it in. But yeah, Tyloo out of the gates with the T-pistol. That's a great way to start and get some early rounds here on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, that felt like a super well-rehearsed pistol strat right there.
It did.
Yeah,
indeed.
with the util.
We are going to get that force buy out from Atox, though. It's something that we've been seeing actually quite a lot in this event, regardless of whether or not you're on the CT or the T side, or if the bomb plant goes down. It feels like a lot of teams have just been opting to force into that second round. And Atox, I don't think I've seen a round where they lost the pistol and then didn't force. So I think this is going to be very expected for Tyloo.
Could be a bit of confidence in their aim.
Yeah, it's part that. It's also part the map as well. You know, you can get some solid value out of pistols on Nuke, a lot of close range angles where the weapons have a bit more value than something like, you know, a Dust 2 or a Mirage.
Yeah, it looks like Tyloo are expecting to force right here. They got 5 rifles. They're not playing around.
True. Accuracy with that scout in hand, but it's going to come down to Dobu to start things off. Now a chance, though, for Accuracy. The tag onto Mercury. He'll call for a bit of assistance. Dobu there trying to help him out, and Accuracy gets that second shot through onto Mercury. Now Orman is up the creek without a proverbial paddle, without a chance in this round. He's done and dusted, and Tyloo...
he missed a lot of shots, but he did a lot of work that round. He's keeping everyone occupied. And what's going on here? And wow.
If there's something we know about Mosey, though, you can't count him out. And there is going to be at least 2 of these CTs within an inch of the grave. So we'll see Mosey can get into the right position. Double secret setup. Surely not expecting the next man, but Accuracy. Big damage with the scout, even though there was a bit of a whiff going on in the mid-round.
Right, just so typical of Tyloo, isn't it? It's something that's been known to happen. Winning the pistol and just getting utterly destroyed in the next round.
Yeah, that's huge for Atox, though. You know, and barely lost anyone. I think, what, they had 1 casualty, 3 upgrades to a couple of rifles that Tyloo brought in. You got to love to see that.
Well, Tyloo going to fortify themselves.
There's a lot of
Where to from here, huh? Progression smoke at
only
the door.
one set of U2 on Allman, and ooh, that's the Chinese Robs for ya. That's Jamyang.
Yeah, Jamyang is obviously a key factor for this Tyloo roster, that's for sure, and a Deagle shot like that is going to help. It's not necessarily going to convert the round just yet. Cabal set up to receive the push. I mean, he's got a Galil. A couple of extra bullets in that one over an M4. This could be worse.
Oh, okay, 1 for 1.
1 for 1's okay. I think he'll take that if you're Tyloo.
Has these rotations. Already 2 down towards that lower side. Just Zester towards the upper side of the map. So we'll see if MIQ is going to be able to find value through that smoke. Looks like he's just going to hold map control. Posture for the retake. Dobu's top of that bomb going down.
Fair.
Zester as well, connecting in the meanwhile. And just like that, it's gone from a 4v3 down to 3v2. Atox now in the greater position.
Good recovery, definitely, but MIQ's low. It's not over yet. Tyloo with G and Jamyang. A couple of standout players throughout 2024 could still get this one done. MIQ drops quickly, but that's a nice trade from Zester. And Jamyang just can't keep himself alive. There was one too many Atox members there, and Atox negotiating the treacherous waters, that iceberg obviously being Tyloo.
Yeah.
The investment, if they would have won that round, would reset Atox once again, but now Atox can look to start to build that money back up. Crazy shot from Jamyang. Not enough.
I have a feeling, I have an inkling that we might see Tyloo forcing up again, knowing that the CTs will have to reinvest for 4 individuals. Let's see. There's the 8K, there's the scout, it's happening. And if Tyloo can win this, it will be a huge swing back into their favor.
We've got 2 Tech 9s coming out and see if they want to do something quick here.
Just getting that deeper wall of smokes going. Not completing it, so they might just patch it. In the meanwhile, ooh, Cabal, it's secret. Spotted, and things will get awkward. Molotov invested. Just to fend him off. Create some safer space towards the outside. Oh, wait, what? Mosey? He's on T-roof? Okay, there's a fast... What's going on here?
Jamyang already got dinked up. Yeah, traded his AK away for the Tech 9.
It was important that Atox try to get through this round cleanly. I mean, there's obviously another reinvestment from Tyloo. This is your opportunity to start to build that CT economy up nice and early in the half and really put that pressure back onto Tyloo. I mean, this is Tyloo's map choice as well, so... Oh, little Nobbin spotted. Cabal takes a second to recalibrate the aim, but sharp enough with the kill on the Jamyang. Ready for Mosey, but headshot from the AK, going to do a little bit more than the headshot from the M4, so it ends up being the 1 for 1, which is not the end of the world for Atox, especially considering that extra damage went on to Mosey. Does look like this round is going to be sorted comfortably enough for Atox, though.
Yeah, if you're Tyloo and you lose this round, you just have to eco one. You have to save. You can't get into a spiral of just keep trying to force buy, because the Mongolians, like, they're happy to just keep playing Pug with you.
Yeah.
They're happy to take those aim duels.
It's just one of those situations where it's like a tug of war, right? You just keep on forcing until one team eventually breaks out into the lead.
Yep.
And MIQ going to get tested now.
Oh,
Flash draws his attention away, and he's not going to be able to spot that push on a decon. Bomb gets to a safer position. Orman. Ooh, I thought he was going to be able to cover. Yeah. There you go, Atox. Get that pick just in the nick of time.
Oh, that's just the worst. That's just the worst case scenario there.
Nice stuff from Atox, though. I mean, it's exactly what they want. 3 guns through from that round. And Tyloo should now be on the eco. Good effort from G. Not enough. Cabal's been doing a pretty decent job on outer as well. They did get the bomb plant, to be fair, so that'll be an extra bit of cash in the back pocket.
Did they? I thought they didn't. I think
they did.
They got it after the time.
They won the round. Like they won the round before the bomb went down.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah,
I was
time
like, what?
expired.
Yeah.
And that's just the worst case scenario, because you see Allman there with $500 and a Glock, and it's just I feel like this half has gotten away a little bit from Tyloo already.
Yeah, it has, definitely.
Yeah, that's why MR12, like, you win pistol, you better convert the next.
Yeah, the new UI is we're getting used to it.
Wait, is this the third HUD change we've had?
Yeah, it's third HUD change.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Third fresh HUD.
Yeah, I mean, there's people doing work there at least.
Yeah.
Keep it fresh and fun.
Well, towards the outside area. Tyloo already with 2 casualties, 2 digs still in hand. Mosey one for G, and Mosey hits the floor. So we'll see if G can punish anyone going for a bit more aggression at outers, and they know G's position. So you can see the swarm on the map just starting to hunt him down.
Yep. That's perfect from Atox. They look really locked in today. I think this is a far better look from Atox than what we've seen throughout the group stages. And, you know, it's exactly what we would have hoped for from Atox. I think they were obviously one of the premier teams at this event, and I don't know that we really got that vibe from them during the earlier matches that we got to see, but this game against Tyloo has looked really, really good. We'll have a tech pause here, maybe something on G's side of field.
So far, Tyloo, you know, this competition and in the last 3 months, they've only played Nuke 2 times, which have been the 2 times we've seen it. 13-9 against IHC, already knocking that Mongolian roster out, and knocking Seify during the group stage of the lower bracket with a 13-6 affair. If you remember that one, there were a lot of close rounds, and Jamyoung was taking crazy space at the outside area. Haven't really seen him play that ambitiously so far, although he has been hitting some crispy ones, just not going incredibly aggressive with his positioning.
I don't know that he's really had the opportunity for it just yet, though. Like Tyloo, it feels like their backs have kind of been against the walls, economically speaking, for the majority of this half, and they haven't really had the space to do what they've wanted to so far. A lot of this has been really quite dictated by Atox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, their economy just got destroyed. You know, winning the pistol, losing the second round, and then the round right there where they had 2 people die after time. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Disastrous.
Just in shambles. But, you know, they can use this tech pause to, even though they can't talk to each other, they can still kind of get their mindset back, you know.
Atox seeming to be the best, other than the Mongols, of course, on Nuke out of the other Mongolian teams. Also taken names from Nalakuvara and Cat Evil in the last couple of months. So I'm sure they're going to be incredibly happy with the CT side at the start.
Well, here's a conversation we can have during this tech pause, since we've got Baseline J with us. Obviously, as you've alluded to, Orman is more or less considered a stand-in to this roster.
Yep.
What would your ideal 5th be for Tyloo, assuming we get to keep Mercury, Mosey, Jamyoung, and of course G?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you remember. You probably do, but when they were playing on Rare Atom, like the core of Mercury, Jamyoung, and Mosea, like they were, you know, they were formidable. And then they had a good IGL advent. So I'm looking for Tyloo. I'm looking at Tyloo to get a new IGL.
A new IGL, but who would that be? I mean, are there any up-and-coming IGLs within the Chinese scene? Obviously,
Mini Carrigan.
Yeah, you look at Shao Carrigan, or you know, people are always saying sort of, oh, what about get Westmelon into Tyloo or something like this? Bring back Advent. I love Advent. I don't think he's that great, but I love him.
I mean, he's streaming right now. I'll make sure I'll send a message to him. Make sure
tell him to tune into the English broadcast. My goat. But yeah, I mean, is there anyone that comes to mind when it's when we're looking for an IGL within the Chinese scene?
Ooh, not really. I mean, for the longest time, the conversation was like, if China could have one team, you have all the superstars there,
which
was
supposed to be Tyloo.
An amazing team. But yeah, it just seems like the best IGLs on the division and the best riflers are, well, it was a Starry.
Yeah. See,
yeah.
I think if you could have that, like, if I could have my dream team, my dream Chinese team in this current moment, it's probably Westmelon, Zaka, Starry, Jamyoung, and either Mercury or Mosey.
Yeah. Oh, the firepower. So,
I would maybe even lean towards Mosey. I think Mercury's been a little bit out of form at the moment, and I think with roles in discussion, I think Mosey might actually be a little bit of a better fit in that that dream team, because he's a little bit more of a supportive kind of like slower player than maybe what Mercury might end up being.
Yeah.
And you kind of need that when you've got Westmelon, Jamyoung, and Starry. You don't really need another, like, you don't need a Mercury in there as well. Obviously, Zaka would be taking the AWP in that team, but that's wishful thinking.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the upper matchup between Accuracy and NG, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to bring the AWP out, you know.
Well, I will pull you up there for a second because I think it's actually MIQ that's been taking the AWP role for Atox lately.
Okay.
Accuracy was definitely the AWPer in the first iteration of this version of Atox, if that makes sense. So you're correct in one sense. Accuracy has also been taking the secondary AWP role, so we may well still see it. But MIQ actually has started to find himself with the AWP. We see him here as well. Yeah, more recently, I think he's taken that primary AWP role for Atox, which is a bit interesting because I always thought Accuracy was.
From what I remember, MIQ
well.
is definitely more assertive with the AWP, which is which is what you're supposed to do instead of taking passive angles.
Well, straight back into the swing of things and an early start to the round. Well, it started good for Atox. Dobu got that kill through the smoke, but Tyloo responding very quickly.
A-pop.
Accuracy gets one back, so it's a 3-on-3.
Oh,
need to be a little careful though.
They do seem to have pretty solid protocols for their A exec. At least they can make it into the side, no problem.
Good little flash from MIQ to allow that one from Cabal. Swift trade from Orman. But again, these smokes are just going to be refreshed over and over. Slow rotation from Accuracy to make its way to heaven. And MIQ really hunting for the mini control so they can start to pincer in. Double up over towards the door. Oh, and a nasty one from Orman to bring it to a 1v2. MIQ starting to make his way out on site, but again, only about 15 seconds to get onto that bomb, and he's going to stick it. Pros don't fake. Plenty coming at him, and
no
one's hitting him! Not like this, Atox!
He's not even dead?
Pros don't
and he
fake,
kills
baby.
someone? Oh my gosh.
Everything's going the way of Atox.
It's the curse, man. The curse is real, man.
Why did they go instantly for the knife rather than just start shooting on the way there?
Yeah, it's like one person shoot and the other pull out the knife, and yeah, we got to watch this back real quick.
Where'd
What
they
is going on?
plant? Like,
You
they
have to
didn't even
convert that
they
if you're
didn't plant
Tyloo.
in a weird position or anything
Yeah.
like that.
You
just hear all the swiping. No one. Yeah. Anyway, Tyloo, a bit of cake on the face after that one, and struggling to convert around it. They never really should have lost. Atox 5 already on the CT side. A stellar start to Tyloo's map pick. And let's have a look. Goes down this round. Full buy from Tyloo, thanks to the round loss bonus and the bomb plant happening, as well as the old L smokes. Them fading though might allow Jam Young to get spotted. Into the crosshairs of MIQ, happy to get the pick and fall back.
Yeah, no mistake made by MIQ. That's fantastic. This half is...
Oh, it's getting away from them.
It's just gone. I mean, is it getting away or is it already gone? It kind of feels like we're at that point where Atox really turned on the Jets in this match, and Tyloo haven't shown up at all. This is definitely not the best of Tyloo, that's for sure. Getting a little bit unlucky, to be fair, as well, but you know, you kind of have to ride that luck if you're Atox, and they certainly are. Like, they're taking everything they possibly can here.
Yeah, when you lose a player to an AWP and you just do a contact play, it's just never going to work. But yeah, let's see at least for these players to get a bit of their confidence back, get their aim back. There we go.
And connecting.
Oh, they're molly.
Oh, that didn't kill him.
It fizzled. It fizzled in the ladder base.
Popped it off the wrong wall. Really got to go further left with that one.
You
Either
hate
way,
it when it
Cabal.
happens, and this is still winnable for him.
2-on-1. Orman will reset things here. He's going to try and have a little bit of look into the side, but should always lose that duel. 1-for-1 is never going to be enough. Atox do enough again to recover it. I mean, I guess the one saving grace here for Tyloo is that they do keep Atox's economy honest in the last couple of rounds. They bring it down to just the one player, but as you can see, MIQ getting away with about 12K at the end of that round. Outside of him, there is going to have to be a pretty hefty reinvestment from Atox, but the funds still running pretty deep overall.
Yeah, did the Raptors player do a silent drop? It seems like Alman was not aware.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, he was just looking at heaven this entire time. Yeah, this time was probably a little too late, honestly. I would have called it at 3-1.
Yeah, we'll see what they're having a chat about. Looks like G's a little upset. Not smiling, not having a good time like you're used to seeing him. It is T-side, which can be incredibly brutal. And this is why. If you just can't convert the post plants, you can't get the rounds on the board, you won't have a lot of space to play with in that second half once we get there. Looks like we're going to see a bit of a different approach this time. spot smokes coming out. But an upper pop around the corner, plenty of flashes to layer here, make their way out. They're just waiting for some of that util. Going early through that molly. Zesta unable to find it. There's a double. Dobu a single before falling. And it needs to be Cabal to bring this back, but it gets a little messy, and it's up to G to clutch.
It's messy, but it's still good from Atox. You can see how they're playing off of one another. Ultimately, accuracy sticks around a little too long. He's going to leave it on to MIQ. G has a feeling maybe that he's lurking in through lobby, but he's missed the timing on the cross over to Squeaky. That could well be his undoing if he decides to try and plant here at the front of site. Doesn't have the bomb in his possession right now.
It looks like it's behind him. There you go.
Yeah. He's going to pick that one up, but MIQ will be waiting patiently for any potential information. There's a lot of time here for G to work with. I don't know if he's going to clear out MIQ though, and being half HP, all it's going to take is one bullet from this Tech 9. The noise being made, this will be a fast flank from MIQ. He's made noise. He's going to try and deny that plant. G under a lot of pressure right here, and MIQ just backs himself, and it's a mistake. A must-win round from G will go the way of Tyloo.
I mean, debatable decision by MIQ there.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that round got closed only because the Mongolians missed their shots. I mean, see, like right there.
That could be a double. You're right.
Yeah, MIQ.
They have a lot of missed opportunities there, but yeah.
Even just at that point, you know, you could see he wanted to stay sneaky. He started to go slow down the vent, then opted to just chase it, make sure there was no bomb plant coming through for Tyloo, but then couldn't finish the job. Maybe there was communication of, you know, G potentially being low, tagged up, thought that going for the secondary was a better option. Unfortunately, just couldn't land the bullets faster than G did.
I don't hate it from MIQ's perspective there. Like, he's been playing pretty well, you know, so I think back yourself in that situation to win the duel. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, if you're Tyloo, you have to build from this now. Got a bit of a lifeline. We're at 6-2, yeah?
Yep.
I'm happy with a 4-8, honestly. I think for them to begin to have like that in that fashion for 2 more rounds, I'm happy.
This is the round though for Tyloo. Like, they can actually swing this half back if they are able to win this round. Atox's money is pretty bad.
No, the lobby crunch.
Oh, they're going to get onto Team Roof.
Yeah, getting in behind him. Jamyoung quite ready for this aggression though. As Dobu maybe oversteps his boundaries.
Do you know what we call this strat in Chinese? Like the lobby crunch, the CT lobby crunch.
I don't know. I'm going to call Advent something.
We just say AB go.
AB go.
AB go.
It's like everyone, just crunching lobby.
Well, it hasn't worked for Atox. I mean, it did to an extent. They got lobby, but
it was the overcook part that started going on. Jamyoung ready for Dobu, who climbed the ladder. Just not success. Zesta,
wow,
nice readjustment.
Yeah, 19 HP there for Zesta. Lucky to be alive. MP9 not going to win that duel every day of the week, and accuracy still floating around in lobby. Cabal also pushed up at trophy. Atox not ready to relinquish control just yet, and he's seen one. He'll get Orman, who's just sliding his way down the ladder. There's a pop flash into lobby. He's got to get out of here. He's been seen. Wisely backs off. Now it's on to Cabal to see if he can get anything done. And of course he will. He might get more. Not quite. G, sharp for the trade. Has been a key player for Tyloo so far. And now it's MIQ's turn. He will get a little bit of chip damage onto Jamyoung, not to mention the information that the push is coming down to B, and Zesta is there lurking and waiting! Oh. What a shot!
This is super well played. Fantastic positioning. It's always on the move with the MP9, yeah.
Dirty little fade away to close us out there. And the MP9's just doing bulk work for Atox. The 7th back on the board. Tyloo not quite ready for the mobility of Atox, and Atox firing the hell up. Is that guy the #1 Tyloo fan? He's been here like every day, every game, starting the chance. Ooh, big damage. Dobu not going to allow Orman to slide down the vents, and it's a faster approach towards ramp this time. MIQ looking to hit one as they go further down. Missed connection. Cabal, good block as well with that smoke, making sure it's going to be hard for them to get at him, but they're going to go to ladder base instead, going for the full reroute. Mercury hitting the ground and accuracy, fully ready, and many more bullets than the AWP.
Yeah, I feel like Atox has been whiffing a lot of shots, but the score is still 7-2. That really tells you how dominant the performance is. Like, if they hit the shots, like, it's 8-1.
This is way more dominant than what I thought it would be. I mean, like, you know, look, Tyloo, they're playing with a stand-in situation. They haven't had a lot of time to practice with this roster, etc., etc. But I would have thought that even just the base level of the individuals would be more than enough to put up 2 on their map pick so far. But seems to be not the case.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is such a tactical map that your individual level sometimes you just can't.
Oh, crispy line.
Yeah.
MIQ making the most of it. Good timing on the incendiary. You can see Tyloo wanting to force their way towards the ramp again. But utility starting to thin. It's only been 30 seconds in the round. Tyloo as well, not a lot to execute with, just some flashes. A couple of mollies and that HE.
So why are they going outside? They don't have a smoke left.
Contact play, I guess. Back the individuals, see if they can do something. But it is a good question that you raise.
Yeah, this is not looking good, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Atox just looked way too comfortable here. It reminds me of the game last night against the NKG Nalakuvara, which is actually an amateur team. It just seems like they're just doing their protocols on Inferno, and they were just not even sweating.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is giving me that vibe. The Almond gets a nice pick on accuracy there.
Yeah. Can they get past MIQ if they go down toward B? It doesn't look like that's where they're headed. Back up through outers in towards showers and ladder base and
20 seconds.
In.
That's not a great moment.
I don't even know what to say. Like, if you have one molly, you got to molly the fake bends. I mean, that's just Counter-Strike 101 right there. Like,
Atox have won the round. I mean, it's not even that. It's just well, it is
like
partly,
your teammate's going door. Like your
yeah,
teammate can just pre-fire the door position. Like, why would you? Oh,
kind of mollied Mosey off from that side.
Yeah.
So a bit of a miscommunication perhaps for Tyloo. And then Zesta gets a nice double on the side as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
This was really well done. You're not going to get that every day of the week. Yeah. But even then, you have the insurance fund of Dobu, and he's not really under that much pressure because Mosey can't come out from door. So
just too comfortable.
Bit messy.
Just getting into the right positions. Atox with a solid read so far on the CT side, always in the right place and always hitting the shots that they need to. That's the most important part, right? Tyloo sometimes just look in the wrong direction. As you mentioned, utility not quite going where expected. And then also maybe getting ripped off a few times.
Yeah.
Losing some pretty crazy aim duels that Zesta's been pulling off. See if that trend continues towards the later rounds of the half. We're certainly getting there. Only one more round remaining. We'll see if Tyloo can stack on 3. Look, 3 is still a number of T rounds that you can work with, as long as you get the pistol.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to get a little bit messy when there's so much util involved, but this is exactly what Tyloo wants. Bit of a messier one out onto the side. Cabal, though, aggressive onto rafters. There's a player down the vent. Couple of players down the vent by the looks of it. Tyloo are on B, getting that plan. Jam Young for 1, but not 2. Cabal will opt for the AWP because he's now low HP and also alone.
I mean, that's a round that you can't really replicate. But at this point, like anything, like you put it on the board, like it counts, I guess.
Yeah. Cabal not going to be able to get that one, and we see Tyloo finding that crucial 3rd round as we take it into the half.
Well, that was certainly one of the halves of all time. Probably one that Tyloo would prefer to forget. A 9-3. I guess they salvaged it a little bit towards the end there with that last round. At least that gives them something if they get the pistol. I think that's really the big caveat is like if they get the pistol, there might be a chance.
This is the hope round, the hopium round. You need to win it or your backs are against the wall. Maybe, just maybe they can force into the next and have another hope round. But for now, for everyone in the arena, for everyone in the crowd, I'm sure they're hoping that Tyloo make it happen. Woo! But Atox, they're going to mostly get down vent, just not everyone.
Yep, mostly. I mean, I guess mostly they did. 3 out of 5 is still most, but unfortunately, it's not going to turn into too much for them. So this will be the resurgence. I mean, in an ideal world now for Atox, they just want to get the bomb plan down. If they could get a bomb plan here, it would really aid their buy in the next round. But I'm not really seeing the avenue for a plant right now.
Yeah, that's when you know your luck is starting to turn around. You get 2 blind kills through the smoke there. You get an easy 5-on-3 right off the bat, and you just have to convert now. My heart cannot take it if they don't convert this one.
If they would lose this one, then I don't know what to say about that. But
crazier things have happened
This
this game.
So we have Gghow making a huge amount of noise, wrapping at yard, and they were trying to bait someone out at mini, trying to force a free pick for accuracy. Going to end up grouping up together here. But Tyloo happy just to play sights all tucked away. And the A-site defense looking pretty good. Orman stopping the push-up from accuracy. And Gghow might be able to find
Why is no one watching Heaven? Okay.
Yeah, a bit of a
miscom.
Yeah. So interesting to me that Gghow would decide to take the kill on the close player first and then the far player.
Yeah, in the moment decision-making, sometimes it is quite hard.
Either way, I think getting 2 from there with the Glock wasn't always going to be easy. And there's an argument to be made that maybe he thought he wasn't going to get the kill onto G quite so quickly.
Yep.
So he might not have got it at all at that point. But either way, it is indeed going to be the force buy from Atox. No surprises there. It's Tech 9s across the board. And Tyloo well prepared for any potential A rush. They're going to dump all that util, only for door in particular, important. But no rush yet to come from Atox as they will take things a little slower.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be an upper fake. They got a top pause molly though, but yeah, Alma has too much info now. There's no way this works, right?
Yeah, he went for that early dive down vent, straight up secret. All the info on the backside of that wall. Mercury going to be able to deal with everyone sneaking out of secret. Squeaky rather. And Zester at range. Little dink, but the Tech 9 inaccuracy is a huge factor in that fight. And Gghow gets finished. He was quite low, and now he's done.
Okay, we're chilling. I mean, I'm just thinking about it from Tyloo's perspective. Like, considering how unlucky they got in the first half, right? They win the pistol, they lose the second, right? MIQ got a 1-on-2 smoke defuse.
Yeah.
And then 2 of them die after time. I mean, that's 3 times. Like, lightning struck 3 times, and they still managed to get 3 rounds. So, hey, surely it can happen the 4th time in 1 game, right?
Well, let's just hold our horses until we get to see a gun round from Atox. I think is probably the first port of call here.
Yeah.
Also, these Deagles have been pretty disruptive. I'd say Zester in particular has really been a standout for Atox at this event with the Deagle. It's usually been good for 1, often 2 in a round like this. And that would be pretty rough for Tyloo to swallow.
His crosshair placement is pretty damn good. That HE chunking down MIQ. Thought there might have been more damage on that. Mercury looking to cut outside in half. G just playing deep from CT and making sure no one can get to secret without being spotted. Looking like the T's are going to start to swarm here. Dink means a follow through, and there you go. G's out of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these Deagles. Liable to get 1 or 2, and it's a long half here for Tyloo, so they want to be making sure their money is as clean as possible. And that might not necessarily be up to them. Jamming though into
I think
lobby.
she was just trying to farm some eco frag, so.
Okay.
Ooh.
1 more right here for Atox would start to cause some problems for Tyloo. Because that would then be one of the rifles lost, but it's wishful thinking, although
he's fast.
Orman's 40 HP.
Give him so much respect.
He might get a plan here? No. Not with Mercury there at the door.
Unless
he kills him.
Unless. Backside plant. Head down, couldn't quite get it. And there's another for Tyloo.
Okay.
So now we delve into gun round territory for Atox. We'll see what they're going to be able to fashion here. Couldn't quite get the plant for the extra cash in the bank, but we'll see. We shall see. Speaking of cash, a lot of kills with the MP9s that round.
Yeah, I really want the op to come out for G here. Try to dictate the round.
Looks like you'll get your wish. And he's going to play toward ramp. Another slower approach from Atox. They're actually happy to let Tyloo have a lot of that map control. MIQ though catches the timing onto Orman.
Yeah, that's the thing with Alman on the outside. Like he plays it so loose. He gets a lot of info, but still, like he just dies for nothing a lot.
Being important information.
So
Mosey
blind.
couldn't see anything. Zesta didn't even look in his direction. Great trade though by Cabal. And they've just got to deal with Jamyang, which will be pretty easy in the end. Atox just explode in that round.
Yeah, nice round. After the picket outers, they knew they were a little weaker towards the main side, and then great utility, enabling the opening, forcing Mosey to unfortunately run across idiot wall, fully blinded. Struggled to shoot back, but of course, had those trades, and G, mate, that's not a good place to have the AWP, let's be real.
Unless you're simple. Get some
Maybe.
no scopes in. But yeah, like that was that round was all Dobu. You know, it was his calls to just to go ham after they get the pick outside and gets the info on the opera as well. Wow, this is just wow.
Atox are just looking so good right now. Like it's just Atox at their peak, at their prime.
Slowing it down, making sure that Tyloo don't make an aggressive move, which is something you'll usually have to do when you're a man down this early in the round. Tyloo with the full force, economy about to be broken if Atox stack on 11. They might end up opting for the save if they don't get a pick shortly. It's just this 5-7 on the lower side of the map. So you can save 3 rifles if things go wrong. More wrong than they already have, but
maybe not.
Zesta, beautiful timing on that push in through elbow. 5-7 seen. And dealt with. Dobu doing the honors with the Galil, and that'll be that. Mosey and G, surely, yeah, you can see him just making their way through Squeaky and looking for the safety of T-spawn.
Do you hunt here if you're Atox?
You can afford 2 guns. In reality, it's probably better just to close out if you just save that.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody's not on Tyloo anymore. There's no one going for that ninja defuse.
Got a few of them at this event for Rare Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're Tyloo, I mean, this is just suffocating performance by Atox here. Yeah, I'm seeing no synergy from the CTs at all. They're just getting picked apart.
All right, well, they know they're not in CT. Now they know they're in T, but there's nobody else here to chase things down. So a little bit of an attempt from Cabal, but just one gun going down for Atox. That's fine.
Just locking in for Atox. 2 rifles saved. I don't think it warrants the buy around it. They'll just have to try to put these 2 pieces in solid positions to find impact. Orman has upgraded to a little bit of utility. Everyone buying down to 2K, so into round 19 they have something to play with. But it's a faster approach for Atox at outers. Nip wall, the deep one. Orman can't connect, but they are making a world of noise. So Atox giving across the information to Mosey for free. Only one of the individuals heard so far. Rest of the boys crossing as the smokes start to fade. And pausing with the secret control. Who's going to make the first move? We've already got 3 down secret. B site's looking more likely than not. And there's just going to be 2 USPs here.
Yeah, I feel like G's already missed the timing on this round. He was opting ramp for quite a while, and then he went heaven, but now like there's just no way that he can get useful. This is not looking good, gentlemen.
No, not for Tyloo. G goes down as well to Zesta, so it's going to go from bad to worse. Orman doing a lot of work with just a USP. I can't imagine he's long for this world and will be taken down in due course. Tyloo down to just 2, and both of them being USPers. It'll allow Atox up to 12. And
Jamyon got the AWP. It fell down the vent.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's a small win, but this is a wooden spoon prize, really, in the grand scheme of things.
We're trying here. We're really trying to find that silver lining here.
Yeah.
Let's see if Mercury can work his way up to the. Oh, he's doing it to the garage, but there's no way Atox is letting him. Oh, he's off. Yeah, no armor. It's done.
Rough out here. Jamyon also no armor. I'm sure he may still save. Oh, has the shot. Got to be quick with it. Wallbang there. Might be able to follow up. But again, just making sure he can't save at the back of ramp is crucial. Cabal just running and gunning, and it's more than enough. That's 12 on the board for the Mongolians.
Pack it up. I reckon it's done.
This is no contest.
Yeah, let's go map 2. It is the map choice of Atox, though, so that has to be a worrying sign for Tyloo coming up next.
Yeah, just falling flat. I guess this is the thing, right? It felt like in those other best of ones, they weren't really tested, and now Atox coming in, feeling a bit more warm on the stage with the extra games played. This is one of those perfect examples of, you know, when teams aren't quite ready. Maybe taking it a bit too easy. Faster approach towards the upper side. Atox straight out the door, at least one of them.
It's just not ready.
Yeah. Zesta down there, ramp control now found, and it is going to be that B hit. Tyloo, no one in the vicinity.
And also, if you're the solo ramp player, there's no way that you pick that spot, because when you die, it's just wide open. You need a spot where you can fall back into, but yeah.
Oh, bit of a chance in there for Tyloo. 3 on 2, but half HP for everybody on that CT side. MIQ's molly could cause a little bit of a ruckus here, as well as that smoke starts to fade. There's a molly in as well from Accuracy. Defuse going to be tough. Kills maybe not so much. Accuracy misses a crucial shot. There's a chance here for Tyloo to survive, and they will.
Ooh, just barely.
I think they were kind of gifted that
Is
one.
there even time?
Oh, actually. No
Oh,
kit.
dear.
Oh, no! It's over.
Well, that's about the worst way you could possibly lose a map, but I think at least we can say it ends the pain.
Yeah.
That's really how it has to be described, because that was a painful, painful watch for Tyloo. But it's not done yet. There's still a whole best of 3 yet to play.
Yeah, a few more maps. What was it, Mirage?
Inferno.
Inferno next, and then Ancient.
And then Ancient. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. Inferno. It has been a pretty solid map for Atox lately. I feel like Tyloo just want to pack their bags and forget about that one and move on into second. Look, a couple of highlights. I feel like Zesta, in terms of impact, definitely the best player in the server there for Atox. Tyloo, few members went missing. Felt like, you know, some of those shots not quite hitting it, and like Jamyon didn't get to activate. There's a few names that just weren't quite there that needed to be, and maybe it just comes down to Atox being more ready and throwing better flashes. A lot of the big pieces of the puzzle neutralized just by the utility in many of those rounds, and Atox just shooting better.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said at the start of this, before the game even started, I thought, you know, Atox, I don't really think we've seen the best of Atox up to this point at the event, but this was the best of Atox. This is Atox really at their prime. You know, they're hitting their shots, they're looking clean. It's what we want to see from this second Mongolian squad. Obviously, the Mongols, they are sort of championing a lot for the Asia region just in general, but Mongolia has a lot of talent, and Atox is kind of that second fiddle behind the Mongols, and it feels like they haven't really quite been able to take their, not their throne necessarily, but their seat right next to the Mongols towards the top level of Asia. They're always running into some trouble with the top Chinese teams, the likes of FlyQuest as well, causing problems for them. But I think on their day, they can beat all of those teams, and today might be that day. On the other hand, for Tyloo, leaving a bit to be desired, I think it has to be said. A little bit disappointing. That said, you know, the series is not yet done, so hopefully when it comes to Tyloo, they can step up here for map 2, and I think we can still see a pretty good contest here.
Yeah, I think Inferno should be fun. You know, Tyloo are going to get their selection of side. They're probably going to pick CT unless they want to start on T, but that T side, if that goes is anything to go by, I don't know if their attacking power is going to be that good. So maybe just start on the defense, let Atox control the tempo, control the pace, and just structure yourself effectively. You saw where Adam's CT side earlier was stellar. You'd expect a similar vein of Counter-Strike from Tyloo, just because, you know, from similar region, just as good firepower on there, if not better on paper. It should work out.
All right, well, let's take a look back at the stats. Mac, you were highlighting Zesta, and I'm sure he'll be quite nicely towards the top end of things there. 15 and 12 actually in the end. Cabal went 21 and 14. I didn't even realize.
Oh, he got a quiet 20 bomb there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Decent effort from Mosey and Jamyoung, but Mercury going missing again. I don't know what's going on with Mercury, to be honest. I feel like at one point, probably 18 months ago, we would have been saying, yeah, Mercury's the best player on Tyloo, but just doesn't seem to be hitting at the moment.
I think this is the same situation as when, like, you had Starry on here too, right? You got so much firepower, but only so many people can play the star roles, and if the players aren't good at the new roles that they have to pick up, then this can kind of happen, right? It feels like it's been a long time since we've seen Mercury carrying, because he has to be in, you know, forward positions and then a little bit further to the back when he doesn't need to be further to the back. It's just one of those things. Tyloo need to figure things out, and I believe that's, you know, the support staff that needs to make those decisions, unfortunately. But fortunately, Cabal, you know, leading up a storm, showing that he can roll back the years, that he's still a powerhouse from Mongolia. 21 big ones, 1.4 rating. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, no complaints really as far as Cabal is concerned. And I imagine for Atox, things are progressing as they would have hoped that they were. Got Inferno coming up next. It is their map choice, and they'll be feeling pretty good about things. So Tyloo have a bit of conversation to be had here in the break. It'll be a 5-minute one, not a very long one at all, but hopefully Tyloo can find a way to reset. We'll take a break as well, so don't go too far away. Inferno is coming up right after this.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on in. It is time for map 2 in just a second, and we've got Tyloo really staring down the barrel of a defeat. I think it has to be said, Mac, as we're back on without Baseline J. He's going to take a break and get ready for the potential 2-0, because he'll have to get onto the stage for an interview in that occasion.
Yeah.
But this is Tyloo having a bit of a chat. You can see Jack, the manager. He's been with Tyloo a very long time, probably longer than all of these players except maybe Orman. But even then, Orman would have been back in Beachy in those days. So yeah, actually, Jack's been around a long time. He's their general manager, and so he's probably just telling the boys, listen, if you mess this up, you're off the team.
Yeah. We've got so many people on the bench, you will be replaced.
We've got CDR, we've got Lyrics, we've got Orman.
It's just listing off the team.
Advent, and yeah, we can bring back Dan King. She's like, damn, Dan King, he was pretty good. He might take my off role. No, look, obviously they don't want to be losing this game, but I think at the end of the day, it's not a massive, massive concern for Tyloo. When you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it's still a pretty fresh roster. I know it's kind of weird to say that because like they were a core minus Orman towards the end of last year. Like it was Starry for Orman at one point, and Mosi was in-game leading. But at this point, Orman's in-game leading. It's been a little while since Jamyoung's sort of been in the server there with Tyloo because of all the shenanigans that he was up to. So
yeah,
I think you can look at this and just say, okay, well, this is just the start of our 2025. We consider this a bit of practice. It's not a massively concerning event for us. Let's just try and get some good stage practice here, and what happens, happens. But I tell you what, I think Mosey's been in the gym, Mac. I remember him not looking that jacked in the past, but he's looking pretty large and in charge today.
Been hitting the food, hitting the bloody pull-ups, hitting a couple of bicep curls, really just filling out. Gotta love to see it. Other point as well, you know, Zowie King, of course, the coach, has been around in the Chinese scene for a very long time. And now just sending across a decent amount of information to all the younger guys on the team. But look, I remember classic Tyloo on Inferno, right? Somebody in summer running it down banana. I know this is a whole new iteration, but the firepower is just as good. And you better believe, if they want, I feel like they can still bully this Atox squad. They just need to find that confidence because it felt like something was lacking.
Ooh, the BenQ mousepad.
Good choice. GSR, is that SE? GSR SE? Might even be the new one, actually. I think there was multiple sizes, multiple colors of it.
It's the big red one.
Yeah.
That's what you need to know.
I'm a nerd. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. I don't know the names. Like, all the naming conventions of peripherals are just too hard for me. Except I do like what they do with the mouse because they're designed by a player.
Yeah.
Like the FK series is Philip Kubaski.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And then the
S2, S1s,
No, I don't
CW,
know.
C1,
CW.
EC.
Who's EC?
I don't know, but it's like EC1, EC2, EC3.
Yeah. It's like based on the shape of the mouse.
Yeah.
It's designed by a person, like a player.
Yeah, okay.
So, Zowie Mouse Series EC. Who made that one? Oh.
Did you get firewalled? That guy.
That guy's happy.
He got excited for it.
It's got a Kaze signature on the Tyloo jersey.
Yeah. I think there was. Is that okay? Is that all right, Jordan?
That's fine. That's kosher. I've got a Kaze jersey from Tyloo as well. So can't be mad about that one.
I'm keen to see where we end up here. Looks like everyone's right and ready. Excited to get back into the mix, get back into the action. Have a damn good time. We've had some really good Inferno games here at eXTREMESLAND, to be honest. Like, you know, sometimes it is a bit chaotic and a little bit messy, but in terms of firepower and fun, they've been great games.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can't tell you who made what mouse, but I know that the FK series is, I think, is that Neo? Is Philip Kubski Neo?
Ah, right. Just type Neo. It's faster to find his name.
Yeah. Philip Kubski.
Ah,
Yeah.
so he made the FK.
Yeah, his mouse is the FK series,
There you
yeah. But I don't know who EC is, and I don't know who all the other ones are.
FK is the one that's lower to the ground, right? I think I really like those. The low profile. Better for the claw. That being said, it is time to game into the pistol in map number 2. Zesta at this range is good for the first. Almost rips the head off a Mercury, but the Julies have that pack.
That punch?
A punch.
They got that
I was going to say they're going to pack that punch, but I just committed to the pack, Jordan.
Yep. 2-pack. There's 2 of them. All right, this is going to be a big pistol, actually, for Atox. I think if they can get the pistol and keep the roll going, then Tyloo will really have a bit of a struggle in this series. But they release a little bit of control back. Tyloo can get that momentum back on in and really start to feel their opportunity in this series. So momentum always a key factor.
Yeah. Let's see what we get here. Atox all grouped up over towards A, and Cabal, lovely crosshair placement. G completely deleted, and this is not a position you want to be in as Mercury. As soon as you get spotted from the arch wrap, you get destroyed, but it didn't even happen. It was short they had to worry about.
Yep, that's about as well as it could have possibly gone for Atox. Cabal's going to get a flash right in the face of Jam Young. It'll slow him down a step. Smoke's up there at Moto as well. And I'd say Atox is going to win this round as a result. There is one flash for Orman. He can send Jam Young in through that smoke, but for all the good it's going to do, there's no defuse kit. And you've got 4 players to find with very little time. This is looking like it should be around for Atox pretty comfortably in the end. Really intrigued as to who each mouse is now.
You're so locked in.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the numbers of the monitors are named after?
That I don't think has anything to do with it.
That's one of the only naming conventions I can't follow. Is where the numbers are going and what means what, and then like there'll be an extra single digit, like the 4 will go to the 6 on the end of the 256. It won't be the 25446K plus. That's the one that loses me.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to keep up. I guess the thing is, you know, mice are a bit cheaper than monitors overall, so it's easier to be like, ooh, might pick that one up.
It's EC and FK mouses are a tribute to Emil Christensen. Heaton is EC.
Heaton, yeah.
Heaton and Neo.
Okay. Heaton made my goat mouse.
They were part of their development. So I guess 2 of the most popular esports mouse options, incidentally, co-developed by esports players.
There you go.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Absolutely love to see it, don't you?
What I would kind of love to see here is Atox converting this round as well. Really locking themselves in as a serious competitor for the top end of this event. If they can get a clean win over Tyloo. G forced away from the line. Mosey ends up getting a 1-for-1, but that's not enough. Zesta is on a tear, and MIQ covering off the backside as well. Zesta can continue his good run from this series so far. It'll be a very massive boon for Atox going forward.
Let's see where they end up here. Just waiting to smoke out. MIQ, AK at the ready. And he's not going to find any targets to shoot. Orman and Jamyoung escaping away, just keeping the armor into the next. And giving themselves something to play with into the third. But Atox off to a great start, just forcing their way through the mid-smoke. It was a risk, but it worked out. No one hunting. Atox happy just to be concerned about their own economy. Backside plant means you survive in pit with full HP. And let's see where we end up going for Atox in the third.
Yeah, it was a bit of an investment in that one from Tyloo. So this upcoming round should be a little bit of an easier one for Atox.
Yeah.
Orman, a couple of flashes, a deagle for Mosey and Jamyoung. So maybe something in this round for Tyloo if Atox misplay it a little bit, or if there's a God flash that comes through. See that every now and then. More than likely, it's going to be a Atox round. Double nade into Banana there. Not really going to catch on too much. Molotov as well for Sandbags. It looks like the first port of call right here for Atox is to clear out Banana. Then I imagine they'll start to work on the brackets area of the map. They've got good coverage around mid and second mid. No push coming from Tyloo in that area of the map. It's a big stack over towards B, actually.
Yeah.
Tower boost on the flower pots, which are not flower pots anymore.
It's more of an awning now, isn't it?
Old comms die hard.
Well, let's see if they can smack their way through. That boost should be able to find themselves a pick. Jamyoung in a sneaky old position. Mosey going to be able to snatch that away. Him and G teaming up, and you can see that it is going to be that stack. Good read and plenty of time to rotate back the other way. Only Orman here with a... Julie's rather up in the apps, and that's going to be a gun retrieved and solid map control. The push for the retake if you live. Great trade from Zesta. Might have just saved the round.
Yeah, this is getting messy though. Accuracy needs to hit a kill, and he does. That's crisis averted, I would say, for Atox. There's a big wrap coming in through brackets. Jamyoung pretty quick, and he almost catches the timing. Looks like they're pretty aware of his position now, and MIQ has spotted him out.
Yeah, I think MIQ spotted him as he went for the slow cross at mid. They both had knives out. No one shot. Good information relay to the rest of the team. So I think it was accuracy. He managed to make sure there was no chance of him coming up short. And look, damage here could be incredibly influential. Big pick onto accuracy. One bullet onto Zesta can do it. There you go. You're taking more guns away, and there's not time to defuse. MIQ hasn't heard the tick, so he's just going to run away. Jamyoung will fall. Wait, did everyone die?
No, MIQ still lives.
MIQ's still alive?
According to the graphic on the stage.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, as Cabal was creeping his way up the carpets there, if he dies, if Orman gets that kill, that's where this round gets a little bit chaotic, because first of all, you don't have apps control, and second of all, Orman's going to have a gun. Plus, there was a fast rotate coming through from Tyloo. It very nearly got out of hand for Atox.
I think it's those micro decisions, right? If Orman was aware that it was just that one man at apps, he could have held onto the apps control, but he kind of decided that he wanted to go to pit, couldn't quite get there, caught in transition, and Atox able to steady the ship, even though it cost him a whole bunch of guns in the end. So Jamyoung at least doing financial damage as Tyloo do move into their first gun round.
G not looking too healthy after the early exchanges. Down to 22 HP. Bit of a lack of head armor. Shouldn't really come into play. There's full sets of AKs for Atox. G still able to strike there onto Cabal. Mercury's yet to be cleared out as well. This is a tough crossfire to break without util, and the swing will come through from Mercury. He felt under pressure, had to go for it.
I think he heard that molly coming.
Yep.
Knew he had to make a play.
Oh, the exit from Atox is interesting because there's been a push down Banana from Jamyoung. Smoke's going to fade. Timing's good here for Atox. They should clear him out. It should be a 1-for-1, and it is. And that should allow them into the B bomb site. Do they have a smoke? There's something throwing through the air. Yes, it is a smoke. Ooh. But a counter smoke out there from Tyloo as well. Orman going to be flashed on in onto the line. It's getting messy. This is bad. Atox now going to have to slow things down and wait for MIQ to make this flank, but that is being watched by Mosey.
He's in a great position, Mosey. Hard clear. One bullet does it. And you're going to see the bomb making its way back as well. Dobu ready, gun in the right position, but just won't be able to commit to the fight. And Mosey locking down that A-wrap rotation.
Yeah, big round in the end from Tyloo. Just get them back into the discussion a little earlier than what we saw on Nuke. You feel like there's always this reset. MIQ not happy with that. Can't see the passion there on the cameras, but Atox have to reinvest into this one. Couple of AKs, couple of Tech 9s, Mac 10. It's not a great buy. MIQ already down to half HP, so maybe wanting to recycle that AK over to somebody with a bit more hit points available.
Popping through. I love this one. Mercury getting chased down. But the arch smoke not going to be caught through, at least not by Mercury. He won't be allowed. Dobu dealing with him, and it's a fast wraparound, collapsing on the A site. And the two players here, they're gone.
Yeah, they just had that extra player floated over towards the B bomb side, and one player getting caught off guard by the timing on A kind of just loses that round for Tyloo, right? Like, you need to be playing off of each other, and once one goes down, then the other one's kind of cooked. Mosey's just out in no man's land. Easy kill in the end. He couldn't do anything. So it's like a house of cards falling down once that initial player drops. The only benefit of note for Tyloo is they should be able to save these guns. Atox having a bit of a look. Cesta's, you know, starting to progress down second mid towards T-Apps. But not going to catch up to Tyloo, I don't think. If anything, it'll maybe be Dobu onto Orman. Atox's money's not fantastic. They don't want to over-chase this one, so they'll be happy with that kill that they've gotten and continue their progress forward one step at a time.
Another big round. And Atox making their case to continue on in the playoffs. A 2-0 in this match is something I don't think anyone would have called in Atox's favor earlier.
Yeah.
I remember I was saying to Mitch, I'm unsure if I'm confident about Atox after what we saw yesterday.
No,
they
I think
did look
that's
a bit
fair.
shaky. And then the same for Tyloo. I was like, actually, I'm also unsure about them.
100%. I think I was more sure about Tyloo personally.
Yeah.
Just looking at the teams that they beat on their way through, but I think that's a story that's starting to shift in the other direction. There's no doubt about that. Atox looking really, really switched on today. Another round right here, and they can break Tyloo's economy. But of course, Inferno is one of those maps where it can sometimes be tough to break the money. Because of the prevalence of the saves. And G, another important kill from him. That's his second for the map. Both of them have been opening kills. They might not necessarily win the round off the back of it. Zesta ducking back into Boiler and survives.
Yeah, Zesta hitting him with the donk slide there. Nice little peek out, crouch back.
The wiggle wiggle.
Yeah, Mosaic, you saw his crosshair trying to react to it, but just couldn't. And G, what's the timing on this flash? Looking just to throw it to try and slow things down. Will get smoked off. A dangerous decision, and he lives.
I reckon G probably feels like he has to take a risk at the moment. Like, Tyloo are not winning the standard round, so he just wants to try and get in front of that play and take that little risk. It doesn't necessarily work out, but also it doesn't blow up in his face. So it ends up being 4-on-4 for the retake here. Util's not too bad for Tyloo. A smoke, a couple of flashes, and a nade. The nade would be great if it landed at the position Zesta's holding in dark.
Good placement of that smoke to at least try to neutralize Cabal. He was just going to be spamming to draw attention away. It's Mercury and Orman to get the re-entries, but the crossfire between Dobu and Cabal is working wonderfully. Mercury revealing his hand and the noise being made from CT. G going to be able to trade, but that time is ticking, and G needs the pick right now. Doesn't go for the pot shot. Oh! As Cabal, he'll be eliminated.
It's a good shot from G, though.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. G's looking good here on Inferno, but just not getting enough impact.
Yeah, it's so close. You see those moments and you're thinking, oh, I was expecting, so like, I'm thinking Kaze on Vici, right? In those situations, he'll just throw a no-scope into that smoke.
You have to,
G
right?
didn't. He's waiting to get given any bit of information,
Yeah, but like that's your only way of winning the round.
Only way to win the round.
You've just got to shoot it. You've just got to shoot.
That's why I was stumped. I was like, I was expecting a no-scope and like a crazy moment, and then he just ran away.
Yep.
And wasn't, well, he allowed himself to run away with the pick.
G wants to get into the action early on in the piece, but failed the jump, and the push is coming through from Atox. They're not slowing down, at least MIQ's not. The rest of the squad, though, does. Molotov singeing the toes of G and Jamyoung, and Cabal in the meanwhile has got an Orban. Oh, Mosey catches the timing onto Zesta nicely. Tyloo still making Atox work for a lot of these rounds.
Perfect timing on the peak there from Mosey. Stopped, allowed the push out for Atox, and then got the pick that he needed, as well as crucially the AK in hand. With that, you're going to see him rotate all the way over towards Arch side. Mercury just with a 5-7, and it might be difficult for them to hold this Apps bust, but Mosey is slowly but surely making his way back to Moto. They could have a crossfire here. Info gained right now. Boom. Mercury going to be able to find that one. Mosey swinging on the contact, and this should be Tyloo's round every day of the week. Great shots coming out of Mosey and great team play.
It's not a good one to lose, unfortunately, for Atox, right? Like, you've done all the hard work, you've gotten through a couple of the clutch rounds, and then you give that one back over to Tyloo. Just a series of unfortunate events. Mercury doing a great job with the 5-7. It's got G hyped up. One thing I like about G is he's a very animated player.
Yeah.
Very fun guy. And I think a big reason why Linvision and the Mongols got along so well with one another, it was G. Because he was a very friendly character. Now in Tyloo, and it's going to prompt a timeout from Atox. They know that they're still well and truly in control of this half, but it can slip back pretty quickly when you're against a team like Tyloo. They've got a lot of very talented individuals. You know, you think about Mercury and the impact that he has had over the last 12 months, maybe diminishing a little bit, but if he goes back to his peak, obviously Jamyoung is Jamyoung, maybe the most talented player out of China in the last 2 years. Zaka might give him a bit of a run for his money the way that he's going at the moment, but I don't think you can really disregard the likes of Mosey and G as well when they're on. And of course, Orman, 30-year-old talent, so can't this one done and dusted just yet, even though Atox have the lead. Jamyoung, quick and dirty onto MIQ. It's been a force buy from Atox. It's a hero AK out of Dobu. See what he can get up to.
Oof. Zesta. Spotted in the halls. We'll see Tyloo indecisive initially with that rotate from Jamyoung. Orman goes more passive. And over towards short here. Mercury, ooh, gets naded as he makes the cross to sight. Chunks down. And there's a lot of damage done to these CTs, but no picks just yet. The reroute back into Apps that has been blocked. But there's plenty of time for Tyloo to continue to buy for this rotation from Jamyoung and Atox as well. They don't need to commit. But after that util's been dumped, you can see them going for the B hit. Lovely pick onto Orman jumping.
Yeah, that's crazy from Dobu. It's exactly what you need to be doing when you've got the AK in hand. Jamyoung will fall as well, and that's the B site taken. Dobu's come up huge with the goods. That AK entrusted to him, and the experienced player providing exactly what is needed. This could be a 6th for Atox, and another tantalizing prospect for Atox in the half to push this further and further. Tyloo's still got a little bit of money, but just kind of negates somewhat the work that they did in the previous round. Here comes Mercury. He should be 100% a dead man there, and Cabal will double down.
Yep.
Excellent crossfire from Atox. Excellent setup, great patience, great shots from Dobu and Atox. Again, we have to reiterate, are looking like the real deal at the moment. G's hit some good shots, but it just doesn't matter.
I think, you know, that's something, even yesterday, right? It felt like Atox was lacking in that structure, just putting themselves into positions to 100% the rounds. Like, they had good discipline yesterday, but it felt like they weren't in like positions that gave good chemistry, right? They weren't able to swing off each other's contact. They weren't doing those tiny little setups. And today, we're seeing that. It's like they must have established last night, okay, guys, these things are going wrong. We need to change that into tomorrow. Remember the game plan. You guys are better. And Tyloo aren't doing that. Tyloo are just kind of relying on individuals in big moments.
Well, Orman has managed to get all the way to the bottom of Banana. So there's a lot of that map control, but Zesta? This could be interesting with 2 players around the corner there. Mercury and Mosey, MP9 and M4. I don't think he dislodges both of them with a Mac 10. He's gotten a little bit greedy for that one. So Accuracy and Zesta both down. It seems like the shenanigans will continue. We'll go back and forth. It'll be more than likely now another round for Tyloo. No sense of normalcy around the map. That's a super clean round from Tyloo, though.
Yeah. Looking to change the narrative. The reliability has not been great from them today, but rounds like that will start to allow the fans to regain some confidence.
Then again, another force buy from Atox, and they've been pretty good on those, pistol and armor. Smoke deep into brackets. Often what you'll see here is a flash tossed into that smoke, and then a bust. I reckon Tyloo have seen that trick before. There's a nade into the smoke, there was a molly prior to it. They're trying to disrupt the plans here of Atox, but there is that flash, and yeah, like I said, Tyloo have seen that before. They're aware of that trick, so they won't be falling for that. Looks like I missed the smoke over the Wamoto as well. It's not that it's going to matter. Atox get rolled in that round.
Yeah. It's good to see that. I think that's the second time this map already that they've done that. So good to see Tyloo adapting, rotating HEs into it. I think it was like the last 3 seconds of that smoke where the second HE blasted it. There was 2 Ts lurking. But good to see a little comeback happening, and we're going to have another tactical. Looks like it's Atox probably this time to have a chat about what they need to do, because they are starting to get read like a book.
Yeah, they've already got to 6. So not really the end of the world if the rest of this half ends up going the way of Tyloo. Like 6-6 you can still work with, but doesn't really lock anything in at that point. It's kind of anybody's game. So you'll have another one here. I don't know that it's going to be easy to get 2. Obviously, Atox have given enough clean rounds over to Tyloo that they should be able to buy this half out. Not a whole lot of conversation happening on the Atox side of the coin. But yeah, there's a good graph, actually. Great stuff from the observing team. Shows you just how much that Tyloo economy has swung back up. Nice and healthy the last couple of rounds of this half.
Yeah.
Whereas Atox, they're onto the pistol buy again. They're really force buying a lot, aren't they?
Seems to be the case. I think they're just backing themselves.
Well, if they don't win this round, then they're going to have another buy like this next round.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit greedy, especially when you could be ending on like a 7-5. If you would say, okay, we'll save this round, buy next round, win the next round, 7-5, we're happy with that. But they want to go for 8.
I think the issue is that some of them were on double eco. You see, like Dobu, he only had 1,500, right? That's all he's brought in, except maybe a bit of util there that missed at the start of the round.
I'm just such a big fan of even the hero AK. I think 1 AK can just do so much for you, and we already saw that for Atox.
Yeah. Issue might have been that no one had
maybe
2,700.
Yeah, I have to have a look.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look. How about the next round ends and where this one even ends? We're getting to the 50-second mark. And Atox are starting to put their eyes on the A site. Zesta, you said he's good with the Deagle. He's pretty good for 2 sometimes. G this time able to start to shut that pump down. Still 2 Ts here. Bomb going to be spotted. That'll trigger the rotation back from Orman. But the miss, unfortunate. G not going to have to get anything done as Orman rotates in time. And that's going to be the bomb on the ground at short. Push in. They need to make it happen. 2 Tech 9s, 20 seconds. Now spacing is good. The shot ain't. And MIQ going to be able to make just enough space to get this one planted.
Got to get that plant down. Orman down to 16 HP. It's really all onto Jamang here. Molly's gone back in the other direction. MIQ holding the orb out. Cabal watching the line. There's a flash high. Jamang round the corner will drop to MIQ. And Orman surely can't get it done with only 16 HP. He's hunting for the head of MIQ. He needed anything, but he won't get it.
Oh,
and
yes.
Atox, they proved to us why they've bought in that round.
Yeah, you said it was greedy. And sometimes, I guess, greed can be a little bit good, especially if you're Mongolian.
High risk, high reward, and they are rewarded for it. G just missing the one crucial shot as the player swings out on balcony. If he hits that, he saves the life of his teammate on the site. It's a completely different story.
Yeah.
but Atox get a stroke of luck. And now they're up to 7. Could be an 8 in the half as their buy looks a lot better here.
Ooh, pushed up. Oh, this comes in just late enough that it works well, I'd say. 4G. There you go. Renade on that smoke, and Cabal hits the ground.
Oh, team flash. It's getting awkward for MIQ here in Banana. He's going for a jumping shot over the half wall. He should know Jamyoung's closer. I think he spotted him, but it doesn't matter. Jamyoung also a jumping shot of his own, but MP9 does that a little better than the AK, and the range was more beneficial as well. Atox might just have to be happy with 7 in the end. Two on 5. This round has kind of fallen apart after all the excitement in the previous one. Seems that Atox won't have much for us in the final round of the half.
Shut right down real quick. Unless accuracy, the secondary AWPer for Atox.
It's true.
Can stop this one from happening, but there ain't no stopping that. Jamyoung, a clean one. And they'll take us nicely into the half. Let's see if Tyloo can make the comeback happen.
So second half about to be underway, and while it hasn't been as dominant from Atox on map 2, it has still been better than what we've seen from Tyloo. 7-5. I think there was a couple of touch and go rounds definitely for Atox, but they do still manage to eke out a reasonable advantage. And now they're moving on to the CT side. Obviously pistol round is going to be a big one here. Tell us a lot about how things are going to progress through.
Right, hear me out. These Chinese teams and being backs against the wall on Inferno before they decide to play the game. What's going on there, Jordan? Huh? You're the Asian expert.
They like to play a lot of Inferno.
But
law
like,
of averages, if they play a lot of Inferno, it's going to happen eventually.
I guess if they let the opponents get a couple of extra rounds in there, they get to play more Inferno. That makes sense.
True. Tyloo, though, got to be picking up this pistol round. They've already done a bit of damage to Cabal, so that's a good start. He's also in the cutout, kind of isolated. Doesn't really have anyone to back him up. It's going to come down to raw aim from him. He needs a headshot here, and he's not going to get that chance. Mercury with the jumping headshot from the Glock is going to put him to bed, and this is where things get really bad for Atox. You're just going to get run down. The Glock train is so powerful in CS2. Accuracy trying his best to hold on to brackets, and he'll be able to do so for a moment. It allows the rotation in from MIQ, but there's just nothing in this one for Atox. Dualies, the place to be, but not in the hands of any of these Atox players, it seems. And Dobu runs out of bullets and runs out of HP, and Tyloo will get themselves a pistol, which begs the question, is it force by time again for Atox?
A little bit of magic shown by Mercury. We did say that he needed to do more, and look, that's a great way to kick off the half, isn't it?
Mercury is in retrograde.
Haven't heard that one before. Alrighty.
No force buy.
No force buy, which, yeah, I'd say is odd, but I guess Atox want to get onto the guns a little faster before Tyloo can get a lead and maybe find too much momentum. Zesta with the info, jumping across apartments. And Atox mostly with the stack towards B. Cabal with a flash.
Oh, he's flashed himself.
Deep at CT. Up, wait, huh? How's he allowed to do that? He hasn't managed to get away with the gun. Okay, he goes back for it now.
Mac 10, not a big deal necessarily for Tyloo, but a bit of a funny moment for Chamyong.
The stack rotates, and it actually beats Tyloo to the punch.
And
so,
pushed through the smoke from MIQ as well.
Oh, that's info. That's every bit of info they need.
Atox just got to survive on this side. These guys with the USP just got to hold as long as they can. They push out. No, if they would have waited, if they would have been able to be more patient, MIQ gets in behind with that Mac 10, causes a ruckus. It looks like, though, Tyloo will navigate the waters okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Positionally, great. Information, amazing. But it can only get you so far. If you don't have the firepower, you can't shoot back, like those AKs can pelt pellets at you, then it might just not go as well as you'd planned. Did get a Zeus, though, so...
Yeah.
The disrespect. Coming in early.
7-7. First gun round, though, for Atox comes in round 2 of the half. Accuracy's gone for a glass cannon orb. The bloke's 2-11. And he's gone for a glass cannon orb. That is bold.
Ooh. Everybody's blind. Standoffish, Atox. Spraying up a storm. And MIQ, I think he's trying to bait them out into Dobu there.
Dobu's okay with this MP9. Just backing it up. A lot of util invested early on in the round, and who comes off worse for wear? Well, maybe Tyloo just chipped up a little more, but they're exploring sandbags now. Accuracy's come across. It's a good setup, good read for Atox. But will Tyloo commit to B? It looks like they are going to. All on accuracy for this first shot. Can he get his timing right? Not quite hitting that one, but there is 3 players on this bomb side, so Tyloo might find it difficult to clear it on out. Good counter util coming through as well. Whoa. Accuracy, Dobu, MIQ, it's all you need. And Accuracy's in with the knife. What is this man doing?
Mayhem, absolute mayhem. Going through the smoke aggressively for 2, and then the USB spam to get that 3K. Oh, lovely hold. Got a bit messy. Almost went downhill, but
disappointed.
Unable to capitalize on what could have been seen as a little mistake there.
I wanted some knife warfare. Good shot, though, for the second one. Obviously missing the first. It was tough. It's more of a timing shot than anything else. But he gets that second and sets it up nicely for Atox. There's accuracy off to here. Just waiting. So going to be the bottom Nana smoke from Spawn for Atox. Molly behind it as well. And Atox have banana control. They've also got a really good opportunity to build up some CT economy right here.
Hang on. I don't think Jamyong saw Cabal, but Cabal definitely saw those pants coming around the corner.
The young Jam. What's better, aged Jam or young Jam? Not sure. Gghow, though, not going to be required just yet. Zesta even cleaning it up. So Cabal not spotted out either, though he has jumped, so they may be aware of his position. Zesta is kind of getting all this work done on his own. He's not really too afraid of the Deagle, which ends up being his undoing.
Oh, I know he's top quad now. Eyes on him.
Fire, though. Not sure you can break this one too easily with just the Deagles, and we've got the rotation coming through from the rest of the lads as well. Accuracy!
Hey!
Saves by Gghow. Wants to go for more with the USB in hand. He's really trying to pad those stats a little bit on the anti-eco, but 9-7 will be the score as Atox grab themselves one more and start to get within striking distance of closing this series out.
Yeah, a 2-0. Something that I'd say was certainly unexpected, but at the same time, I'm not surprised after watching that first map from Tyloo.
Yeah.
But they're back onto the guns now. AK's plenty of util. And Gghow in the mix. As Accuracy just throws that bottom banana smoke, supporting the B site from CT spawn. Tyloo respecting it, and we won't be running into that damaged from the util. Aggression into apartments for Tyloo. And the heavy bracket setup. Double dig, Accuracy posted from jungle. Early Moto smoke, and it's an earlier approach. No one looking this way. Cabal going to be able to flick around just in time. Worried about the mid push, but the molly is there to buy some space. And now the other two have to make their way in from Moto. Mercury dealt with. I think that's best case scenario.
Well
Good
done.
break on the smoke. Gghow going to be able to trade.
Yeah, great work from Cabal. If he gets even one more there, he pretty much saves the round. If not, probably he gets traded down, but there's still a question about where the rest of that round then goes. Now, though, 1-on-3 here for G. Yeah, he's 19-7, but I just am not seeing the impact, unfortunately, from it. Best case scenario, he might be able to take some guns away, but he'll bide his time in pit here. Maybe given a bomb plant. No need to get overzealous right here from Atox. Smoke and Molly to assist in the plan. He should almost definitely be getting a plan down now. But I don't imagine he's getting much beyond that. He's been spotted out at the back side there, and Gghow easily cleans it up with a bit of spams through the smoke. So another one for Atox. One more step closer and closer to a victory as they hit double digits.
Yeah, you'll take it. Take it for sure. Nice entry out of Mosey. I thought there might have been a better follow-up from Tyloo given that situation. But after getting into the pit, it felt like they just weren't committed to that short swing. Either way, something to look over later on if it keeps coming back to bite them. Tyloo, another tactical. Going to get used here. 1 of 3? I swear they've taken heaps, unless it was Atox. It feels like we've had a lot of tacticals this game.
Might have been last map, I should say.
Yeah, true.
Yes, I don't know about you, but it honestly feels like at this event there has been a lot of timeouts. And I guess that's partly because there's been some tech timeouts that are thrown in there. But I feel like every couple of rounds there's a tac timeout.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, like there almost is, isn't there? Like if you've got 6 tac timeouts to use over the 2 teams and there's, let's say, on average maybe, what, 20 rounds in a map of CS these days? 13-7, roughly. It's probably like 1 every 3 rounds. So that is quite a lot.
Certainly feels that way. And I'd say you're bloody right. Okay, smoke gets broke, and MIQ in between a rock and a hard place gets domed by Jamyoung, and that's now a rifle retrievable. No one holding on to Banana. And this could be rough waters in a moment for Atox if they aren't quite ready for the B-pump accuracy. Where are you going to fall back from here? They're just going to walk into you. Oh, my lord. Won't get back to site in with full HP. Gghow saves the day and might have to do a little bit more.
Gghow might need some saving himself. And got to accuracy. He's not hitting his shots. But Gghow gets a double nade. Are you kidding me? Oh, Mercury gets a double volley. What is this? What am I watching? Cabal spam through onto G. That helps out definitely for Atox, but this is a crazy round. Chaos, madness.
And we're not done yet.
Allman's alive on his own.
Where's that bomb?
He's dead.
Down on the...
No, he's not dead.
Okay. was down under his feet. He will retrieve it, 40 on the clock. Zesta starting to come back towards the B site after spotting him.
Got to go for a sprint.
now has arguably not as good of a timing.
Oh, this is actually quite nice for Zesta, isn't it? Slows
Gets
it
in.
down.
Oh,
Here's the steps. And well prepared for the fight. Great work from Zesta. Huge understanding of the timings on Inferno.
Arguably, that could be Elfish Guy's Asian CS round of the day, maybe even the week.
Yeah, true.
That double nade and then the, smoke push into a molly, dead, and then just run it into the molly for the backer side. That was classic Asian CS moments.
Yeah, get that on the YouTube, 10K easy shorts views. We love that.
And Atox traverse into pretty much W territory now. Only need 2 more rounds.
Yeah, money is problematic, obviously, for Tyloo as well. Just has not been their day. Flash over the top. Dobu will win his duel. He's been really, really solid this series, but that grenade is going to finish him off. Can't do much about that one. MyQ will hold on to his smoke. He knows there's a Molotov there. Tyloo can't push anyway. He's going to go for a re-aggression. Is there a flash here behind it? Yes, there is. Popped in, but G waiting for it. The flash didn't catch him by the looks of things. So Tyloo are not done just yet. Not sure where they're going to end up, though. 2 towards Banana. A couple towards middle. Bombs back at T-spawn. No commitment from Tyloo just yet.
Mosey wants to make that move, but it's Orman to take that first contact. Cabal not calling for help just yet. They're very committed towards this short setup for Atox. Zesta in a rough position to deal with all this. But again, that B-site's going to be found, and we might see the bomb start to rotate back, even though Mercury, you could see he was interested in going to A. Zesta spotted, still no read on accuracy. But Cabal happy just to posture for the retake and play his life.
What's the choice here for Atox? 3-on-3, the retake. They do have a flash and a nade. Not a lot. They didn't open smoke, or at least attempting to. I think the nade went a bit too deep. Leaves not a whole lot to work with here. A bit of time, to be fair, but just the one flash for Zesta. He's situated in CT spawn. He will be tossing that in just a second, but I don't know. If I'm Atox here, I'm almost thinking this might be save. And it is. It is by the looks of things. Maybe the flash will be used just to get them out, if at all. Yeah. I think that's a good call, honestly, for Atox. You know, if it was a closer scoreline, you might go for it, you know, but the fact that the scoreline is now still pretty comfortable for Tyloo.
Pick onto Orman would be huge, actually. Only 1 alive at the end of that now.
No time.
G, far enough away to keep the AK alive. But that allows Atox into a position where if they can keep up this financial damage, play the long game, play that, you know,
Correct.
European metagame of CS that we're kind of used to on Inferno. 1 round win can put it into 2 easy round wins.
Yeah, 100%. I like that from Atox. The fact that they've got rounds to play with as well allows you to do that. So, good decision-making from Atox.
See, this is what I'm used to, but we just haven't been getting it this week, so I forgot it existed, you know? A lot of scrimmy, messy Counter-Strike, the fun stuff.
It's a double orb out for Atox.
Hell yeah. Accuracy taking his towards short. MyQ with his solo on the B site. Dobu, I thought he was going to leave that util and go. They don't really have a read on Tyloo's position. Staying passive over towards the B side and boosting silently into apps. Accuracy might not be ready for the boiler swing. How's his flick?
Oh, he doesn't need to flick. Orman's going to walk right into it and completely disregard the angle. Accuracy back out into the site. Molly down on short. And Tyloo not interested anymore. Got a bit of time still to work with, but they've definitely still got a lot of map control to take. This smoke keeping them away from sandbags.
Well, Cabal's just gone dry in at Archers, has full bracket control, all the info they need, so Dobu super happy just to go back towards B. A smoke down at the 50-second mark means there's going to be 30 seconds for Tyloo to bust into B unless they want to go through it.
Molly and a smoke in Dobu's hands.
Oh, that's actually huge. That can bring the timer down to 10, force them to go through it into the Molotov if the util hits the right positions, and Tyloo are all in on the B side.
Cabal's even pushed further forward in toward middle. They know this is going to be toward B. Molly goes down, and here comes Tyloo's util. Pop flash on the timing, great stuff. Dobu will swing off of it and can't get anything done. MIQ, no killing blow initially, but there on the second shot gets one and Jamyam kills Mercury. Can you believe it? MIQ. He's fired up after that. And so are Atox.
Pillow buff, MIQ, making it happen. Tarring him, dropping some feathers on him as well. Jamyang helping out. Look at that. Oh, he was just
tap.
He was pre-firing and Mercury ran in front of it.
Yep.
Oh, you hate to see it if you're one of the Chinese fans in the crowd.
I love Cabal's smirk. Cabal's just so chill, and MIQ is literally sitting there like going Super Saiyan mode right next to him.
Yeah, the hype boy, the hype man.
And Cabal's like, little bro, settle down. I've been playing this game for 20 years.
Getting pumped.
My son is older than you. He's not.
Thanks for the clarification.
I don't even know if he has a son. He might have a daughter. I think he has a son, though.
Child.
He has a child.
Safe option.
Of some variety. And no money for Tyloo. The end is nigh, it feels like. Atox have been good enough that, you know, you give them the benefit of the doubt here. No Asia CS moments allowed. Still a big day ahead tomorrow for Atox, should they make it there. Obviously, 2 best-of-3s that they'd have to play.
Oh, it'll be back-to-back too, right?
And yeah, it would be back-to-back, although I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a break in the middle there. But some tough opponents still remaining. Gghow we've seen already, obviously Rare Atom qualifying through to the semi-finals as well, and waiting on that Gghow and Seify game too. But first they have to deal with Tyloo, and there's util going over toward B. The flick this time doesn't hit through the flash, but you've got numbers on the side. Dobu burning alive. Cabal there to help out. It's the veterans of the roster holding it down. G and Orman have at least provided themselves an avenue of attack. It is a plant down on the B-bomb site, but they have to stave off a 3v2 retake, and Akiri is so fast up in the banana that it's now down to just G. He's had no shortage of clutch situations, no shortage of 1v3s, but he hasn't won any of them.
Oh, and he's not going to win that fight either. Cabal swinging in and doing it with the experience. Huge round, huge game even out of Atox. 13-8 here on Inferno, 2-0 overall. And you got to be happy with that. A Mongolian squad will be the last surviving Mongolian team as they make it into the semis.
Yeah, indeed. Good work from Atox. They achieve what they set out to do today. And for Tyloo, a great rebuild is going to have to be their focus into 2025. G, obviously disappointed. You can see he plays with a lot of passion. The Chinese fans as well, probably a little bit sad about that one. There's a lot of Tyloo jerseys in the crowd, but at least they have got Rare Atom to cheer for tomorrow and some good respect being given over from the Mongolian squad to the Chinese boys. We know that the community is pretty tight when it comes to CS in Asia. Everyone seems to get along pretty nicely, particularly G. I think he's got quite a nice relationship with a lot of the Mongolian players.
Yeah.
He's a really, really nice guy, really cool guy to sort of hang out with, very bubbly personality. So everybody likes G.
He looks sad. He looks like real sad.
Yeah, maybe he knows something that we don't with regard to Tyloo. Obviously, we aren't too sure exactly where things are going to end up for this roster. But I like to take the optimistic route and think, okay, this roster still, there's definitely something that can come from it.
They got legs. You know, it just feels like, you know, you've got to keep on reshuffling the roster. Every time you do that, you've got to reincorporate people. Yeah, they might know the strats, but positionally, you've got to figure all that stuff out as well. So, look, arguably, that can be a conversation for another time. For the moment, let's just keep highlighting how good that was from Atox over on Nuke. Perfect. Here on Inferno, off to a bloody great start, and Tyloo just wasn't able to play the chase game.
Couple of cracker rounds out from Atox as well. Really appreciating the force buys that they're bringing to the table, right? When we consider how this series played out in comparison to the second series of the day, like second series, Shingus Warriors up against Gghow, super slow, super methodical.
Yeah.
You know, even too slow at some points where it was just kind of like getting a bit snoozy. Whereas Atox, Tyloo, it's been high octane, good energy. Atox always willing to fight for it. And it was a fun game to watch. And obviously, Atox getting the win there as well in a 2-0 fashion is a really, really positive sign going further forward in this event. I mean, last weekend we had the XSC Pro League, and that was Atox versus Rare Atom in the grand final there on LAN in China. Rare Atom were able to win that one. I'm sure Atox would love a revenge arc here at eXTREMESLAND, and it looks like they're good enough of a team to do it. I think of the teams that we've seen at the event so far, again, we've been talking about the eye test quite a lot, Mac. We had
XO pegged pretty high coming into the playoffs. I think they've fallen down a slight bit after that game against Chinggis Warriors. They got tested there.
Yeah.
Atox stocks have gone up as far as I'm concerned as well. I think Atox easily have played their best game of Counter-Strike that we've seen this week today, and that was against Tyloo. So if they can continue that into tomorrow, I would have them in the finals for sure.
Yeah. Everyone bringing their A game. If they have that quality, if they have that form, I'd be happy to agree, completely agree with that sentiment. And look, we just now have questions on the next couple of games, but it's not quite time for that yet. We still need to have a chat with our winners. That's going to be over on the stage, and I can't wait to hear exactly what they have to say. Let's jump over there and have a listen.
And I am with Dobu from Atox Esports. Now, Dobu, your roster has kind of changed a little bit in and out since the beginning of this year, but it seems like you've settled on this one. But you've known your teammates for a while. Can you tell me how close you are to them? Are they like brothers to you? Because I can see your chemistry is very good in game.
都不，你们的这个阵容其实也是算比较新的，但是你的所有的队员们和你就是其实也都是关系比较好，比较熟悉。那跟我们大家讲一下你们之间的这个羁绊是什么样的
Yeah, we're pretty close, and 3 of them is like really good brother for me, and 1 is like my best friend. So we're pretty close, yeah.
Who's your best friend?
The Cabal.
他说这个我们就确实关系非常近啊，我的4个队友里有3个跟我非常近，然后有1个是我最好的朋友，就是 Cabal。
Now, how are you feeling about tomorrow? I mean, you guys have been looking pretty strong right now. You know, there have been some ups and downs, but mostly ups. So, how will tomorrow be for you?
队伍目前的这个状态稍微有一点起伏，但是总体来看还是向好的。那么你们觉得对明天有什么展望呢？
Today we played pretty decent CS, and I wanna keep this level and improve from here.
今天我们打的还是挺不错的，我希望呢，明天呢我们可以保持这个状态，然后再有一些改进。
Now, you've been part of eXTREMESLAND for a while now. You're a very familiar face here. Can you tell me what you feel about eXTREMESLAND? Is it nostalgic for you? What does it mean to Dobu?
你也是极限之地的老兵了，你也参加过非常多的极限之地的赛事。那么这个赛事对于你来说的意义是什么呢？
It's very nostalgic for me because back then when I was in Mongols, it was my first international event, so it's left for me, so I wanna be champion.
这个极限之地对于我来说还是非常怀念的啊，因为我之前还在 The Mongols 的时候，这个极限之地是我打过的第1次这种线下国际上的大赛。那我们这次也希望我们可以取胜啊，可以捧杯。
All right, well, thank you so much. Give it up for Dobu from Atox.
掌声送给 Dobu， 送给 Atox。
All right, we're going to send back to our casters to break down that match.
好的，我们把时间交回给解说席。
Lovely to hear from the boys on the stage, Big Dobu, and his love for the squad, and of course his hunger for that trophy.
Yeah.
Keen to see if they're going to be able to follow through with that tomorrow on Grand Final Day, and they've certainly proven that they can play some quality CS. They said that wasn't actually all that they could do, so keen to see the stonks keep on rising for them. But in terms of the stats, having a look at Tyloo here, you can see G did plenty there, 22 and 11, the 2KD, even on a loss with a 1.37 rating.
Yeah.
Oh, feels bad for him. Orman unfortunately not showing up, Jam Young not hitting his star performance, and then over on the other side of things, of course, Dobu, that man you had a chat to just now. He will be the MVP for Inferno with plenty of impact, coming in on the retakes, holding down the fort as well. Just so much chaos that he was able to harness.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of impact, didn't he? There was so many rounds where he picked up 2 or 3 kills where you thought he probably wouldn't even get 1. And that's, I think, a big difference maker for Atox on that last lap. I was looking at the stats there on just the overall scoreboard, and I was thinking, man, if you would like freeze frame that, I'd almost maybe guess that Tyloo had won the map. There was like some much better looking numbers there for Tyloo. I mean, obviously the 22 and 11, but you know, some decent like actual just KD lines for Tyloo. And not amazing for a lot of Atox, but obviously Atox, they get the job done. There might have been a lot of saving done, obviously, on the behalf of Tyloo that changed how some of those KD numbers looked. Inferno's always a bit of a bait, isn't it? But yeah, impact rounds being won by Atox, 2-0 scoreline. There's nothing really to be said to the negative when it comes to Atox. So now really for them, it's about going back home, resetting, probably watching this match that's going to come up in a second, which is Gghow and Seify, because that will be the team that they will ultimately play tomorrow in the semi-final. And just getting a bit of rest and getting some recuperation ready to go for those semi-finals and potentially that grand final tomorrow, which will be my prediction for Atox based on what we saw in that last game. But either way, we are done for game 3 of the day. One more to go. It is going to be Seify taking on Gghow right after this.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
So basically we're a new team and we take it as a strength, this tournament that we lost and we weren't that ready. But we will come back here and make sure that we will do better results. We are growing because we feel the vibe in the team and we practicing hard every day and we just think that we're gonna be the best team in Asia. Our goal is basically to win this tournament now and I think we can do it. Because we believe in ourselves and we have everything that it's required. And our goal is to win a major in this team.
Bringing Keen and Shady into the roster, I think, was actually a very easy and smooth transition. I think Latvians and Australians are very similar in a lot of ways in terms of the culture, and our jokes and our banter is very similar. So it was very easy, and obviously they have such a high skill ceiling, being that they've played in Europe their whole life. So they've been teaching us a lot of different things and it's been very nice. Our team's play style is very dynamic and it relies on individuals to perform at all times. So even if you're on the wings, even if you're not right in the pack of all the action, you still need to be able to make action and make your own plays and contribute to what the team's doing. We've been boot camping for the last 50 days, so I think we're definitely on track to do very well at this event. I'd say top 4, and I think we've been doing very thought out practice. We've been really thinking about our practice, how to maximize it, and obviously versing all the EU teams, I think it's going to help us a lot coming into this event. And I think, yeah, top 4, top 2 is our goal for this event.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to eXTREMESLAND, CS Asia Open 2024. You're watching the quarterfinals, and we are on to our very last match of the day, where we have old teammates facing off one another. First up, in the blue corner, rally up for Gghow.
好，首先欢迎Gghow战队。
Give it up for Gghow.
掌声送给Gghow。
Thank you. Players may take a seat. Their opponents. Now, you might have thought they were a boy band. They're not, but they are here to perform. It's Seify.
接下来欢迎来自澳洲的Seify。 That was such a good line, but it just doesn't work in Chinese. Because perform is not, yeah. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Give it up for Seify.
欢迎Seify。
Players may take their seats. All right, we're gearing up to get ready into the final match of today, of this quarterfinals, to find out who is going to be joining us tomorrow. We're going to hand it over to our casters to take it away.
好，1/4决赛的最后一场比赛马上打响，让我们把时间交给解说器。
I cannot wait to see where we end up at the end of this series and who is going to be the final semi-finalist out of these two. What a bloody intro. Good to see them all getting the high fives on the way in, and I cannot wait to get into the action. I'm Mac, this is Conky, rejoining us for the final game of the day. We're going to be ending it just how we started it. And of course, we're going to be thanking Zowie as per usual. Without them and their beautiful equipment, this would not be possible. You know, if we and everyone at home weren't buying it, there'd be no money here to put on these competitions, and there wouldn't be the support. So we support each other, and that's what we love about esports.
A little bit of give and take. It's a beautiful thing. Same with the products from Zowie. As I said, most of you already use them. If you don't, give them a bloody go, because they've got everything under the sun, all the shapes and sizes, and they all work absolutely perfectly. So yeah, massive shout out to Zowie again for putting it on, for having us here, for having all of these teams here, because I think it's been a fantastic experience for all of them so far, and we still continue on. It's the last day of quarterfinals, and there's going to be some crazy finals around the corner tomorrow as well, Mac.
Yeah, also the first day of playoffs. It's been a long day. Arguably not as long as it could have been. Had a couple of 2-0s in the mix there. That second game, definitely the longest one so far, and I'm not too sure how long this one's going to go. Like, that's the thing, right? I kind of want to see Seify hit a stride that we haven't seen from them yet, but it's going to be hard against Gghow, because Gghow also coming into this, they won 2 best-of-1s to get here. And we saw with Gghow earlier, we thought they were going to be a team, you know, coming out of the Saudi Middle East area that was just going to be full of bloody firepower. But then when they got tested, it didn't look as clean as what we expected. And I'm worrying here that, you know, maybe it's going to be a similar thing for Gghow. We'll see.
Different opponents completely in a way as well, because Chinggis Warriors confused the hell out of me. That was some really like poor Counter-Strike from them. Not because it was just saying it was bad, it was just like, these guys are so much better, right? So I feel like Gghow, they got tested, but it didn't seem like it was a really true win in a way, right? Where they actually got put to the test and had to take out everything that they can. I think this game will be a little bit more different, right? You know, the individuals on Gghow, I think probably a tiny little bit stronger than Gghow. We'll have to see what that looks like as we get further down the competition, of course, but Seify, I think also as a team, you know, they've got the individual firepower for now what we've seen, but again, less tried and tested than a team like Chinggis Warriors, than IHC, who they actually did manage to trounce over. And the big key sort of thing for me is this actually is how the Seify story began. It was Savage and Keen that joined Gghow a little while ago. I think they met over in Macau, trying to get the roster sorted. They were there with Issa, with Mini, to my understanding, and obviously didn't quite work out. And that's where this new sort of Latvia ex-Australia relationship was born. On the other side, over for Gghow, obviously it's quite a rich roster in the sense of they brought a couple of players over from Pera, which is Aaron and Bibu. They've been looking fantastic as well. Denny Slaw from 500, and then the original core. And I think you were mentioning it earlier, Mac. Issa's probably the most experienced player here, you know, just from regions and everything like that in previous rosters. So
also playing in, you know, arguably tier 1 at his peak, and so he's still here. He's bringing that experience to everyone around him. That kind of thing is completely priceless, you know, and like obviously it comes with a price. It comes with, you know, having to play in a region and qual through a region that has been, you know, arguably difficult. We could have seen Gghow at the RMR, but, you know, drillers existed and they didn't let them get there. It's just, that's a whole nother conversation for a different time.
My favorite Asian roster
My favorite Asian roster of all time, of course.
Yeah, interesting stuff. But I think there's, you know, a lot of friendship going along here, so it will be a very interesting one. To call it a grudge match, that's what we kind of toyed with the idea of yesterday. But the guys, especially Keen was like, no grudge, man. Like, we're all friends at the end of the day. You know, we've all got some relationships. It doesn't work out the roster. We've all been on different teams together before. So I think it's a really good test for them to show who is the better team. I think, as I said, it's a very rich storyline leading into this series. And for me, I don't know where the hell it could go. At this point in time, I'm probably tipping Gghow, but at the same time, Seify, given what they did against IHC, maybe they're still warming up into this competition. But veto time, Mac. Inferno's coming out. So is Anubis, which will be the pick of Seify. Ancient going to be gone. And that leaves us with a cheeky little nuke on the end. All right. So that's ultimately where they won out that series against IHC. They're happy to go to the Thunderdome for a third time again.
I don't think we've seen Gghow there either, so keen to see them flex the map pool. Similar thing to Tyloo. Maybe they haven't been tested enough in the best of ones, and maybe they're not going to be ready here. You know, they could come out slowly. I'm not expecting that. I feel like Gghow, in terms of the firepower, probably have the edge from everything I've seen before. I know Mini, his name gets floated around even in Europe, and he's not necessarily playing from a great position on high ping, all that sort of stuff. So when he comes to LAN, he has a very big advantage that he can finally, you know, play nicely.
Well, he's winning FPL on bad ping, right? That's what my understanding is of this player, and that's FPL in Europe, obviously. So the firepower individually is there. Again, it just depends on obviously how well it moves as a machine. Bibu on your screen right now, he was putting in some pretty cool numbers. It was Denny Slaw on the AWP that was looking fantastic too. So I don't know, overall, it's a really scary looking roster. They were the one to actually qualify in first. You know, they beat Atox in that best of one. So that's how we have ended up where we are right now on your screen, Mac. So yeah, bunch of good guys all across the board. They've all made the effort to chat to us and make us feel at home here in Shanghai too. And I think they're all just having a great time as a part of this competition, you know, because as always, we talked about it a little bit, even once you're eliminated from the tournament, you're not eliminated back onto a plane. You get to hang out, you get to experience. And I think a lot of the teams still watching along or trying to take into some scrims. But again, that's the beauty of eXTREMESLAND, baby.
It certainly is. It certainly can be. Man, looking at all these monitor settings, it always makes me want to pick up one. I think this is the 400 hertz monitor that's on the stage, and I really want to try that Diac too.
Yeah.
You know, those ads sell me on it. It's like, that motion blur, that ghosting, that's all gone.
Yeah.
Man, come on.
I got to admit,
give me
like,
some.
Even
Give me some of that.
From Diac to Diac Plus was a jump, so I wonder what it's going to be like to go to Diac 2
Diac
as
2
well.
looks so much better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
Some players are using it as well. It's like, keep an eye on Shady, saw he had it on premium as well, so we'll see if that's going to be a difference maker. Yesterday, of course, the MVP coming out for Seify, a crazy cracker performance out of him on the last two maps to allow that reverse sweep to happen.
Yep.
Of course, you got to remember they turned it around at triple overtime. IHC were one round away for a few rounds to close out the series 2-0, and Seify locked the hell in to bring that series back in the favor of the Aussie-Latvian mix. Ooh, okay. We got one of those nose bars on so we can get the extra oxygen in there.
Bibu's got one as well. I did notice that. We were talking about this only the other night, if it works, right, for sleep, you know, because I can't really sort of breathe through my nose, unfortunately, in that regard. So.
Yeah, I have them in my bag. I just haven't tried them out yet because we've been on camera.
Yeah,
everyone that I know that uses them for casting does it when they're not on camera.
Yeah, of course.
And I was like, might look a bit weird. I'll just leave it for now. I'll do it at home one day, maybe.
See how it all goes. But yeah, look, I don't know. Mongolia, it's been an interesting run for them. Just quickly touching on that, obviously, IHC and Chinggis Warriors gone, but Atox beating Tyloo. So the competition today has been up, down, left, right. It's been exciting, and this game should be no different. It's Gghow up against Seify Mac, the final best of 3 of the day to deem our final member of the top 4. Let's get right into the action here on Inferno.
Hell yeah. And if you didn't think you had enough Inferno in that last matchup, you get a little bit more here between the Middle East and arguably Australia. Now, Seify are going to be starting on the T side. Gghow.
Did you hear that extremely Australian chant as well?
Oh yeah. Couple of Aussies, couple of Ois, put them together, you get brilliance. And we're going to be seeing some banana control gifted to Seify. Gghow looking just to play back, set up that hard crossfire. Denny Slaw locked the hell in on that tight line. And Aaron, one flash to try to play around here.
Falling off Nana now. Not overly interested in it. Great shot from Isa. Vision completely out of the server for now. They are pretty unmoved though, right? They're still leaving this 3 over towards B, just the 2 defender today.
Ready to strike here. Offline is not able to get that, and will happily fall back to site. Bibu up on the balcony, will have full apps control. No one going in through the hall, so a crossfire can be established. And Isa going to be able to take a few more names. Lovely shots. Him and Bibu teaming up to make mince meat of Seify.
There's that experience right there, but clearly he's still got it in the aim department, right? You know, overshadowed by players on his team like Xantares.
Yeah.
But the man can aim, that is for sure. Very crispy on this one, and to find the first kind of half blind. Really, really well done by Bibu and Isa. That was a 5-on-2 on the site, and they make it easy.
A world-class player. Again, in a much smaller team, trying to make a name for himself and trying to bring that experience and share it with the homies.
Why wouldn't ya?
Disallowed to go for that peek at mid, and that HE is going to start to soften him. Isa finds another kill on the last bullet in that spray. Bibu taken out, and the site just around the corner. Lovely shots out of the young Savage. Let's see if they can lock in and get this bomb down.
I think he can get the M4 as well. Does try to get in towards a little jump up into the graveyard, but it's Valiance and Vision who put Mini and Aaron into the same. And now they've just hightailed it straight out of there. Denny Slaw's pretty low, Mac. It's winnable now for Seify.
So what's gone down in the meanwhile? That bomb was down towards Arch. Valiance very worried and aware that it might not have worked out. Look, the smoke is enough to at least buy the attention. Denny Slaw's there saying, where'd that smoke go? What the hell?
What kind of cheeky stuff is this?
Tech9's starting to tear through Gghow. And if this force buy puts Gghow on the back foot for the early stages of the half, if they lose here, it's going to be a tough nut to crack. Bomb plant means Seify might be able to buy into the next as well already. And Denny Slaw respecting the smoke. Swing on the contact, vision. Eyes on short and
no kit.
Respect shown. Denny Slaw not given anything. And he knows how crucial it will be to have some form of weaponry into the next. That will be the first round on the board for Seify. The force buy works out.
What an absolute run and gun from Savage though there, right? You know, the old hold from Issa, who did manage to murder 2 through the smoke at the jungle side. Unfortunately, he's taken down very quick. But good stuff there from Seify. That's the momentum that you're kind of hoping for this roster to really get out of the funk early. That's a strong pistol to start from Gghow, but then denied completely. Still, off the back of that save from Denny Slaw, you'd expect some level, but this shot nasty. You're almost expecting him to get some more as well, as he did pick up that M4, but putting himself a little high and dry on the bicycle.
Yeah. Honestly, watching that back from Savage's POV looked much less crispy than watching it from the other POVs, right?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Seify looking to fight for banana control here. Gghow forcing back as well, knowing that they can have some pretty big impact if they can manage to cause a bit of an upset in the round for Seify.
Still no kits, that's the only thing, right? Limited utility, a single flash and a single smoke. It is Denny Slaw to open up, but then he's taken out. Bibu wants to try and find that M4, but it's in a precarious position to try and collect. So I think they might try and deny that. That's exactly what we're going to see Vision do for now. Oh, instead they're going to walk down second apartment to get back. Bibu straight to his death. Issa, sharp shots. What's he now? 7-1, my God. Still certainly dirty with these MP9s. Mini keeping them at bay right now. 3 alive on either side. The nade is good. It definitely looks like they're heading up towards B, but Aaron's positioning unchecked. 55 seconds, still time to work with.
Deagle at this range can be deadly. The fire rate not as good, and now they know their second man is here. They already heard that MP9, and on the corner, Mini going to get caught and knocked down to 36. He just needs to buy time for Issa to make his way over, but Issa is not even rotating just yet. 40 on the clock. Missed smoke. It won't matter in the grand scheme of things, and they know that he's here at one of these oranges. Knocked out. This is going to be hard for Issa to even get more damage. And I dare say he'll just find one of those rifles and save.
Definitely. So just going and picking up that M4 out of apartments, cruising away. Seify getting that bomb plant. And now we can just sort of reflect over the last 40 seconds on how good that looked from Seify. But it was a good start, at least, from Gghow. You know, Denny Slaw fighting his way in, but then it was just the patience from Seify to kind of slow it down in the mid-round. Happy to sit from second mid. Vision, great control. Did get his head ripped off by Issa, but, you know, 2 for 1, pretty good combo. $5, quarter chicken and chips. No is no.
And happy with that for sure. 3 alive. A clean round for Seify. 2 AKs and a Galil carried across to the next. As the finances start to rise. Issa happy with the extra firepower. Of course, they did force. Surely they won't this time. The AK is great. But just try to get some info and let Issa to trade you. Play the long game. Get a couple of weapons going into the next, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Zeus for Bibu as well. We've seen a couple of these happen. Oh, the run boost just narrowly misses. I don't think he's too concerned about it, though.
Just ready to fight. There's one flash there for Mini to send him into Banana, and it looks like that'll happen in just a moment. But the AK on the ground. Great clearance from Savage. That flash coming in a little late.
Still more here, though, Mac. A couple of warning shots, but a ripped off head from Mini. Denny Slaw certainly in a powerful position, but so hard to hold with just the P250, no Kevlar, and I think that's basically going to be all she wrote. Bibu won't be able to play with that Zeus. Sorry, Luce. I know you're a big fan. But he's just going to have to sit on the site, hang out until another round happens. Such is life on Inferno.
Did you say sorry, Luce?
Lucy Luce.
Like Lucy Luce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She loves her Zeus.
Okay. I'm glad.
Dr. Zeus.
Yep.
Green eggs and ham, Sam, I am.
Let's call it truce.
I spend too much time with Jim. I think that's my problem.
I do too, and that's why I've got a big caboose.
I like that.
Too many squats, you know what I mean?
That's it, man. It's only one way to build a wagon.
Green eggs and ham.
A little frustrated by that as well, Issa. There was a plan with the AK there.
Yeah.
But I can't tell if the run boost was dropped and then they were calling for the additional boost over the
I
half
think
wall.
what it was, I think he wanted that flash. They were waiting for that flash. It seemed like maybe Mini didn't throw it the first time. Maybe something went on in the meanwhile. And then he just got caught out in the open.
So much utility thrown up by Seify as well.
Yeah. So the theory was there for Gghow. The execution, unfortunately, was not. But moving into their first gun round, we'll see if they're going to be able to tighten all those things up. A Thamus picked up for Bibu just to get the extra utility on the board. And Seify hunting for that second mid control, just defaulting, making sure that Gghow aren't going too aggressive towards apartments, but it is going to be Banana they have to worry about.
Yeah, big. It's a strong opening pick. I'm sort of still complaining that there's no kits, but if you don't get the bomb plant, who really cares? Denny Slop trying to hold on for as long as possible. They will flush him out, send him into the mini pit.
Look at the rotate.
Yeah, but they're actually wrapping through their own smoke in towards jungle. I don't think they're going to be ready for this here, Mac. They are striking now. Keen looking hot with one, but it's Mini to pick up a second in the round for Gghow. Valiance now gets the catch. Maybe might be able to pick up the cross here. I don't think they're aware of this wrap at all. There was no way that they spotted this out. They thought they killed the one and done on Keen.
Oh, can't see him on the line. Things getting awkward, and they're in behind enemy lines with that pick. Are they going to be baited onto A? Maybe now with Issa down. And Bibu's still here. He hasn't got to pick this round. So they aren't aware of his position. He will be able to sneak away on site. Spotted by Valiant at Modo. Thamus gets the job done, and the pop flash might be able to allow Bibu to do a little more. Planting from the reverse default gets more done, and the secondary necessary won't get the job out. 1v1, Mini so low. And Shady's got 30 to play with it.
Even walking towards top mid to find the jewel. I got to throw in there as well, Bibu with the FAMAS fake flash. Very nice. I think he was hoping for a weapon. But yeah, look, the fact that he even managed to bring that down to a one-on-one was pretty nuts. But great awareness from Shady to not panic plant and instead go hunting, go fishing for the big one. I say morning because if it was a good morning, I'd be fishing. 4 rounds for Seify though, Mac. They are certainly feeling good right now. T-side, nice and crispy. Punishing the economy now of Gghow.
And this is their map pick, right?
Oh, God.
Hang on, hold that thought. Issa able to get one there with the 5-7. Shady. Swift on the trade. But Banana control still in the hands of Gghow.
Look how low they are.
On the A site, only going for that 2-2 split. So if Seify speed things up towards A, Mitch, then that's when things could get worrisome for the CTs.
Absolutely it could. Certainly a little spicy. Bibu finding another. That's when it puts a bit of a sweat onto the brow. Call for concern here, Mac, now.
Denny's thought didn't see a thing. So Keen may be able to find himself a timing. Although Denny already back towards the broken wall. Makes things a little worrying. I like this off angle. Can certainly catch Seify off if they don't molly this position. But I'm seeing mollies coming up short. So Denny could be in trouble.
Big nade. But again, they are so weak, Seify. It's going to be hard for them to overwhelm this site, especially when big man Bibu is in position. Keen, Valiance cruising on in. Great shot from Valiance. But again, they've obviously got to still clear Aaron. Mini. AK in the hands of Mini as he sits at the top of the brackets waiting for his teammate to come around the bend as they cruise on to the Australian dubbed Diggity. Just checking the lines though, they are buddied up here in this position, Mac. They just need to swing on each other's contact. This is what all that boot camping would have been to do, to work out each other's kinks. Now having a look through, that smoke does go down to give them some safe passage, but I don't think they're going to be ready for this one right now. Valiant's the tap, he just needs to hold his trigger discipline. Mini goes for the clear, but it's a great play there from Gghow. Nicely done to recover into this now 6th round.
Yeah, double pit can certainly be strong, but that one smoke just foiling the plans, making things a little awkward. enough for Gghow to double up those rounds. I thought Seify were all over that, but Gghow staying proactive, going for that two-man push and the jump peek over towards Apps. Not only getting the kill, but retrieving that AK was crucial. Denny Slaw able to at least buy some extra time over towards that pit side. And thinning the numbers ended up allowing the trades to favour Gghow towards the end of the round. And we're going to see Gghow taking a tactical off the back of the freeze time. Just making sure everything is still in order. All the protocols are hitting. Because look, most of the time here, the shots kind of are, Issa in particular, looking incredibly sharp early game.
They always are, aren't they? That's the thing, you know, I've sort of put a bit of a testament up to some of these Middle Eastern mixers that come together for the RMRs, you know, opportunity limited in their own regions individually, but when they can come together for that APAC competition, they certainly do look sharp inside the server. It's only once they get towards the tippy top they start to fall off when the fundamentals are just so elite. But with Mini opening up the bank account again, they are walking in towards a pretty rough position. Aaron can just hide behind the sandbags for a little bit longer. I don't know how keen Shady's going to be to go through this right now. The bomb will be collected. They still let Vision lurking towards the apartments. Savage boosted, but head ripped off. Shady able to get the trade, but it's still a one-man disadvantage here. Valiant's now watching the line. He might be able to get the catch here, but instead Shady does take him. So extra hard work having to be done by Seify into towards the latter parts of this round, and Valiant's on an island very much at this point in time.
Let's see if he can bring the bomb back. Will boil down to potentially a timing here. Vision has that line at short, but we'll see this timing and who it ends up favouring. Bboo not too far away. Denny Slaw, all eyes on mid. The creep onto the line. The timing favouring Seify. Denny not fully punished for being wide on the corner.
We've had a couple of those moments on Inferno today, haven't we, Mac? We're just pulling away from the crosshair, and now sending Denny Slaw into a really awkward line. He has to go back towards Library, and with the motorway smoked off, Mac, I think it's going to be eyes onto Bboo again. They know where he plays. Surely they should be calling this one right now as he sits in the cubby. Valiant's great shot. That's a 3K. He is taken, but Vision can get the response now. Issa all on his lonesome. 10 seconds. It's enough for a plant. But where does he play this? Already moving quickly up Diggity. He does try to cross. He does try to switch, but he's got the gun out. He clears. But it's Issa again who is just calm in the moment and able to deny again. And look at Denny Slaw. He's up and about. He's cheering to the other side, trying to let him know what's happening.
Vision straight backing himself. He heard him come up mid.
Yeah.
Went for the wide swing against arguably the most experienced and currently the sharpest player in the server.
Yep. He's been hitting some shots, really, hasn't he?
Vision certainly not lacking confidence. Unfortunately, this time it just, I argue it's not the right choice.
Yeah. We've touched on his story quickly though, Mac, haven't we? You know, he was picked up as kind of a hot prospect from like the bottom end of that top 8 in Australian Counter-Strike. You know, instead of trying to prize something from the top, they've gone from someone who is, you know, malleable, and he's basically had to learn pretty bloody fast, and he's doing well at it as well.
Yeah, all reports tell us that he is incredibly involved in the processes. Just hold that thought, because Issa has to deal with Tech9s up in his grills. Keen, catching a timing with those flashes, utility enabling this one. And again, it's that 3-man early stack from Gghow. So Seify making the right read, going faster towards A, but they need to get up short. They need to disrespect this smoke and try to dislodge Bboo from pit. Keen getting more done. The trade comes through, but Bboo still hasn't been dealt with. So the rotates have come across in time.
Single smoke. Bboo has managed to do absolute work here. So much reliability from this man, but he's clearing forward, jumping in. Oh, maybe not the wisest choice. Thought they potentially rotated away, took a bit of a gamble, and that's just a save call straight away. They're either gambling that maybe they're going B, but...
I think Seify are overthinking this. They might end up going back to B.
Oh, hang on. You're right.
How long do they pause for? I'm now confused. They're readjusting where they're looking. Aaron revealing his location, one of the two. Max 2 on A is what the call is. And with 40 seconds, I hope that Seify don't time themselves out.
No. I was going to say, it looked like maybe someone had disconnected for a second,
the
but now
bomb's
they're just going to be
arch.
walking into Aaron. I don't know about this, Mac. They've got the info. Okay, at least that's one taken. But they give up a 1v3 to Denny Slaw that they probably shouldn't have in the first place. This round should have been done probably half a minute ago.
That's the thing. Denny's position now known. Pretty sure Vision would have heard him. making his way up mid. And I think they heard the scope as well, so they seem to have an assumption that he's just on that mid line over towards short. But it's a full wrap in. Vision could go down here. Denny Slaw could be in with a shot. Oh, missed that one. And the jig's up. You know, save territory if he's allowed, and Vision denies the escape. A round where Seify may have almost outplayed themselves.
Yeah.
They end up winning, okay.
Have you ever lost a round to nobody?
Just the fact that Valiance with the bomb, they went 2 in on the guy on the off angle at Archers. I thought they were going to peek together. I thought there was a spray down imminent.
Mate, are you lip reading that right now?
Huh?
The Chinese fans, let's go Seify. Love to see it.
I was living in Fantasyland, to be honest. I missed it.
That's okay, Mac. I'll bring you back down to reality sometimes.
Oh, there goes Gravity. Shady, feeling pretty slim.
So a cheeky pause again from Gghow. Trying to work out what the issues are early. They're certainly not fearful of doing exactly that. They're quite directly spoken, these guys too. So any issues surely should be wrapped up pretty quick. Now back to a pretty motley looking purchase. Bubu's got a hell of a lot of nothing. There is that Mag 7 for Denny Slaw. It's enough to buy an AWP into the next round from Aaron's perspective. But this again should very well be around a Seify if they play their cards right.
Trying to get into the perfect spot for the job. And he certainly will be. The flash is good, but reveals his hand.
Uh-oh.
Jump in, still accurate, but at that range, won't get much done. Ooh, was it a leg? Was it the nade? I don't know what it was. I think Denny just copped an AWP bullet to the leg through that with a no-scope.
Something to at least put some pressure on
Ooh,
the B-side of defense. Look at this rotate there, Mac. It's
Coin
aggressive.
flip. Hard stack.
Yeah.
50-50 chance, Mitch.
Chase your losses. Never.
You flip 50 coins, and then you flip 50 more coins.
And then all of a sudden, you've got 0 coins. Doesn't even make sense, does it?
Too right.
Be smart, gamers.
Oh. Seify. They could put a sacrificial lamb in towards that B site, but they aren't. But they might be. You can see them rotating and then just rotating back, and it's like the mid-round calling's kind of all over the place.
It really is, isn't it? And I guess it makes sense, right? Because there's going to be a bit of indecision. You know, you've got Keen as the primary voice, but then Vision as the secondary. So there's probably a hell of a lot of information going around, you know, potentially trying to read into the minds of former teammates here. Because they're still obviously going to give it a crack here, Gghow. They've just got no kit to work with, so I don't know if it's worth saving here, really, is it? You know, a couple of bits of Kevlar, maybe.
Yeah. I wonder if we're getting to the point where, you know, we got the teams that have enough to study. So teams are fully making calls off the back of tendencies. You've got Vision saying, oh, wait, no, I checked my notes. When they make noise at the start of the round, they disappear and go for the full stack on these low buys. B should be free.
When they get up and have a cold shower, they go B.
That's it. Okay. Exits potentially going to be happening here unless we all just tuck away. Could have that unicorn round. You don't see him too often, and I don't know if we're going to be seeing one here. Bit of a cluster of fun. Over towards CT spawn. 4 fall. Denny Slaw carrying the Kevlar and the Swag 7 into the next. And that was another round for Seify.
Still
Off
not
to the
a
races.
horrible financial outcome either, is it? You know, 2 Alive's not prime, but it's still decent.
Yeah. I'll tell you one of the coolest things that came out of last year, knowing the depth of knowledge of pros, is that round where Twists saw the gloves of, I think it was Carrigan, on the wrong site. He's like, wait, no, that's Carrigan. It's a stack. Let's go A.
Whoa.
Because he just saw the skins cost him the round.
Damn.
It's easier to do in pugs, right? Because people have player models, so you generally know where they should be if they're playing roles and stuff. So that's why, you know, that's another like competitive integrity issue when it comes to agent models.
Definitely adds another layer, doesn't it?
Yeah. But that's the depth of knowledge of pros these days.
Yeah. It's not something that your everyday player would be picking up on. That's why Twists has so much hair. It covers his massive Brian.
Yeah, he actually doesn't have that much hair. It's just a huge skull.
I've literally rubbed his head. I know. Okay, back to it. Another line where Denny Slaw, I feel like he's likely to get this pick. He's been pretty sharp holding this line onto Boiler. But Vision not really overstepping at this point in time. They're going to set the utility fundamentals first. They actually flush him off. That's a much better approach with the molly. Now they can take brackets for free. They've got the information as to where the AWP is. That is educated Counter-Strike now from Seify. You weren't seeing that in the first few days from them.
Oh, look at this. If Savage can find a timing here from the close cutout, then there's a chance that they can just send it back to B instead. And I think they're going to make the read here. Oh, Keen falling. That's going to be the AWP on the ground. But a 4v2 on that B side. I think Keen actually spotted more than one aggressing at Dig. So you can make a calculated guess that it should be weak on B, but that timing of the smoke blooming was at about the 30-second mark. So they're only going to have 10 seconds to go in. So they have to execute through this, and the Coffin smoke has missed. Oh, Aaron going through the CT smoke. That's an entry. Mini. 10 seconds. 5 to get to site and plant, and Mini can stop that from happening, but he won't. Plenty of time to plant by the skin of their teeth, and we got a 3v3 for the retake.
It's going to be a tough one though, isn't it, Mac? They're investing their time into the church, but will they be on their hands and knees and praying? We'll have to find out soon, because I know that Gghow going to put the pressure on, but Shady puts the covers on for the time being. Esat taken down. Denny Slaw kind of tempting fate here. This is one where you're already potentially questioning a save, aren't you, Mac? Denny Slaw does get one, and yeah, he has to pull out straight away. Doesn't want a bar of it, and that is going to be Semper Fi. 7 rounds on this T side of Inferno. We were talking, who would you want to play more, Atox or Gghow? And it was still a massive question mark against that, right? You know, Atox ended up beating Tyloo, knocking one of the Chinese favorites out of the tournament. So maybe, just maybe, Gghow success over Atox put them a little bit further forward. But either opponent is scary nonetheless, and the game still is very much live. This was the map selection of JJH.
Oh.
Seify around the bend with Anubis.
Lovely flick from Shady to keep that round alive. There was the lineup happening. Old mate had the bomb out, knew he had to get that down. That could have turned on a dime. But Seify, drop a little oorah.
Oorah. Any COD World at War enjoyers will know. Really rolling back the years there. I am old, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow still living the esports dream. Close and personal now. Again, it's just going to be around Denny Slaw and that AWP, isn't it? I mean, they've got enough to turn the tides, but still not the best position to be in for Gghow.
Shady just backing out of there. Just as Aaron looks like he's thinking of getting frisky with it, we'll full clear mid and begin to push, which will trigger the rotation from Gghow. Back to B, Denny Slaw going to have a friend to play there with just a moment's time. And they're not ready for the flank. Actually, they were. Shady aware of the possibility, and that's going to be a bit of info going that way. Jump across, King going to be able to take the line and punish the repeat. Issa down, B site the target.
Any other day of the week, that could have been a collateral, Mac, right? But they just straight up face the battle. Full fury, no fear. Inferno, a little bit similar to a Coliseum. Many greats have fought here. Never forgetty, the Boston Major, and the moments that it brought. This map can be either the best of the best or the worst of the worst. And it's certainly been entertaining so far. Yeah, just having to freeze time again, right? I think they're actually going to be pretty happy to hunt here. The money's not brilliant, but it's well and truly worth trying to hunt this AWP out of the hands of Bibu.
Oh, okay. Some value found. Bibu living, but for how long? Shot not quite made it
well
out.
Done.
Lovely trigger discipline to survive, get another pick. Unfortunately, it is just, of course, the AWP carried across, not around for Gghow. Seify 8 now, looking for a 9-3 affair in the first half.
And the amount of work Bibu's been doing, I feel like, you know, he's been relied upon so heavily at this A-site position, but yeah, he just hasn't really had the opportunity. They've managed to play around him so well. No one underperforming on the side of JJH either. It's just Seify putting the rounds together, aren't they?
bomb starting to traverse its way forward. Vision. Couple of mates behind him. Shady and Val. All going for a contact. Flash in. Maybe. Spacing. How are we? Denny Slaw on the Halls line. Vision across, and it's Boo to strike true. Shady on the trade game. That smoke goes down, but in come the flashes. They're going to be trying to make their way through the doorway. Savage, lovely entry, and it's Denny Slaw last alive on the side, who is going to continue to fight from the broken wall. What a couple of shots out of this man. Plenty more on the smorgasbord, but Valiant shuts him down. 1v2 remaining. And needs to get past Issa, the first point of contact. Lovely way to end the half. A great bit of action for the first half of this series, and I can't wait to get to the second half to see much more. Let's get a follow-up on that first half, huh? I am not done with either of these teams on Inferno, and I love the way that first half ended. Let's see if Seify on the CT side can look just as spectacular, or if Gghow are going to be able to get it done.
In the words of Gordon Ramsay, finally, some freaking delicious Counter-Strike. It's been a great game so far, very entertaining, a hell of a lot of back and forth, and now we see Gghow head their way up towards top mid. Shady pulling away on that rotation. All of them actually. Seify, they've got the information now, but they've got to be ready for this wraparound jungle. Damage has been dealt to Keen. Savage misses the opening shot, important, but Shady will be able to pick one back to support. A second for Shady. One of the Latvians looking really good in this round so far. Aaron will make quick work though, so they do turn the tides and send it back towards A, but it's actually a B pump, Mac. They pulled out completely. Shady, got to be aware of this, but now he's kind of in two minds. He might be able to find another, but no, it's Aaron with a third. Denny Slaw getting another, and now they head back towards A, and Vision's been spotted.
Ooh.
So it's Aaron the hero once again. I said it many times in his previous matches at this tournament. He's a bloody sharpie.
Do you reckon if we read his whole name out, it'd be like Aaron, last name?
Aaron A. Aronson.
Aaron Aronson.
Yeah.
That has a ring to it.
Top of the phone book.
The Aaronator. Let's see if he's going to be able to double it down, affording the AK with all those picks. And Gghow looking for a sixth. Flash towards the top of mid. Early stack from Seify towards the B site. Chunk of damage with that nade. Bibu, the second two. Knocks him down to 22. Banana control will still be there for the moment. Keen playing the scout game. He's been pretty sharp with this weapon all tournament.
Yeah.
So keen to see a bit more from him.
It's just been those CT-sided protocols, right, which has really plagued a couple of these teams on maps like Nuke, on maps like Inferno. Now as Keen's forced away, he will have to sit back on the site with his good friend Savage. That nade might be good. Oh, so close. Two members now low as anything, right? Mini does get another onto Vision, but it's just basically a pea shooting gallery right now. Oh, I feel like it's been jinxed a little bit. Savage tries to invest, but unfortunately comes out hands empty.
Yeah, that's it.
Did all the right things here, but it's just not quite converted for them.
Doesn't look like it's happening this round, but the call that the ace site's empty might be coming through here. Mini, something to see absolutely nada with that pick. They've still got the B site, just take the bomb there.
Yeah.
But no plant necessary. Mini with the backstab onto Val. And that will be another in the bag. The round gap quickly getting closed.
Right place, wrong time, it felt like, for a couple of those plays for Seify there, and Gghow were able to respond very, very well. A couple of missed shots from Keen there in the end on the scout. Meant that it was easy pickings.
Yeah, big ballsy play, that huge wide swing to find the man in the cutout. Unfortunate missed opportunity. But Gghow with all 5 alive are going to be able to afford themselves the bonus round. Aggression straight up Banana, the Mac 10, going to be leading the way in the hands of Bibu. With these mollies, there's nowhere to stay for Seify here, so it's Savage solo, and the other 4 looking to make a bit of a setup over towards the A side of things, although Vision has been taken out of the round.
Yeah, not really a hell of a lot to do here or try. They're just stacking up in jungle, as you mentioned, and no Kevlar means that even with a pickup of a weapon, it's probably a save angle anyway. Just hanging out, playing Nintendo for now. They do actually choose to rotate around, so they've got a bit of an inkling. Maybe Savage making a call for some friendship, but he's going to be taken down anyway before anything can happen. So Issa, great fundamentals. Keen wants to peek through. They all want to peek through, actually. They're just going to walk through high and dry, and they're going to make quick work of it as well. So very clean round. This is what gets scary, Mac. The money already for JJH is like almost untouchable for 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah. At least 2 complete full buys off the back of this, if not a third. Already afforded by back-to-back 5 alive rounds. And 1 round the difference. That being said, Seify on to the gun game. Let's see what they can do with them 4s. AWP in hand for Keen. Full utility for most of these individuals. Valiant's a little lacking in that department. Issa tagged up, Bibu quite low, and Keen now on the same line he's played a few times. Let's see if that one-shot potential with the AWP is going to be able to find an opening.
Ouch. Heads straight off of Mini. Tries to creep out the balcony. They've got to be careful, though, as Denny Slaw is still in position himself. I like this re-aggression from Seify, trying to re-establish a position in Banana.
Through that retake set. Bibu could be going through with the Mac 10. Doesn't commit to it. Spraying and trying to bait out any information from Seify at top Banana, but it is just going to be a handshake. Everyone backs away. Bomb starting to make its way back towards Denny Slaw, who is still holding that apps control. And there is enough utility to go for a quick pump on A. 40 on the clock. Valiants. Up on quad. 1 flash could dislodge him.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Vision is going to try and join him now that that smoke is down. Yeah, he will. So it's going to be the high and low angle. And it's a drop down. Denny Slaw tries to swing out as Bibu will be taken down. Nicely done again from the partner in crime, the double V. And Valiant's also keeping Aaron at bay as well. 25 seconds. And basically this round's pretty much done, Mac. Don't know what you can sort of recover here from JJH. Where my brain's going tonight is I'm wondering, is it Denny's Slaw or Denny's Law?
Denny's Slaw.
Just like coleslaw. Or unless a legal dispute.
Or maybe Stanislaw.
A legal dispute at Denny's Diner. Something like that.
Very true.
Yeah.
It is all capitalized. We could be in trouble. Actually, it won't be on HLTV, so we can figure that out in a moment. Denny Slaw all lowercase, actually, so that's no help.
We'll have to ask later.
What would the Denny's law be if Denny's had a law?
Everyone must consume
At
one
least-
Americano on arrival.
Yeah, at least 7 cups of coffee before leaving the vicinity. That is the Denny's law. Oh, no chance.
Oh,
no.
It's getting a little hot under the collar there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, such is life. Keen goes for the repeat, but Denny's Law was absolutely ready. And now Mini creeping back into the apartments as well. They're happy with the control that they've taken. Nana, they can just relinquish that and basically make Seify start guessing. Vision playing anti-flash is getting a little awkward. A little bit of spice on the spice rack right now for this team. Little worried, shoulder spotted.
Oh.
Great shot from Mini though. All on the Valiants to do the heavy lifting.
The bullet's just not quite connected as expected. Valiance, nice opening. Bit of damage on the next man. And Aaron, full HP with that wrap on the front of sight. Beautiful opening. And just like that, Seify deciding the economy is more important, and they're going to back away and play for the next.
Kill onto Mini might have meant something, right? But yeah, the earlier exchange does make it a little bit unfortunate for Seify, and this is where it starts to get concerning, hey? Because the money's okay. They're going to have a reinvestment into this one. Surely they can save the AWP. But they've only found the one round so far, Mac. And I mean, we are early days into this half, but again, it is just the issue that we see sometimes from some of these Aussie sides where the CT side is just that little bit more challenging. I mean, Inferno in general, in the current climate, you know, obviously harder to manage the economy game, but just the separation on the map means you really have to kind of take control of those extremities early.
Yeah.
And we've seen signs of it from Seify, but it seems like Gghow has had a reaction responsible so far.
Was it Paradox that Valiance was playing for when they beat Order?
Yes.
And then he got picked up by Order?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was speaking to him actually about that. He went pretty 0 to hero, right? Like he was that prospect back in the day, and then I think they did one of the, might have actually been IEM Cologne, pretty sure that they went over with Order when they might have upset Greyhound one time. And that was with Valiance.
Yeah.
Gghow was on there for a short period of time too. They definitely had some sort of overseas gig very early on in Valiance's career. When he was one of the hot prospects, took a quick break away from the game for a short while, now back. But Denny Slaw's found Vision. Very important opening pick here already, Mac. And once again, you know, they settle down on the 2-2 sort of position. Very awkward. Savage wants to try find something more down Nana.
Yeah, Vision unfortunately going down first the last 2 rounds. Maybe something they need to tighten up. Last round went roughly for them. But this time, maybe it's going to bait them into this crossfire. It has been broken by the Arch Smoke. But Gghow happy to keep on playing slow. They want to tie that scoreline. They want 9 apiece. Noise starting to be made at Banana. Retake set, thrown at the minute mark for Seify. Savage, I think he's going to hunt for another smoke. Maybe a molly over towards CT there. Gghow. Smoke getting lined up. Oh. And boom, Denny's Law locking onto that line for just long enough. Keen forced out of the round.
He's really had his number this one as well, hasn't he? Keen has known exactly where to be, exactly where to look for. Denny Slaw's found him time and time again.
So I'm going to look at the differences between Gghow's T-side so far and what we saw from Seify.
Yeah.
And it's just decision making.
100%.
It's just hitting that go button, knowing exactly when you have these opportunities to make openings happen, or you know that utility's coming, so you just have to bloody go. And they're all going together, and their spacing is really good. Structurally, they are looking better already on this T side. So Seify, I'm going to say they are starting to be put into a troublesome position.
I think that almost happened a round ago, to be quite honest, for me, Mac. You know, the money, it's been hard for them to hold on to it. They're getting kind of strangle-held now. It'll be lucky for Savage and Valiance to actually hold on to these weapons now as they start to march on in. But yeah, really, it is that, isn't it? Just being able to make the right call, choose the right site. Savage does get 3, but then taken down completely, so no save at all. They're going to have to go for the full eco into this next round. but it's just about no longer questioning, not getting people that are stuck rotating between that back sort of motorway between A and B, you know, find the position, take the space early, leave a member there if you need to, but be confident in your play and happy to do a retake if you need to.
Honestly, I think it's the noseband gap.
Could be.
Yeah, just a breath gap, more oxygen to the brain, faster protocols.
Those airways, baby, clean.
Well, Seify going to be taking a well-timed tactical just to make sure that things are tidied up. You know, Vision dying so quickly in the last 2 rounds is unfortunate, but, you know, they need info in some way, but they need to take it safely. And there might be another couple of options that they have. Maybe they can, you know, shift a couple of numbers around, maybe play heavier towards B early, or even just drop that util. Looks like that might be what we see. And also, where they were going to spend the money this round. 5-7s, getting a bit of Kevlar in the mix. Not a lot, but a bit. And also that extra utility. Just to try to time Gghow out of the round in case they go slow.
It's not even down to any individual fault, but the amount of picks that we've seen from Denislaw versus Keen on the AWP. You know, T-side AWP as well, pretty challenging on Inferno. But he's just been able to hold that line, and I think Keen's getting a little bit too excited to try and get those peaks, to try and make a play for the team. Oh, this is so awkward, isn't it? You know, they've gone down Nana, they're happy with their control, but they relinquish it with 1:15 left. They're going to allow JJH to take that back as soon as that smoke dissipates.
I don't hate that. Oh, they're going to go for the full 5-man stack as well. Big rotate. Util all picked up, and Savage playing
Aaron's
a risky game, a risky, frisky game even. Keen making noise here. That's going to be the pick, and from behind, Valiance gets one. Savage is still alive. They don't know he's here. That should be free. Got a little messy, but the bomb now going to potentially make its way the right way. Almost caught on the transition, but a chance now for Seify in this 3v3.
How many weapons can they collect? It's got 2. And now we're going to see Denislaw walk low. What a shot onto Savage. And now they just call it. Again, another save. It is really the tune of Inferno. Every time you hear those bells rung in spawn, it's like the guy from Breaking Bad dinging his little bell. Save time. James not even here. So, one singular round against now Gghow 6. Not exactly an easy pill to swallow, especially given the pace that they had.
Yeah, that would have been one of those weird situations as well. You know, you had Savage getting into the corner. How do you even com that? He knows that he's walking onto something because he stopped moving, but then it was the same thing. Gghow could hear the steps right in front of him, so they're going to shoot. Aaron got a freebie from inside the smoke, didn't even see his opponent. Things just getting incredibly awkward there over towards Archers. But alas, there is still time to play with. Gghow finally into the lead with an almost flawless second half so far.
Certainly a handsome prospect for the Middle Eastern side. Great bunch of conversions, limited pressure being applied to Seify. The amount of rounds where we've had to see a save, it's just thrown their economy into disarray, right? You know, the fact that Shady and Vision have still got cash, but everyone else has gone straight down. It'll all balance out in the end. It's a team game after all, but again, it's really just there. And I've said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best way to put it.
I'm getting horse smack.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
Playing chicken even. Keen losing the game this time. Ooh, and Valiant's going to be spotted on the fadeaway. Savage invests the molly to keep on fighting for this banana
he's
control.
going to.
There's so many in front of him, but they've all got util out. Maybe there's a
Oh my
chance
God.
to swing into it. Savage pulls out the secondary to find a third. One man remaining here on the B site, and Shady has timed it over to New Box. We'll see if he can win a 1v2 in this position.
Yeah, just the fact that it's still a 2-on-2, but again, so separated. The rotation will have to come through, and you're sure that Gghow will be able to find this site beforehand. Shady's just got to buy as much time as possible, but we know how good Denislaw's been. He'll have to wait for the tap. He's dropped into oranges. There's the shoulder. This guy does not miss, man.
So sharp, so crispy, and Vision, he's going to risk it for everything. The AK Could get damage done in the next. There you
Nice
go,
out.
opts for the save. Doesn't get the pick initially. And Denny Slaw just too good right now, man. Ooh, at least, you know, almost a full kit of util brought across with the AK, and there is some money in the back pocket, but even if they opt to go for that half buy, Gghow now on 11. So it's almost an all or nothing decision going into the 21st round.
Yeah. I need someone like Taffy, who's a bit of a brain for the game when it comes to stats, to pull out the 1v1s against Denny Slaw and Keen, and also the amount of saves that we've seen in this half, because I think it would be most outside of the pistol, where they've just had to try and pull away. And it's that hesitance, it's that lack of confidence, that lack of, I don't know, drive to try and take those extremities and really kind of back yourself. Even happened on that round, Mac, where it was a 1v4 on the site, and they kind of froze in time. That was on the T side, obviously, but that was kind of evidence number one.
Half banana smoke coming out to change things up. Seify were trying to go for an aggressive play, but it is going to be the T's already up to Car. Issa, I don't think he's seen the Sandbags member. Savage, Jiggling wins it this time, but they need to fall off while they have the numbers. They're still here. They're still looking for the map control. Bibu goes up top and won't be able to deny the exit, but he's hunted. He's hungry. He's snipping them out.
They can get the utility down. At least that'll buy some additional time there now. I don't know if they're actually going to go for it, but Savage getting baited in. Yeah, exactly. He wants the big fish, but unfortunately it's pulled him straight into the water with him. It was a shark in the night. And there's blood in the water over here on Banana. They pulled the rotation again. It's just going to be Vision to hold true. Denny Slaw actually getting the boost again.
Oh, Valiance.
As we know, he hits these.
He's going to walk
like this.
under the view bottle.
Are you going to be watching it? There's 3 members here, Mac. I don't know if this timing's going to be prime. It's not. Exactly. That's what I mean. You don't need to take these risks, boys.
It was a 5v3, a 5v4 rather at one point.
Yeah. Inexperience. You know, trying to make plays by yourself. They need to come together.
At least someone, you know, drop a flash. Do something.
They had the utility. But once again, I suppose it's just that awareness from Gghow, right? We can't take anything away from them. It's not all about the mistakes from Seify. But now Shady, he's got no utility, man. Keen's going to have to rotate around. What's he put in? A flash. There's got to be a Molotov behind it, my friend. Oh, he's running out of time. Keen rotating around. Shady has to try and do it, and he's got his head ripped off now. The nade goes in, but the Molotov,
13 seconds.
It's not there. He can drop it onto the bomb. Oh, it's going different places. Now creeping around to the side. He shoulders it. A great shot from Keen. We need more from him here because it's him and Denny Slaw who can take him down again. This 1-for-1. It's all happening. Vision tries to pop a flash and a smoke to lurk. Into the pool he will go. It's actually into the church.
Oh, how's this timing though? There is a kit. There is about 10 seconds for him to go forward and find these picks, but Denny with the flick is looking way too sick right now for the Oceanic core of this squad.
Denny Slaw.
Too. My lord, man, he has been on top. But again, Seify outplaying themselves, just making odd decisions at odd times. I feel like they're going to have to go back and I want to know what protocols. I want to know their theory, right? Savage says a lot on his YouTube videos. There's a lot of good information there. But in situations like that, maybe the call was for him and Shady to swing together. But it looks like he's going solo, dry into places like that. It's confusing. Gghow just looking like the more well-oiled squad here.
Well, all I can say is they push through the smoke to catch off the boost from Valiance. You know, they may work back home, but it's not going to work here up against some of the best, right? Again, these guys live in FPL.
Yeah.
They're going to be ready for that every day of the week. 3 rounds they'll need back to back to back, Mac. It's only the single gun round we've seen from Seify. Gghow had a very free map. Otherwise, I suppose the only sort of thing that we can say is Inferno was their map selection, but you know, both have got to be pretty comfortable with their pool at this level of the competition. We're one away from finding out the top 4 in totality. Savage getting that information as well. The nades go a little bit deep, so he'll be A-OK for now. He's brought it down to 45 seconds, but it looks like they're postured towards A now.
Vision on the off angle. Getting up in their grills with the MP9. And it's looking break this one, but instantly the T is quite ready for it. There's going to be no info gained off the back of it, but there is a lot of noise being made through Bracket on the full wraparound vision. Oh, trying to make his way back to site, a little awkward.
Oh, no.
You can see the indecision. They're trying to double up on short. It's not worked. They couldn't decide where to bloody stand, and it's cost them the round and the game.
That's exactly right. I don't think Savage is going to be 1v4ing. I would absolutely love to see it because it would make this game go longer, but I think with the positioning of Mini, he's going to be getting taken down. And Mac, that is a stellar start here for Gghow. They're going to be happy with that one. And again, I can't help but feel like they sort of threw a handful of rounds away. Poor Seify. The lack of experience maybe at this level. These guys, again, on Gghow, they can never be underestimated. But again, for the time being, it's not series over. There's still another map behind it. We've got Nuke if we need it as well, if it does end up going to 3. So all we can need from these guys is to just reset, give it another go. They seem to be relatively chipper still, right? Which is a great result.
Yeah. I'd say it might be because, like, that whole time, I thought that was Seify's map pick because they started on the T side, right? But alas, it wasn't. It was Gghow's. So going into map 2, Seify will potentially be feeling more comfortable on Anubis. But this one, yeah, a masterclass of that T side. Gghow only conceding 1 round to, what was it, bloody 8? 9? 1 to 8.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of a rough one. Certainly one to go back onto the drawing board. I think you could certainly pick apart plenty from that demo review, which I'm sure that they'll be doing at some point in time. Because I believe that most of these guys are often a little holiday afterwards. I don't blame them, but then it's back to Australia for the real action. Because this is a kind of opening start to the year, 2025, right? You know, it should be an action-packed year full of competition. So much on the calendar. But yeah, overall, I think it's just great fundamentals from Gghow overall. They are a really solid team, and as I said, you know, I don't know if they can win the entire thing, but they can certainly make a good case at it. These teams that kind of are the backbone of, you know, the regions where they show that even though you might be from a minor region with not a hell of a lot of opportunity, when the opportunity is there, it can be taken. And I feel like that adds the drive, right? You know, when you're not there to kind of just get these spots for free and you really have to fight for them, you really have to travel, invest all of your time, your money. It's a worthwhile run to make it work. So pretty happy with that outcome in the end. And again, all I can say is that the last time Seify lost the opening map, they managed to turn the tide pretty quick to bring it to that third.
Quick? I don't know about that. It was 3 OTs, all right?
That's
look,
true. That's true.
They were down bad. They were backs against the wall, super down bad. But it needs to be commended as well. We've said his name a lot, but Denny Slaw, I think he was like 5-0 in openings, might have even ended up being like 6-0 in openings, doing so much good work in that second half. And then on the other side, his opponent, Keen, the opposite AWPer, was 1-6, and this is like a few rounds from the end because the scorebot is currently still 2 rounds behind.
Yeah.
That being said, it's in front of you now. We got a decent rating for most of the Seify members. Unfortunately, Keen and Vision, as you can see, didn't activate. As much as we've seen them on other maps in the other series from them, Gghow, they weren't that far ahead in terms of the rating. Look at that, you know, relatively even KDs, but in terms of the impact, in terms of the structure and the teamwork, it was night and day.
Yeah, absolutely. And Denny Slaw, obviously no surprises. The amount of rounds that he managed to turn on a dime with just 1 or 2 impact frags, right, with that AWP, waiting for the Seify members to walk straight into their crosshairs. So I think from what we can take away from the statistics there, as you look at the side from Gghow, it was an effort by committee in full, whereas on the opposing side for Seify, a couple of members missing, as you sort of mentioned. Not their fault directly, it was definitely a team loss in the end.
Yeah.
But that's all you can sort of focus for, that everyone's on the same page, all sort of committing in. And, you know, Anubis obviously plays different in a way to Inferno. So yeah, we'll just have to see if they can turn it around in this one. But overall, right now, Gghow are up 1. And guys, I hope you're bloody back soon because we got a heater around the corner.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Alrighty, Max, so when you're sitting in front of big, bright lights, it gets bloody hot in this studio. So I take a step outside to cool down. It's only 6 degrees here in Shanghai. And one of the beautiful things of Counter-Strike is the relationships between teams. And there's a couple of guys here from Gghow Esports still hanging out. And Bibu, before he went in, he goes, every time I see you guys, I can smell your perfume from a little while away. And then I heard him say something like along the lines of, you better lock in, or something like that. So the two Middle Eastern teams cheering each other on, it's a beautiful thing. And that's the fact that they haven't gone back. They've come here to watch the game.
Likewise, I went to the toilet and I bumped into a couple of individuals in green jerseys.
Yes.
One of which was an older man. And he's like, what the bloody hell are they doing? And I was like, I don't know, what the bloody hell are they doing? And then Vision turned around and said, I don't know, what the bloody hell are they doing? So that seems to be the vibe on the Seify camp. So it's two different things.
Well, I don't blame him, right? You know, to go into a game like that and to have an 8-4 half and then only get one CT-sided round is just, I think, a testament. There was a period of time where really, like, only Greyhound could play Inferno and everyone else just could not do it, right?
Yeah.
You would see it so many times where everyone would have a ripper T-side and then CT-side, they just couldn't do anything. And I feel like that's the tune that's being sung here. So for Seify's sake and the game's sake, I hope we go further into Anubis. Nuke would be perfect to wrap this up. The day is earlier than we expected, given a couple of these results. You know, no way I was thinking that Tyloo was going to get 2-0'd by Atox, but they were looking that bloody good. So we might even be having a XPL finals rematch if it goes that way between Rare Adam and Atox. But we'll have to get there first because Gghow and potentially Gghow are looking to stop that from happening. So it's all exciting here at eXTREMESLAND. And what are your thoughts into Anubis, mate? You reckon it's going to turn the tides, or will it stay true to Gghow?
Well, I don't want to count my chickens. I saw everyone having bananas. Everyone's going to be awake out on the server at least. And knowing that it's Seify's pick, they're probably going to be shafted onto the CT side. If they can have a solid CT side, I'll start to believe maybe they prepped for different maps for Gghow. Again, Gghow played a lot recently, so when it comes to prep, at least, you know, Seify are going to be arguably expected to be more structured and probably have a better game at moving into the second map. And of course, Nuke, if we need it, is there, but Seify are going to have to dig deep and show us that they deserve a third.
Absolutely. It's really about that thing, isn't it? Deserving, you know, if they, you know, walk over a not very good looking Gghow, it wouldn't really have felt like it's earned to get to that point. But I think Gghow have been putting up some fantastic looking Counter-Strike, and Anubis is a map that obviously really sort of rewards that T side and the aggression. And CT side just as challenging. So they've got to get off on the right foot here. It is the map pick of Seify. And it looks like we're not too far from loading into the game here, Max. So yeah, it's been a pretty awesome tournament so far. I think there are some of the teams that we were expecting to be where they are, others maybe not.
Yeah, it's one of them situations, right? We didn't really have a read on what the matchups were going to look like in the quarters. If we theory crafted it at the start, I don't know if it would have fully looked the way it did, you know, especially not knowing Gghow's game. We weren't super familiar with it, ended up doing much better than we thought, and now they're in the semis. And you never know, maybe they could cause an upset tomorrow and ruin all of the Chinese fans' hopes, because Tyloo already went home, and in the semis, there is a chance that, you know, Rare Adam could be upset if things don't go right for them. But that music means Anubis is not too far away, and we should be jumping into Egypt very, very shortly. Have a swim in the Nile, have a look around, maybe even just cool down in the shade. There's not much of it, but if you can find it, enjoy it.
I was going to say, not many people make it out of a swim in the Nile, Mac.
Yeah, a couple of Crocs in there.
Just a few. But we're tough, us Aussies. We can wrangle them. Alrighty, action happening again. It is coming now on to Anubis, as you mentioned, Mac Daddy O. As we cruise on in towards the mid position, very, very early on, they do start to make pace up mid like that from Gghow. The pacing is solid, just leaving the one member on Issa to lurk around. It's actually going to be a ring around the rosy over towards this B site, and I don't think Seify are going to be ready for this at all.
Yeah, they don't look quite ready. They know they've lost mid control, but I think
there's a warning shot.
Yeah, that might have been a mistake. Not sure what's going on here. The A site members as well worried about what's going on at mid, thinking maybe it's just going to be that retake flank coming through. Denny Slaw, the opening onto Savage. B main control was there.
Oh my God. What a confusing round, because now the flank from Issa is just going to rip him apart, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It
King
felt
got
like
one.
Seify were kind of ready for
hang on,
a bunch of possibilities, but maybe not that one. Either way, they're going to be able to fight here with the 2v1 over towards Water, and in the 2v1, now Bibu is last alive. Bombs planted for him over towards Temple side, but let's see if Valiant is going to be able to find that info. Gun in hand, him and Keen. Looking and hunting for the info. They're going to get it.
What?
I thought there was never a chance of that 3v5 that we would see Seify taking it, but a catastrophic post-plant. Gghow tried to fight, tried to bully him out of the round and cost themselves the pistol.
It's literally like getting a Christmas gift and throwing it back in the giver's face. My God. I didn't want this. Oh, man.
thank you so much. I'm never going to use this.
Yeah. Putting it back in some other wrapping paper, repurposing it later.
I'm pretty sure my dad did that to my mum or something. Like, he got a present and then the next year gave it back. Like, I bought this for you last year.
Based. Men are all about efficiency there, Mac. That's why we get into trouble. All right. Trouble it is, though, for Gghow. I think they'll be a little bit confused, caught with their pants down in that round, but they are moving towards the old main of B. Dennyslaw getting another opening onto Keen. He just continues to win these duels, and yeah, well, that's maybe why they gave away the round for free in the previous, because it doesn't look like Seify is going to be able to play this one at all. You know, Shady does pick up the MP9, but no kits.
Incredible forward thinking for Gghow. So if we win the round, Seify are going to have guns in this round, but if we lose the round, we're going to have a better buy than Seify in the next round. Cost us one round, and then stack on multiple easy rounds off the back of that round. So we should just throw this round.
Big brain.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It is still wild, but that works in Counter-Strike, right? You know, when they change the money on the Galil and the FAMAS, trying to kind of help out the CT side, but just making it even worse.
Yeah.
It's still punished. Do you remember the old days when you played like Inferno, maybe Nuke, before the changes? And you'd get 2 rounds and it was like, yes, that's enough on the T side.
Yeah.
Because the CT was just so strong, you know, that old M4A1S.
Even Anubis here, we went when it came out, 11-1 halves into overtime.
Yeah. Yeah, we've definitely seen crazier things. It's been a little bit more worked out though, but again, it's a map that really heavily relies on proactivity on the CT side, and I just feel like a broken record saying it because it just seems to be lacking at all levels of competition, but that's why the best in the world are pretty happy to take that spacing on the CT side and why that team synergy is so important.
Let's see if Gghow are going to continue making plays. Dry pushing in towards this B side.
Great shot.
That molly timing is no good. It also reveals that position. So it's free pickings. And Seify, look, arguably you just think about saving here. You've lost B. That's so unretakeable. You got mid, you got A, and you got someone at CT playing a range game with an SFG. Save it up. Save it up.
That's what it felt like between Gghow and Chinggis Warriors. It's very slow. There was a couple of picks here and there, not really contested, not in a position to trade, and then freeze time, right? And it's why me and Jordan started to kind of descend to madness a little bit. What else do you talk about, right? You know, once you've analyzed what's happened in this round, there's not really a hell of a lot to it. You just start to reminisce the good times. The bad times.
Shut up. You're just waffling. What is my blood waffling about? Thought you were going to start crying a second ago.
Man, thanks for being here for me, bro. I'm just happy to be here with my friends.
Stop the yap. All right, let's Oge into the fourth. Seify with 3 SMGs carried across. You look at the round loss, you carry the 5. Do you buy? I don't know. I don't think you do. I think you just stack somewhere with the SMGs. Maybe just stack a whole bloody site. They've gone B 3 out of 3 times. I think that's a pretty safe bet to gamble 5 on B, try to stop them coming in, get a couple of guns, you know, flick the switch.
And you said I was rambling.
Mine's coherent. You were talking about emotions.
True. Absolutely fair. This ain't my therapist. Come on.
I miss the sad times, man. Remember the good times.
They were the best of the times. They were the blurst of the times.
I actually don't own a watch, so I don't know what the time is.
Yeah.
But
is it just on your phone?
Yeah. Hey.
Hey.
That's thinking.
Noah's. I just want something different from Seify, right? They are doing that, heading up towards mid. And it's a good catch out of Vision as well, finding Mini.
That's a gun.
Got to be careful for Aaron, though. I don't think they're going to be aware of his position. They do hard clear, though. Keen one. Oh. There we go. Something different. Dennyslaw. Ooh, he gives a little bit of a chip up to Bibu.
Ooh, Vision in the meanwhile has gone on the exploration forward at A main. They saw the double, the 2 remaining players at the bottom of mid, so he's keeping all eyes on that mid window. But the rotation from Keen has come a long way. I guess they're going to have to play retake in through water. B site about to be found by Gghow. It's just a matter of how much time they take with 45 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm sure that Gghow is going to be ready for this, right? They've taken a hell of a lot of time to move into canals. I don't even know if they're going to. They're actually heading back towards spawn.
Yeah, I guess there's AKs there.
Yeah, I suppose. They could actually go all the way to main, but it looks like potentially no, they're going to plant, but they're going to take a B sort of CT control, and they do wrap around. So I think JJH have set themselves up for success quite nicely. No kits either.
Denny Slaw as well, so deep, but look at the full belt of util. Molly for the bomb, nade there, smoke if he needs it to progress forward, and a flash to help out Bibu. Live past this first man, but Vision doing a great job to bring it to the 2v1.
He has a smoke
Denny's
of his
position
own.
still not known.
It's the only good thing, potential saving grace. Denny Slaw's going to give away that information, but as I said, you have to get that smoke onto the bomb now. Surely they're going to know. Denny Slaw's going to pop the nade. He's going to look for the info. Keen gets one. Denny Slaw holding. Oh, and we paused our champs for long enough that Seify have walked away with a round that they should have had no business collecting.
Whew. Got that smoke out in the just at the right moment. The smoke break was crucial, but the fact that it just covered Vision just at the right moment and the Glock couldn't get lined up. But Denny Slaw doing so many right things in the round except put the crosshair in the right spot.
How crazy is it that it always reverts back to this? Oh, you know, we don't have that great of a buy. Let's try something different. Let's push mid. Let's push A main.
Yeah.
They win the round. I mean, it can't happen every gun round, right? It becomes predictable, but just some sort of proactivity.
Now they're on the guns. Only one alive at the end of it, but actually maybe no one at the live. No, Vision did live. He's got 5K in the bank, so one alive at the end. Means the economy is still at breaking point, and Gghow have a little bit in the back pocket, so they'll get at least another whole bite after this one.
Such an odd position, even just 5 rounds in, right? The money for Gghow. All off the back of that second round win.
Shift and approach from Gghow this time. Heavy towards a main, looking for some potential water control, but that's been cleared out now by the flash. Could be false info, but the Exy towards A is going to draw the rotation from Vision. He's trying to stay as active as possible.
Valiance.
Oh, what's this? Wait, that was a CT smoke at camera. I think they know that mid is dirty. They're blocking it to try and stop it from being a split, and Mini may be seen in a moment. Oh. Savage can't stop that. Now the bomb is thinking about maybe going B.
A couple of warning shots of Valiance in the end there. He managed to just duck below the AWP scope, but now Bibu has found Keen inside this Molotov. I don't even know what to think at this round at this point in time. Vision has to try go big. He shouldn't know, but Bibu will peek in, and now there's the information. Molotov can go a little bit deeper, but it's not planted that way at all. Rotation from Valiant. Again, they're just so separated. There's not really a hell of a lot they can do. I mean, that might have made something worthwhile, but again, seal that separation. It's just going to be too hard to make it work. Rough as guts, isn't it? He gives himself an opportunity, but yeah, still caught lacking here, Seify. Feels like the map is just way too big. Too many bits of space for them to try and occupy. They don't need a 4-bedroom house. They can get bunk beds. Just a room full of, you know, spare bits and pieces, really.
All right, into another tactical. Let's get it done. Seify having a chat. Before it gets too late here, of course they are on the CT side. It's not the strong side on Anubis. That 46% of rounds won internationally off the top of my head. I'll stat check that.
It's also just a prospect to think about playing against more of a mix, right? Like, this team is a team, of course. Gghow have been together for a little while now, but the stylistic approach to their T side is probably a little bit less than traditional because they can all kind of call on the fly, make a couple of changes.
Yeah.
And I think that just makes it so challenging to read, especially when all the individuals are so sharp, because yeah, sure, you'll be able to maybe find them in a one-on-one, but they'll likely rip your head off before you can even think about shooting back. Stylistically frustrating to play against, I'm sure. And as it stands, it looks like potential for 2 Middle Eastern teams alongside 1 singular Chinese team and 1 singular Mongolian team. We had 4 Chinese and 3 Mongolians come into this competition.
Ooh, lovely shot from Gghow, expecting that aggression. But does he expect more? Savage. All moved up here, but knocking on the wrong door. Almost caught the timing. Gghow flicks back.
He's good, isn't he? Reliable.
Oh, okay, collateral.
Leg
Not
shot
quite
and then
finding
Dennis
Denny. It's gone
Oh.
through his teammate, so he's living to tell the tale and still able to have impact with 15 points of health. Shady in a 1v3. I don't know if he's going to go for it. Probably just going to try to salvage an AK. And Gghow locking in the round. They're looking for 4. And I was 2 points off, by the way. 2 percentages off. That's 44.xx%
on the
of
CT
rounds
side.
on the CT side.
Yeah.
56
Makes sense.
on T.
And as I said, you know, just seeing the fundamentals to, you know, have a round where it's a double up mid, maybe pushing towards the doors, a couple of canal drops here and there, maybe taking a main, pulling away, just some sort of information gathering start to the round, whether it be straight away or within the first minute to try and work out what your opponent is doing. But instead, for Seify, it seems to be a hell of a lot of just going for a walkabout. No utility, just hoping that you can catch someone off guard. But as I said, when you've got hundreds of pugs in FPL, you're going to be ready for any randomized play. That's the strength here for Gghow. A Seify team with still to this day limited experience, you know, at the top level. Even at the middling level here in Asia.
Lots of early utility. Just spent to deny Seify aggression at B main. And Gghow are here to fight and ready to explode. Valiant so low, tagged up and seen. And it's the freebie onto B. No one here to control the site. Shady, in the meanwhile, also going aggressive at A. So Seify taking large risks this round and finding no reward.
I understand in this round that it's just the singular M4 for Shady, but he was basically the first one to die, and all he did was just walk dry outside of A main, and Mini was waiting for it. Now he can just farm up his statistics. He's going to get dinked up, but just with only that USP, it certainly makes it tough. He should really be able to pick up all the kills here. He will. So another good round there for Mini. He is looking clean with it. They are certainly earning their tenure in this competition. Again, they were actually one of the teams that did play in the XC Pro League. I think they were just quarterfinalists though, as opposed to Chinggis Warriors, alongside the ultimate grand finalists in Atox and Rare Atom. Rare Atom the winners, continuing their streak.
Ooh. Body blocking. Over towards the B side of things. So Keen here, nice and early. He's tucked away at Pizza. This time they are looking to fight with the missed Molotov.
Flash over.
Gghow. They see Gghow here. They might spot the bomb, but in the meanwhile, it is going to be that mid-aggression from Gghow with no one spotting it. Shady was there, but he's doubled up on A instead, and it is a faster approach. No one leaving the B side to help out mid yet.
Just got to keep one eye on camera. It's going to be Shady. Fallen back now in towards position. A smoke towards A main to give Vision some extra time, but they're lacking utility firmly. Just a single smoke each in the hands of Keen and Savage, and just a dry walk in. I don't even know if they're going to be ready for this here, Mac. Vision does seem to be looking over as a double flash does come in. They're both blinded. Great shot, Aaron. Oh. And again, like, there's just no chance of retaking this round, isn't there? A singular flash.
That's it.
And a walk through camera. No contest utility.
Just power of position, exploding with that flashbang. And look, no trades from Seify. They knew they were in odd positions as soon as that flash came through. I think it might have been Vision out in the open, trying to traverse back to safety. Could have been Shady. Either way, yeah, it was a rough nut to crack.
Oof.
Shady as well, worried about A main after losing A main control. Aaron perfect position to get both of them, but is only able to find the first, and Issa on the trade is solid for another round. Big one out of Gghow.
They're playing fantastically, and I don't think it's anything that's overwhelming, right? They've just adapted to Seify's style. I can't tell if it's just driven off the back of their, little bit of demo review, I'm sure. Obviously, there is matches now available that you can witness from this previous game and their positional sort of approach to this game.
Yeah.
Seify also a emotionally driven team too, and they did seem to be, somewhat chipper after Inferno, but, like, we're just hearing nothing from the stage at the moment, aren't we?
Think about it though, it is early days, it is CT side. We did have a 8-4 half. Gghow didn't start strong, but then once they got to the T side, they played phenomenally. And we could be seeing that again, started on the T side, this could be their strong side, should be on Anubis. Issa Mini already, and the upgraded pistols are just going to be trounced upon this round. But back to that conversation, we might see Gghow struggle in the second half. They didn't look amazing. The structure on the CT side and positions just weren't quite hitting. But then again, maybe they weren't warmed up and they weren't actually hitting their shots, and that could have been the difference. So we'll see once we get to the second half here. Not a lot of time left here in the first half, but Seify will be moving swiftly into another gun round in the next with the maxed out round loss bonus. And Gghow, again, money going crazy. Denny Slaw, 10.5k, about to be like 14k after this round win. And everyone else not too far behind.
7 rounds though, Mac, at this point in the half, it's just so hard to emotionally start to come back from. If Seify get the next, then maybe. But if Gghow walk away with, 9, 10, it's just such a tough prospect for a turnaround. And I hate being a doomer.
I don't think, I think you're emotionally broken. Like when you saw the players before this game, they were fine after losing that.
Oh
one.
yeah, absolutely.
And when you talk to if you talk to any player that knows Anubis, you'd be a little bit upset, but you'd probably be fine. You're like, okay, we're going T side. T side's our good side, boys. Come on, let's go. At this level, I don't think you break like that on a map like this.
I'm just getting older, Mac. All right.
Yeah, you just. We already said you were emotional. You were going off the cliff earlier. I was like, hey, come on.
I'd rather
come
what
back.
is it? Rather keep my expectations lower and be impressed than the other way around.
Boom.
But guess what? Denny Slaw and Keen, it's happened again, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not going well for Keen this series.
Yeah.
That one head-to-head is statistically heavily in Denny Slaw's favour.
He's charging him rent at this point, isn't it?
+7 for the half already. And Seify looking to win a 4v5 on another gun round, which got awkward quite quickly. 4-man setup at B main, about to be 5, and the bust on in. Nice deep smoke towards E-Box. And even with a molly on the choke, I don't know if that's going to be enough time to go forward. Edging, Savage, looking to hope that he can make this work. Okay, has a bit of cover, can duck away into the smoke on the contact, but gets stuck on the wall of all things. Good timing on the flash from Aaron to enable this to happen, and that's it. Save time.
I don't think in that round Seify had a single opportunity to shoot back. And that's a testament to Gghow. They were super aware as to every single placement that they might be. I need to get the save round statistics on the CT side for both of these maps after we look at it, after we go to the day of the end.
Yeah.
Because it's just super interesting to kind of break down at this level, right? Again, a team that's learning each other's dynamics, understanding how each other play. Individually, the talent is certainly there, and we've seen good things from them because the fact is, they took down IHC. That's a pretty formidable opponent, but I suppose in all ways, Gghow play completely different. They've been able to sit here and say, we are the better team. And whilst there's a couple of shots that are starting to come through, Vision may be able to save the AWP win, which is a good play. But once again, Keen, if it goes over to him, he seems to keep finding Denny Slaw.
I don't know if the AWP's kind of a curse at the moment on the CT side.
Yeah.
Because Keen's just unable to even get on the line first. That utility game's not looking too good, and it looks good in the Shady's hands. He was able to triple his kills here before falling. That's the thing. The A-site members just haven't been able to get activated. Shady, every time we've seen him, is usually one of the heavy hitters, but it feels like we haven't said his name a huge amount today in this series. So maybe outclassed, maybe not warmed up.
Here's something.
He just read.
Oh,
and he even had the
he's
line
done it
that
again.
time. He had the line, Mitch.
That's one of the first times where Denny Slaw's actually peeked into Keen, and
Yeah.
he's just so quick, but at least it's traded. Denny Slaw goes down, but now they're moving through camera, Mac, and it's just vision to try and hold this one down. The rotation at least is there. Shady may be able to defend, but how's that utility going to be looking here? The Molotov goes over towards Waterfall, but they're pulling back, not looking to overextend. Mini will collect the bomb, and once again, they still keep Seify separated.
Creeping in on the rotate. Savage hoping he can find some kind of info. That smoke will block, but with no eyes on it, you dare say Gghow they're thinking about walking through it. You see the bomb there. Shooting, spamming, clearing the close lines. Flash in, got a little awkward, but they continue to progress. And now Savage, not known as the AWPer for the team, is going to give it his best shot. Micro flick misses and goes a bit too wide on the other side. This should be the round, but we've got a 3-man fast flank coming in from Water. Let's see if Mini's going to be able to get past it. Oh, gets one. Job done. And Bibu just tucking in at default, can pivot off the contact of the other two. You just don't know all of them are coming from the one position. Straight to a 2v2 and a good chance for Seify.
Finally on a way there, but it's going to be Aaron to hold the deep line. All left onto Shady. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't really have a hell of a lot of time to work with, but he does have the Molotov, and I think he's just going to dry clear this. Issa on the other line, the other angle. Oh man, Gghow are looking brilliant here. This is a well-drilled team looking locked in, knowing each other's limits, understanding how to play the macro on this T side. And I will keep a positive outlook, Mac, into the next half. But as I said, it is just looking clean as a whistle. We'll wait to the pistol, but that's the thing, right? 3 rounds, then all of a sudden a loss of the pistol isn't the end of the world. But with 10, it does start to get a little dicey. So this time round, it's an aggressive play down mid.
He can't find the hole.
Get into Canals. He does get it in the end. It's been called out as to where the location of that hole indeed is, but all these deep smokes, again, Gghow just react immediately. They turtle up, and they can wait for Seify to make the mistakes.
Yeah, they hear all that sound in the water. And I think it's a pretty safe call for Seify just to back away and force Gghow to either contact in and take the risk or throw a bit of utility themselves. Con smoke coming through just to chop up the angles. And we'll see some good coordination with a flash just to clear out all the close lines. No one actually checked the pocket. So if, theoretically, a CT was still there, it could have been troublesome. Man control, progressive utility starting to be made, and Gghow looking to just escape the vicinity and hit B again. It's the weak side. They've been doing so well there.
But look at this buddy system, Mac, at the very least. They're trying to take some space. I mean, Denny Slaw somehow seems to be aware of it, but they are pulling away now. That's a hell of a lot of footsteps being heard by the member in Aaron, who already has slotted into E-box. He can try and pull Valiance here for as long as possible. Bomb in the hands of Denny Slaw, still heading over towards that site of A. It's pulled the rotation again, that single flash from Bibu. If Valiance can give the information over towards the team, but again, they don't seem to be sold. 20 seconds, Mac. Yeah, geez, 20 seconds. Denny Slaw again takes Keen. Aaron finds Valiance. Where are they going to send this bomb? They have to go towards AMAC. Savage drops Bibu, maybe an opportunity for Seify. 8 seconds, all they have to do is just keep them alive. I don't think it's going to be enough. Savage, does he have the time? They've done it! Off the chance of absolutely nada and a mistake from Gghow. We'll see Seify get a third, and maybe that's a bloody lifeline that they desperately needed.
She will be right, they said. But I don't know if that's too true for all the Aussies out there. Trying to stay true blue, but 9-3, a scoreline that is difficult to come back from. And let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Onto the T side they go. Gifted a third round because Gghow forgot how to plant the bomb, or at least how long it took to do so. Let's see if we get another chaotic pistol round, or where we end up.
I did say that I would still believe if they got 3, and here we are. So I'll hold fire until we see how the pistol does go for Seify, because they've left it relatively stable for now. Camera smoke, and another smoke up towards heaven as well. So there's the fundamentals. The utility is pretty good, and they are trying to split through mid. So that's where the bomb's going, and Aaron, unfortunately, for Keen, straight into his crosshair. And now the bomb is, well, it only takes one member to deny an Australian team's hopes and dreams. And with Valiant's trying to dig on in, he might at least be able to find one, but the amount of investment that they have to make to just try and recollect their real estate. But these guys are playing Monopoly, and there's a bunch of hotels on that mid position.
Hold up.
At least Valiant's is hitting a couple of shots, though. If they do overstep, maybe there's something to talk about, but no. Issa and Mini are going to do it. 10 rounds now for Gghow, and it is always interesting, I suppose, to see the bomb go mid in that position. I understand it, but it just didn't quite work out for them when Aaron's hitting shots like that, because those were clean as a whistle.
Yeah, and the other thing, of course, no bomb plant means this next round, if you force, it's going to be a big call, a huge call. I dare say you save, but we are going to see utility brought in to maybe force a bomb plant, try to get some extra cash for the next. And a deagle for Valiance after the picks. Let's see if this is going to be a valued investment. Shady has got the P250, can do damage at close range if they can get that close to these individuals. Denny, ooh, almost gifted that one. Just playing on the edge of the smoke. No one at mid to spam back. And it's free damage in the end. Polished. Aaron. Another opening. On to Keen again.
You know, when your IGL has died first most of these rounds, it's always a rough one. I don't think it's tilt or anything like that. I think it's just that proactiveness. He wants to get into the action.
Yeah, he just wants the bird's eye view, you know?
Yeah. I guess that's a way of putting it, Mac. Mini, quick work. Issa doesn't even need to be flashed. And it's just a quick round. I even heard our Chinese casters over the other side hit him with the, oh no. And let's just say I wholeheartedly agree. Because even outside of, you know, wanting Australian Counter-Strike to succeed, especially with our Latvian brothers here, it just kind of hurts to see a loss of this caliber. I mean, it's awesome for Gghow, but I'm sure even they would have wanted a bit more of a contest than this.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a good telling. Going into the semis, you know, they got strong competition with Atox, and if they're convincingly winning against Seify like this, obviously it was a bit of a hiccup and a closer affair on Inferno. That's a conversation for another time, because we got action at mid, and Keen, the entries he's been looking for, finally getting on the board, getting through the molly, forced into an awkward fight here, maybe with Aaron, and that nade is going to seal the deal, forcing him back into the molly. He was dead to rights, and Savage closes it out. Huge scream to try to get him back in. That is a confidence booster, but you can't put a foot wrong from this point.
Pretty much, only one round of buffer, but that's the first time I've heard the stage scream. It's just been namely consistent sort of happy faces for JJH. But I think Keen, that's an emotional booster for him, right? You know, he's not really had a chance to play most of these rounds.
Yeah.
But with a double open entry, immediately a pause for JJH. And it's just to stabilize, right? They don't want to let any of this slip. Keep it clean.
We'll see how clean it can get. Definitely not needing a timeout up until this point. Not wanting to try to slow down their momentum. Their pace was too good, and they didn't want to waste any and allow Seify to get an extra free timeout from their opponents. Into the 16th. Seify 7 behind right now. We'll need every round to close things out in regulation. High chance of overtime potentially, but a much higher chance of Gghow just closing things out. This round, Util already thinned out for the CTs. Camera smoke there, forcing it back. Turtled up with 3 on A. And 2 on B, looking for that dart control. Let's see if anyone mollies off behind this. Savage does have the util to do it. Aaron getting frisky with it. Are they going to fight it? Oh, he's in front. The molly's real deep.
Oh, it did tick. But Dennyslaw and Aaron have managed to get picks off the back of it. Vision does manage to at least make one get flushed out, but with only Bibu going down so far, Dennyslaw's just picking up the pace immediately. I don't know if they're actually going to be ready for this.
Oh, I love this. Perfect
Fantastic.
spot.
Oh, they're looking, but how long for? Oh, Keen. He's really not had a chance to play most of this map, but at least his brother is there to trade him in Shady, because if they put the foot down quickly, they should be able to find this site and set up for the post plant.
Yeah,
however,
Molly, double flash as well for the post plant. Issa quite close, does have a flash to play with. Vision needs to live there. The pre-aim cost him dearly. Space to plant, that'll be extra cash for the next, but a 1v3, and they are collapsing. Won't be able to double down on the A main members. Great spacing to trade, and Gghow 1 round away from the 2-zip.
Dennyslaw is really the MVP, hard and through, isn't he? He has just been so aware of how this team is playing. He's had Keen's number every single round. He's been able to set himself up for success, hasn't missed a shot, all the way back onto Inferno as well. Maybe it is the nose clips, mate. Seriously.
Yeah. Nose gaffed.
He's only just put it on for the first time in this one.
Help sniff him out.
Yeah, that's it.
Put yourself in the right place, get in their head.
Oh, man. As I said, I am reeling for Seify. I mean, you can't be too upset about it just in general for the team. Like, for them to make playoffs is pretty sick.
Yeah.
In that group, IHC, Tyloo, Tuffy. So they've actually called for the pause here again just to make sure they 100% this final round. A comeback would feel inhumane, really. Just almost unachievable. But as I said, whilst they do look a little bit stressed up on the stage there, I think Seify have enjoyed their tenure here in Shanghai. And it'll give them some time to obviously enjoy the sights if they are unsuccessful here. Whereas for Gghow, it'll have to be back to the drawing board, won't it? They'll go home, get a bit of rest. I believe they'll be up second in the day, right? You'd expect Rare Adam up against EXO first, given that they had the earlier date. And then Atox up against the winner here, likely Gghow. And then, yeah, that grand final straight after, Mac. Very excited to be bringing that one through.
Was that a back-to-back tactical? This has been a long tag.
It was, yeah. It was
Okay.
JJH straight into Seify. I was going to say, like, we were talking about how this week was going.
Yep.
And final days tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Those
What a
days
week it's been.
They fly through. We've done nothing, essentially nothing, but cast Counter-Strike and sleep.
Yep.
A little bit of gym in the mix, some food. Not a lot of food. Actually, that's a lie. I've eaten a lot of food. Especially at Brekkie.
Big shout to our boy Scott, keeping us fed well.
But Gghow about to eat on up Seify. This could be the final round of the quarters. Seify can't find themselves an opening. They've been struggling to do so, but the one round they have, it's looked clean as hell.
3 members here from Gghow ready to kind of stop, but with this mid control, Aaron not quite ready to deny Shady. And now Mini looking around Temple. If Shady goes solo, it can be a little rough here, but he's looking good. Great round from Shady. Also hard clears Dennyslaw, but again, this man has been an animal. Keen gets a real shot on him this time round. And now Valiance puts a stop to Bibu. Does hear the tick of the Molotov as well. And just trying to play around with it. He has to keep Issa here for as long as possible. Valiance will find it. And after a lengthy set of tactical pauses around, does go the way of Seify. So at least they're not going to roll over and die, Mac. They are still fighters. And 5 rounds, certainly a little bit happier than just 4.
Yeah, let's see where they end up going here. One more round puts them closer to overtime. But that conversation is not happening just yet. Gghow economy broken, though. We'll be going for a force with a low buy. The Mag 7 at this range can be deadly. I'm loving the chance for Keen to maybe make their way out now. Molly forcing the CTs back into a close range engagement, but the smoke The block on B main has bought time for the rotations from every single member except for the Swag 7. Shadow advantage was there, but Dennyslaw didn't get the shot off. We might just see the rotation back. Seify leaving the bomb solo at B. Progression utility. Denying the information from those ZCTs, but someone's got to help ship the package.
Exactly right. They won't know that A is clear. They'll get that information now after they start hunting for it. But again, there's got to be this lack of hesitancy, right? They've got to make their choice. They've got to get straight into that position quickly. Because just the fact that they're making vision cross without any assistance is a little bit of a rough one. Sure, there was a smoke down back towards the side of Temple, but my God. Run and dry. Keen gets taken by Issa. The rest of the members not really low enough to sort of consider a retake offense from JJH. But they are likely going to take it as save into the next round, Mac, but, you know, they've still got the Kevlar, they've still got the AK. They shouldn't risk trying to close this one too quickly, but at the very least, this should be 6 for Seify and a 7th maybe in tow. That maybe always is a key factor, given the way that Gghow has been able to play this.
Yeah, let's see if they can finish things off. The AK will get them ever closer. And the Deagle can be dropped across. You just get, what, 1 reinvestment into a pistol, and you got something to work with. You've got plenty of chances to close this one out. But again, Seify putting on the same show they did against IHC, waiting until they were 1 round away from getting 2-0'd before bringing their A game. Let's see if history repeats itself today.
I am pausing, Mac. For how long, though? That'll be the question. Straight up mid is Keen. Wow. Don't think he's been heard just yet, but he's got a hell of a lot of progression with the rest of his team. Issa is going to be able to get Keen, does get traded, but there's Bibu. Great shot with the Deagle vision. He's able to find one back at the very least, stopping that push from Mini. And now Valiant creeps around, spots Bibu, but that's a member that you have to be so careful of. Aaron, no utility, no pistol, just the USP. So they are walking around, but again, it's that lack of decision-making, right? Dennyslaw's taken advantage by pulling in towards main.
Yeah, like they just need to choose something. They saw 2 on A, decided to try to go the other way, but it's like an unknown factor where Dennyslaw is, right?
Where are they going? Oh, it's just utility. Okay. At least they're just 100%ing the round, Mac. That's not a bad thing.
You're just trying to isolate the angles. The molly, nade, and flash for the post plant. Valiance as well. Ambitious with the push, getting up close and personal towards the camera smoke. But there is going to be some rifles retrievable at mid, and that will be step 1 for Gghow. They might end up just saving and playing the long game.
Yeah, but 3 AKs is a pretty good save, hey?
Yeah. No armor, but look, that's like almost an extra 10K taken into the next round.
Yeah, it's basically 2 gun rounds that they've secured off the back of this immediately. But I suppose doesn't really matter at this point if you're Seify, right? You're going to be fighting the whole way through. 5 rounds to go if they want to take it to 12.
High tension here. Seify stride into a 7th. C4 explodes. I can't help but notice, that's like a Zowie mouse arm, right? That's a
Yeah,
Zowie
sleeve, yeah.
arm sleeve? I didn't know they made arm sleeves.
Yeah. It looked like a bunch of the teams actually had them.
Oh, me one.
I've been partnered with Zowie for what, like 6 years now? I don't have one. Where is it? Come on, boys.
Yeah, but you even an arm shooter?
I'm not even a shooter, mate. Got no skills anymore.
It's just a warmth tool at that point.
That's it, mate. You know, I can send emails at a mile a minute.
Seify establishing that there might be some form of weakness at mid. That's why they went faster last round. Now there's guns here. And they're going to be pushing the point. Oh, I don't like this one. Izza punishing the aggression. Swap to the AK.
No.
And this might be it.
Oh, Keen. Just wanted that orb so badly, didn't he? Picked it up, gets his head ripped off. Now Savage taken. And unless Vision and Valiance manage to turn this one around, it's going to be a pretty lackluster final effort. But at the very least, you know, Seify, they didn't amount me to too much of a fake comeback to sort of hurt my feelings even more. But regardless, proud of what we've seen. It's not done yet, though, until the final player drops on this T side.
Where are we going to see the bomb go, though? Do they group up? Are they hit and beat? 40 seconds, and you got to get through the whole canal before the regroup. Smokes to Exy. Mollies to Flush. And one Flash to get out of dark. But they might end up just going dry. Dangerous prospects with Denny Slaw still alive, not aware if there is an AWP in play or not. Good angle clearance. Get the pick they need to.
First step forward.
Oh, but they're not ready for Denny Slaw at CT. Vision on the trade game. And there's time to play with this rotate coming through from Gghow. 1v2, can he do it?
22 points of HP, Mac, and just when you start to build, unfortunately, they're default dancing all over us right now, but that is a fantastic play from Gghow. Very impressed with what we've seen so far, Mac. You know, as I said, I think it's a great storyline to follow, right? You know, these Middle Eastern teams that come through these qualifiers, MESA, MENA were the two. They usually, you know, get a couple of wins on the board. They manage to sort of turn a couple of heads, but it's more on that individual prowess, less about their team efforts. And this time, this day, well, we see two of them in the top 4. And sure, they're on opposing sides of the bracket, right? But I think that they are both pretty keen to face each other in that grand final if it's possible. And the only team that sort of has looked mostly clean is Rare Atom. Atox, great win, of course, over our counterparts in Tyloo. But at the end of the day, Gghow have already beaten Atox technically in that best of 1. They will have to do it in a best of 3 now. But for the time being, the guys are so kind. Look at them, still going on. But you can definitely see that the Seify side is quite dejected. And look, all I can say is, boys, feel it. Do not let this emotion run away without lessons behind it.
Huge, huge game. A bit of a statement out of Gghow, though, showing exactly how to play that T side, locking in on CT as well, not letting Seify get too many, and even gifted him one. It's a bit of a consolation at the end of that first half. And a shorter second, but a 2-0 instills an incredible amount of confidence that they might be bright as rain against Atox tomorrow. And I'm excited for that game. That'll be the second one of the day. Winner of that goes straight into the grand final, so they better be ready for a long slog. First semi, of course, winner of that gets a couple of hours off to watch the games on the sidelines, refresh themselves, and go into the grand final. So we'll see who that ends up being. On paper, we actually have a chance for the grand final to be EXO against Gghow. So that would be interesting. Two teams where we might not have put them up top, but a Middle Eastern derby in the grand final of Extremesland, hey, wouldn't be against it.
I guess it's the absolute essence of Extremesland, right? And I've just got the stat that I have to quickly read out. So I reached out to Taffy over the mic, obviously. He's watching along in the chat. So Denny Slaw 7-1 against Keen on the head-to-head. 4-0 in entry frags. And completely, the 4 saves completely unconverted on Inferno as well from Seify.
That was just
too.
Inferno.
So just on Inferno alone. So we'll have a look at Anubis, I suppose, because it was similar sort of statistics. But I think we're more important to listen up to what they've got to say on the stage in just a second. Interview not quite ready just yet, but yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to hear what Gghow has to say, because I think they're going to be pretty loud and proud after that one. The momentum was great. It was looking really, really nice, Mac. And yeah, as I said, gutted for the Australians, but like, if you don't win it strong and you don't look at convincing, at least all you can do is just take the learning out of this one and come back stronger to the next.
Yeah, I feel like that's exactly what they're going to have to do. And look, that's their only real option now, because they can't play anymore. They're out of the competition. They look, managed to get a pretty big win to get themselves into the quarters. We said, you know, things looked a little messy, and even today, the indecision cost them a lot. I think it was pretty prominent, and I hope that they can tidy that up moving into whatever next competition they have to play. I'd love to see that, but of course, it's about time that we have a chat with the winners. It's Mini up on the stage. Let's hear what he has to say about that quarters and the success they found today.
Of course. All right, I'm with Minnie again, and I think it's a good sign for the team Gghow. It means they are winning and winning and winning again. Now, today's a little bit interesting. You are facing your former teammates, Keen and Savage. What was that like, and do you think that gave you a bit of an edge knowing how they play?
Mini， 今天你面对的是你之前的队友 King 和 Savage， 那你觉得你是不是今天会有一些优势，因为你比较熟悉他们？
So no, we don't have any idea how they play, but I have big respect for them. They are like friends to me, and yeah.
我其实现在并不是很熟悉他们的打法，但是我非常的尊重他们啊。
Now your team is quite an international squad, and some of the nations you guys are representing individually are actually underrepresented in the CS scene. So could you tell me a bit about like what this might mean to you guys being here at EXTREMESLAND?
你们的5个队员来自5个不同的国家，然后这里面有很多的国家也都是就可能在 CS 上不是很发达的一些国家。那你觉得就来这样的一个比赛对你们有什么的意义呢？
So we are an international team, and we tried our best to find the vibe. I like everybody in my team, and they all showing respect to everybody, and we are really putting the efforts to win this tournament, and it means a lot for us.
我们这是一个非常国际化的队伍，然后呢，我们队员们之间都非常的努力去寻找一些共同点，这样大家能有这种凝聚力，有这种氛围，然后我们都非常的努力在这个赢下这次的比赛。
And my last question, of course, is going to be about tomorrow. How are you feeling going into tomorrow? Tomorrow is leading up to the finals moment. Are you feeling quite confident about it?
We are
明天 ，sorry，明天就要打半决赛，如果赢了就打决赛了。那你目前的感觉是怎么样呢？是不是很自信呢？
So every day we are coming with the same mentality. We're gonna fight hard to win this tournament because it means basically a lot for us. And every day we come motivated and we just want to win.
我们每天的心态其实都是一样的，我们就是想赢下比赛啊，就是用这个来激励我们自己。
Any words to your fans, your friends, your family?
I love.
有没有想有什么想跟你的朋友们、家人们说的吗？
I love everybody who's cheering for us, especially my Arabic friends. They are cheering for me each game, and I really appreciate that, and it gives me motivation. And Eric.
我爱你们啊！就我的阿拉伯兄弟们啊，都在为我欢呼啊！爱你们。
That's really awesome here, and I think that's the cool thing here at EXTREMESLAND, that all the teams are supporting each other, and you know what? Everyone's just having a good time. With that, I think we're going to send it back to our casters to wrap up the day and kind of explain how tomorrow is going to be. Thank you so much, Minnie.
No problem.
好的，掌声送给 Mini， 掌声送给集结号。我们把时间交回给解说席的老师。
Yeah, it looks like Minnie had a bus to catch. He was right out of there. Here's the microphone. Got to pack up my stuff. Good little insight into what it means for these Middle Eastern teams to get these kinds of opportunities and show what they have, especially on the world stage, here on the Asian APAC stage as well. 13-7, of course, going to be the scoreline. At the end of Anubis, Issa. Look, you can't fault him. Quality counter-strike out of him on both maps. Starting so strong and then also just indomitable by Seify here on Anubis.
Absolutely. He's, you know, you sort of gassed him up at the start, and I think he lived up to the expectation there. Dennis Law, obviously another shout. You know, his rating was a little bit lower, but just the amount of consistent lines that he kept being able to find. And I do have to just quickly touch on, you know, after we glaze Issa for a little longer, is that the shout out to the Gghow esports guys who have been hanging around to watch the team. That's the Saudi reference there that Mini made up on stage. It's beautiful, right? You know, there's a sort of underrepresentation from some of these minor regions, as you said, you know, maybe not as big of a player base enough to kind of really get their own tournaments, meaning they have to latch on to these others, but, you know, they're a big part of Asia, and I think they're an important one, and from what we can see in this competition, as we dive on now, there's going to be 2 teams from the Middle East, Gghow Esports and Gghow. Atox and R8 are going to be the mainstay representatives. Rare Adam obviously winning XPL earlier on, a good run at the major, and Atox also a team that, you know, had a rep at EPL last year. They've been trying to do some big things, obviously a couple of roster changes, but still the same roster that they started 2024 with, Mac, and we saw strength from them against Tyloo, right? It was a quick, really solid game. I think it was like a 13-8, 13-9, something like that. You had a pleasure casting that one, so I think it's a really solid thing to see what we have so far. But there is what we are going to see tomorrow. That's 11 AM GMT +8 for you Aussies watching along. It's 3 hours ahead, of course, but yeah, I think, you know, make sure you join us all again, because you guys watching these games and being a part of it all, typing in the chat wherever it be, or on Twitch or YouTube, or, you know, any of the Chinese platforms and that sort of stuff. It's just a privilege to be here, so make sure you do really come and boost those numbers so we can have another event like this again next year.
Numbers matter, your eyes matter, and we love you, and love you for joining us so far today for Zowie eXTREMESLAND. It's been so much fun, and the grand final day is going to be not quite as long as today, but I dare say the amount of action is just going to be top quality, top notch. That first game, the second semi as well, and then the grand final, you know, battle of the best here will be very interesting. You know, I'm looking at that lower bracket match now after how clean that was from Gghow up against Atox. I feel like that'll be the best of the semis in terms of, you know, quality head to head.
Yeah.
And then whoever wins that is definitely going to deserve to take on whoever wins out of Rare Atom and EXO.
Of course.
And that could be anyone. We haven't seen EXO fully tested by a team of that caliber, so we'll see what happens when we get there. It is, of course, all thanks to Zowie for putting this on. The monitors, absolute class. The mice, the best out there, and then the mouse pads as well. And apparently the mouse sleeve's pretty bloody good too.
Yeah.
Getting the job done. So without them, of course, we wouldn't be able to put on amazing tournaments like this to entertain you at home, and then also to pump $100,000 back into the ecosystem of all of Asia. And look, on that note, boom goes the dynamite. Quarters out of the way, done and dusted. We have our semi-finalists. See you tomorrow for Grand Final Sunday, and have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.